chuck PBS on. Oh my god, they're literally playing copyright music. Jesus fucking Christ. Fuck it. Stealing Bosch's content. Man, he's going in.
I can't hear.
Can you hear that?
No.
That is a problem.
What about this though?
All right, let me fix this. Let me see if I can't. Properties. Okay. I think I may have just broke it. Let's try a new one. Add.
You a bitey guy today?
Audio capture device.
You do bites?
And cancel.
You bitey guy?
Wait. I might. Okay. Yeah, full capture. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Oh. I'm going to change it up to the speakers. And let's see if this works. So we go there. Okay. Now we should have audio. Audio capture, output capture. So if we go add a window capture, great. Okay. Okay. And I'm going to put this one down. And they should all be working. Tell me if we can hear this. Let me change voice. Can you speak, yell, do something?
Hello!
Okay, great. Now
Further and further red.
I can hear Bosch.
you can hear him?
Mm-hmm.
Can you hear him?
No.
That is an interesting issue. Because I'm feeling that you could hear him.
2020 Trump plus
Now I
18.5.
Yeah, because it's coming through my speakers. Okay. So,
Can't win every time.
no, we cannot. There's always a problem. There's always something. Okay. Well, for now, I'm just gonna like chuck the main map on. I think it's this one. Yes. Boom. Main map. Oh my god. Indiana went red.
Indiana
Wow.
could have called this.
Wow.
Trump's already out to an amazing lead.
Kamala Harris only has 3. What is this? This is
clearly Trump gonna win.
It's already over.
Mm-hmm. It's first past the post, and Kentucky turned red first. Therefore, Trump win.
It's the only way. Okay. So that didn't work. Let's try this one. It says main audio. Okay. Boom. This one. You can't hear that at all? I don't understand. OBS literally says that it is hearing the audio. So why the fuck is it not going through to the virtual camera? I don't get it. Like, I don't understand why these fucking programs don't just work.
Yeah, I know, right?
Why is it so difficult? Why are these
Yeah, why
programs
can't it
so,
just be like Capwing?
like, or StreamYard? StreamYard seems to have figured it out, so it just fucking works.
Yeah, too bad they charge too much.
Like, what the actual fuck? Like, it's literally spiking. There should be no issues with the audio. But it's not going to capture anything. The main audio is the same source, yet it still doesn't work.
Yeah, it's
Still can't hear that. Like,
Google search, why won't OBS output audio?
It doesn't support audio, that's why. Useless. So OBS Virtual Cam doesn't support audio, so why the fuck would I even bother trying to do this? Like, this is... All I'm gonna... Now, the entire plan that we were gonna do is fucked. Because OBS doesn't support audio. So that's pretty fucking cool. But let's say... What? Window Capture 2. Capture audio. Okay. Let's see if this works. Anything?
I don't hear nothing.
Fucking awful. Dog shit. Like, literally all we're going to be able to use the OBS Cam for is the map.
That's fine.
Which I guess is fine, but is frustrating. So, yeah. Whatever, I guess. I guess we'll just have to screen share as normal with these. Like, this is again. There's always fucking issues, right? This program works pretty well, right? The Talk Studio stuff, it works pretty good. I'm relatively pretty happy with the Talk Studio. The storage is great. The editors suck. Their little desktop program, if we actually got it to work, I'm sure would be fine. And then it's like OBS, the most used thing. And we can't even do what we need. And then on top of that, you go to Talk Studio and you can't customize layouts. So even if we could do what we wanted specifically, couldn't do a custom layout because you're not allowed to customize the layouts because I guess that's too hard to put in the code. Even though, you know, like there are literal extra layouts here, which I cannot pick because it's only for specific amounts of people, but they don't give you an option to customize them. Dumb. Ridiculous. So, yeah, I guess fuck us. Go fuck ourselves. But the other cool thing, so if I was to screen share... Good question.
Honk, 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 honk.
If I was to screen share... Where is it?
You do a little honk.
Maybe this one? Yeah, this one. Did that just break OBS? It
I
did.
just see a white screen.
Awesome. It broke.
Wake
Now I
up and
can't-
say, I think there's a
Now I
one.
can't hear you.
Fuck yeah.
Now I can't hear you.
I am deleting all of these things for OBS. Goodbye. Goodbye. Okay. You are currently sharing your screen. Yes, I'm aware. What is the problem? I'm so confused. What the fuck is going on? Like, no, it's literally because there's nothing but technical problems right now. Is what's happening. So that's pretty cool. Let me just adjust the map. So now screen sharing doesn't work for some reason. And it broke OBS again. What the fuck is going on?
This is exactly why StreamYard is like, you know what? We're going to charge $40.
What the fuck is happening? This is fucking absurd. Exactly what I was saying, right? Why can't this just fucking work? I don't understand why this is so difficult. Like, you're literally offering a product that doesn't fucking work. I know that I'm sharing my screen. Why are you stopping me? Like, what is going on? Don't... Fucking Jesus fucking Christ. So now I literally cannot screen share YouTube because of OBS. That's fucking awesome. All right, let's see if taking the OBS camera out actually fixes this problem. No, it doesn't. Cool. Unfucking believable. What the fuck is going on? Why is this
I
on
heard
the
audio for a split second.
Yeah. The audio's fine. The audio's not the problem. Look at the screen. Like, can you guys see it normally?
I mean, it's just a chat on top of a chat.
Like, feedback would be good because I'm seeing what I'm seeing. I don't know if that's what you're seeing on the actual stream itself. No, you're not. So it's literally telling me you're screen sharing. Look at the screen to make sure you don't have a Hall of Mirrors effect. I don't care. Why is it showing me this? So now I can't use the studio to watch. I now have to use my monitor on the other side to actually watch the videos and control it. Because this program doesn't actually want to work. Or any of them, actually. Like, Jesus fucking Christ.
Look at Biji, though. Look at that guy.
I just want shit to work. It's like, oh, you're currently sharing your screen. I fucking know. Why are you telling me? Why is it on the screen?
I gotta refresh because it's not giving me chat.
It's fucking pissing me off. It's nothing but issues. And it's like StreamYard wants $50 fucking a month for their shit. But it works. But it's $50 fucking dollars. $50 US dollars. It's insane. So let's see if I can use Streamlabs desktop to set up the virtual cam. We'll see. It seems like Streamlabs desktop is completely broken, so that's cool. Sure, let's watch
President Donald
The
Trump
Hill.
is holding his election night watch party. We're joined by News Nation Washington.
Great audio, guys.
In West Palm Beach right now.
Hey,
Well, who's the best
President
coverage?
Trump supporters are starting to file into the room.
Like, who has the best coverage of the election? These guys? Yawn. Steve.
Destroyed by the
Fuck me, that was loud. Jesus fucking
hurricane
Christ.
that the government didn't help with. Remember that? Remember that? Maybe that's the case. Maybe some of them have migrated
Government didn't help with it, guys.
to other counties where they.
Coming out.
By
There
the
was
way-
a couple women spotted sitting on deer in line.
Yes, but one of the funniest insults I heard from a lady was watching CNN and said, "This lady, her nose looks like Florida." Can you bring it up full screen? Doesn't it look like Florida?
Is that Collins?
It was a lady who said it, and you know she has hairy forearms. So putting that in your dating profile, hairy forearms and nose like Florida.
Her face goes from woman to guy with
I
every
know.
second.
It's like one of those, like you get in the back of your Cracker Jack, the hologram.
Yes.
It's like, yeah, hey, pretty, surprise, pretty,
Yeah.
surprise.
What
right?
the fuck? How do people watch this? Over it. Fuck. I don't know. Yeah, sorry about that. Fucking what the hell? Yeah, he's so unfathomably unfunny. It's just I don't get it. What the fuck just happened?
Chillas, because look at him. Oh, you hit me so you can hear. Oh, after I refreshed, I wasn't added. So I've been just talking to myself.
Mm-hmm.
Look at those chinchillas, though.
Mhm.
Look at how dainty his little feet are.
Foolproof system that will predict the winner of this upcoming presidential election. It's the morning of November 5th for me, and right now the polls are neck and neck, 50-50, anyone's game. And a lot of people are confused, they're wondering who's going to win. And in this video, I will tell you unequivocally, 100% chance who's going to win. Now, I know a lot of you skeptically are going to think this is just a random posit. I'm flipping a coin as I say this, and I'm just hoping that it turns out in my favor. So that I can pretend that I predicted this thing. But no, I actually have a system, and it's never been wrong yet because I just invented it today. And remember, bookmark this video, remember this video, and come back after the person who won. And you will see that I have accurately predicted exactly what happened. I mean, check the date of the video if you don't believe me. It's right there, okay? Enough foreplay, enough edging. Who's going to win the 2024
Yeah, I
election?
love that he was like,
Well,
you know she has
Kamala
hairy
Harris.
forearms.
Kamala
Imagine
Harris
that
is
in your
going to win
dating
the
profile.
2024 election.
I think she's
predicted it, I
married.
predicted it with my
What
foolproof
about you,
system,
Steven?
And now you're seeing it.
Are you married?
From the future are
No, 'cause I
surprised,
chose
you're shocked,
wrong.
How did you know? And let's just say
I
let's just
put in
say
my dating
I got a
profile.
system,
Must be
okay?
willing to be
I
my
have a-
slave.
foolproof system.
Like saying a
that's-
woman has hairy forearms as a joke. Who the fuck cares?
Yeah.
That's how I did it.
I
So,
hope her
be
pussy's
impressed, be
hairy too.
shocked, be surprised, and yeah, that's what. So that's who won. Kamala Harris won. Trump defeated.
Is that Onion? ONN?
Maybe. I'm not looking at it because I'm still trying to fix the fucking stream.
He and
That
his own
wasn't the
people
one.
think that that's why he's so popular. And I'd say to you,
The one
man
what?
has gone away to the Cayman
Onion
Islands
was there.
for the last 10 days of this election.
In the
and Madison Square
recommends.
Garden had never happened. He'd be
No, I
headed
didn't
to
say
a
it.
victory tonight. Maybe.
Sam. Oh, it's live. What the hell? Like
Oh yeah, they're
live
doing
thing.
a live show in Brooklyn.
Interesting.
Look, they got a whiteboard, Jack.
You want to fucking?
Really getting into that.
You want to say a whiteboard?
That was not my
Give me a second.
Emma did not want to do that.
I still don't get what the joke is.
Hell yeah, brother!
It was for Sam. Apparently,
I have a whiteboard too.
Fake Melania voted on her behalf in Florida. I don't know if it's true, but who gives a shit?
We're having fun.
We're having fun. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, Matt Leck.
I also have a whiteboard.
We've got some other guests for you tonight. Some who you're going to be super psyched. Some that might be, frankly, a little controversial.
How many asadas?
I will just say, Tim Pool will not be here tonight. He is plunging his toilet.
Oh yeah,
Again,
did you hear about that?
No, what happened?
Sam got to Tim Pool's compound, immediately took a power shit in his toilet.
That's
And
fucking
clogged.
awesome.
So, just to let you know what we anticipate.
That's how you show
tonight.
dominance.
It's going to
Yes.
be a total shit show. And this is, I mean, think of this as a watch party. It's going to start off as a show and then just degrade as the evening goes on. But hopefully we'll end on a positive note. We're going to have in the background one of the major networks, playing in the background, not with audio. Sometimes it'll dip in, sometimes it'll dip out. We will give you updates as to what's going on.
Where is it? There.
Where's the big board?
All right, folks, good night.
It's a big whiteboard.
Yeah, this could go in a lot of wrong ways.
Come on, Georgia, don't mess up the whole
But
night.
Emma, let's start. Why don't you tell us what we can anticipate? Where are we right now in terms of the polls, closing and whatnot?
So anybody that's been watching the show, I think, knows that I'm a little bit skeptical about the claims that this is the closest race in the history of the country.
Yep, so am I. Kamala's gonna win before the 45th state.
I say completely addicted to predicting markets.
Well,
I'm dead
that's
set.
part of it. This definitely activates that part of my brain, but I do think that these major national pollsters are really hedging their bets. Like, we've observed this dynamic many times with Republicans and the way that they kind of bully the media, who they may have more liberal inclinations, right? So they get self-conscious about that very fact. So they'll both sides things when they don't need to both sides things. And I think right now, after all of the claims of fraud, the baseless garbage from Trump, these pollsters are afraid to come out and maybe make some of these proclamations. They're baking in a core Republican
Interesting.
support, shy Trump vote that I just don't think exists anymore.
That is actually very interesting. I don't necessarily agree with her conclusion, like with her methodology, but I agree with her conclusion. I agree that Trump supporters are overrepresented, but I think it's because they're fanatics, not because pollsters are scared.
Afraid to maybe tell their husbands, that's why that ad hit so close to home, that they're going to the polls and voting for Harris. And some of these pollsters aren't picking up on it. So I've predicted a 7-state, swing state sweep for Harris. Holy shit, I hope I'm right. And let's have some fun.
All right. So what I meant to ask is when the actual polls close.
Are they open
So
till
in
midnight?
2 minutes, North Carolina, Ohio, and West
Well,
Virginia
yeah.
will
I mean, you
close.
can vote till
we already
midnight.
have
But some will start
a
counting
lot of
early.
states.
Yeah.
At 7 p.m., Georgia closed, so we're seeing some of those results come up right there. Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia. Virginia, when Biden was still in the race, Virginia, which is a solid blue state, or should be in the year 2024, was actually in play. Thankfully, that motherfucker dropped out of the race.
Okay,
and,
so if I do this,
Kamala
can
Harris
you
is
still
gonna win
hear?
that one handily. So Georgia's the one that we have to worry
Beautiful.
about at this moment.
And Bradley, if you could admit me into the thing. Apparently, Donald Trump has already won Kentucky.
Yep.
Okay.
We report, you decide.
I think that's taken.
Kamala Harris has won Vermont. And I think Trump is about to, he's also the projected winner of Indiana. My people are, yes. I mean, no surprise. The big thing, I think, like, the big shocker, of course, will be Iowa, if that actually happens, and we'll find out. In the meantime, we're watching some
Iowa's only 6, though.
congressional races to get a
Yeah, but
sense
that's
of
huge.
where things might be going relative to 2020 and 2022. But, we're in a tough situation. 2020 was an odd year because, as some of you may know,
red state like
there
Iowa
was
that's projected to go to Trump that ends up flipping is huge. It doesn't matter if it's 3 to 6 points; it's still huge.
True.
Trump
more a
literally
shift in the
can't win
opinion.
Trump can't win by a landslide. Kamala Harris can.
That is very true, because the Democrats aren't going to vote for Trump, but the Republicans could vote for the Democrats. That is a fair point.
Yeah.
George Floyd effect?
the George Floyd effect, and also the once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. 2022 is an off-year election. Democrats came out in big numbers. We will see, but we're going to be watching. You know, some of the we had Dave Weigel on yesterday, and he gave us some heads up on congressional districts. We're going to be talking about you know, which ones to be watching through the night, and we're going to bring it up. We have a rotating cast of folks who are going to be coming up. I'll give you a little hint as to who you might be expecting on this stage.
I haven't confirmed any.
Well, actually, no, that's not true. Ghazi's confirmed.
Right in front of us, there is.
He's more than happy. He just said he's got to finish work, and then
we'll do that.
Great.
This will maybe keep track of the Electoral College. As of now, it's not. But this whiteboard in front here, and if you can't see it, feel free, take your time. One point over the course of the evening.
Hey, you said he can be the chaos.
Get up and stretch at any point.
It's basically exactly
Do not
what he said he's
hesitate.
going to do.
It'll be a long night, maybe 2 weeks. We will have to leave closer to midnight, but don't hesitate to get up, stretch your legs, head out in the front.
Hey, you know who else is
Go to the
doing live
bathroom,
election
feel
coverage?
free.
I bet is really.
But this right here has an email address.
H3.
Now, it's a secret email address, so I'm not going to say it out there because we are broadcasting live to the rest of the country, care of
Sunset Lake.
Sunset Lake, Sebede.com.
Favorite sponsor.
They are one of our sponsors tonight. I will mention that in a moment. But as I explain this, there's an email address right there.
Goodness.
And what you can do, because we want to take calls, but from you folks. So, yes. Thank you.
I think
the appropriate response.
Where's your screen share? There we go. Come on, focus camera. That's the best you can do. Look at him. He's just waiting to sell you stuff. He's a little tiny businessman. Are you bitey today? Stop biting me! Don't bite me!
apparently it's going to thunderstorm here today, and it's going to be 33 degrees before it does.
Touch your toesies.
So that's going to be pretty cool. The one thing that we did forget to do is to set up like a fundraiser thing for us.
Oh, I mean,
have you? I don't know. We need a QR code or something for like a PayPal, like a pay me PayPal thing, or
well, I was gonna say
coffee or whatever.
I was gonna get the PayPal for Kaffa.
What do you mean? I'm saying use this to fundraise for us to get us registered.
Oh.
Because why wouldn't we?
I mean, that was just a sub drive. All that money goes into the account anyway.
I'm talking about the stream. I'm not talking about anything else. I'm talking about setting up a thing for the stream to put on screen for us.
Mm-hmm. But you can just do a sub drive, which is what I was planning to do.
How do you do that?
You say, "Hey, we're doing a sub drive."
Okay. Is it?
I can't figure out how to put it on screen, but it's below on Twitch. If you scroll down below the Twitch, like if you go to the Twitch channel.
I don't want to put my personal PayPal out there as well, because I don't know. Have you got one of those coffee things? Have we got one of those? And stick that in a pin.
Again, the
pin
Twitch
link.
subs go to our account anyway.
No, that's fine. But there's always better to have more than one option. I mean, they could also go, like, people have pledged to our Substack as well. Could go to the Patreon. Maybe we should just push the Patreon. It's basically the same thing, right?
Well, I was planning on just doing a sub drive, so
sure,
and not complicate things more than they already are.
Oh God.
You are
nothing ever works.
I got to get up early tomorrow morning. The way I go to sleep now is either the tincture, the good night oil, or the good night gummies, which are new without melatonin.
Let's see what H3 has to do.
A really great product.
This is an ad.
I put my Solve on. I have eczema. We need to talk about.
Are they live yet? They are. Right? You got to go to live.
It's upcoming.
Oh. When are they starting?
Oh, 12 o'clock, so 20 minutes.
Okay, 20 minutes. We'll check in on that, idiot.
Sebaday.com. Use the code LEFTISBEST, all one word. Save 20%
Left is
off.
best. Jesus fucking Christ.
Yeah, that's like the Majority Report catchphrase.
I'm not going to use 7 News because they claim, because they assholes.
My mom texted me and was like, I came over to clean and you didn't wake up to help me. And I'm like, Mom, I have to cover an election for 12 hours. I need to sleep.
Yeah. Work. Why didn't you do this? Work. Hey, when you find your real job. Fuck you. How about that?
She
That's the
doesn't say
response that
shit
I
like
always.
that. No,
That's the shit I get.
She just was like, "Why didn't you help me clean?" That's all.
Like that's the shit that I get. It's fucking frustrating at best. But yeah, what can you do? See what's on the streaming fund. See if we have any election videos that we can watch.
Yes. I mean, there's tons of videos on all the playlists.
Mm.
I'm going to be useless for about another hour until my medications kick in. You can also play a game.
This is very true. I might get the PlayStation and play like Crash Bandicoot or something. I don't know, something chill that I can sort of not have to pay attention to. Oh my god, I hate YouTube so fucking much. We just having fun here.
On our way home from eating a succulent Chinese
Seems appropriate considering yesterday's
breakfast, we happened upon a baby squirrel lying on the side of the road. He's got his mouth on the stick and he's like sucking on it. You want to give him a piece of toast?
Do squirrels eat toast?
Only eating British food for a full day?
I've been looking for an actual opportunity to save the squirrels. For the past decade, it's been more about recording the squirrels without their consent, profiting off of them. So I feel like if we're able to actually save a squirrel, that'll give a lot of legitimacy to my initiative.
Careful, California might come and kill it.
Yeah, no, he needs milk, I think.
So at this age, it's still a baby.
Yeah.
And its mom either got killed or like abandoned it or something. Do you think we should take it? You won't bite me?
I don't think so.
Low key, the squirrel videos that he makes, my favorite content that he's made.
Sad. Bro's just sitting there sucking it. One thing I didn't realize until we got this guy home is that he was covered in fleas. Now, I have tremendous empathy for my fellow mammal, so I acted quickly, and we got some of the most dangerous poison that you could possibly get. Sentry prescriptions. Yeah, we spared no expense. All right, we've done some research. We grabbed the squirrel because it was dying and rotting and covered in ticks and fleas. Yeah, we're gonna try to do a good thing by fucking rehabilitating it. We got a bunch of syringes and things that are gonna help us bring it back to life.
What do you mean, shy Tory, like British? I've never heard that term before. Shy Tory is a very interesting term I haven't heard before.
Also, we got him this.
Hopefully, oh, that is a squirrel. I didn't
Any
realize
updates?
that. It's
Nope.
fucking...
Oh no, West Virginia. Oh no, not West Virginia.
Yeah, we're gonna do all
It's over. It's over. It's over for Harris, not West Virginia.
Stream end. Goodbye.
See you later. We're done. Stream over. Donald Trump wins.
No, like they said,
Doesn't
the
work
rural
out, it doesn't
states
work.
count first. So you'll see Trump ahead in the beginning.
very early,
But-
and then you'll see.
But look,
California
New
come
York
up.
and California alone are like worth so much.
Yeah. Is Texas? Is there any chance Texas turns blue this year?
No, Florida used to be a swing state though.
Yeah. So this is the other thing that I haven't seen a lot of people talking about is what is the potentiality of Florida and Texas going blue?
Well, there's this thing. It's like Blexus, but it's like blue Texas.
Okay.
But it's not Blexus. It's similar to that because that's. But like basically, it's a conspiracy that Texas is a blue state.
Oh. I think I've heard this. I think I have heard this one before, yeah.
And like a lot of people who are Democratic representative in Texas say this. That it's actually a blue state. The big thing about Texas is potentially getting rid of Ted Cruz.
True.
which people hate him because he abandoned them in the fucking.
Yes.
They haven't
Yes.
forgotten that.
Expire after 1 day. Create new link. Copy. Hello, Twitch. Here's the Discord. Oh, look at that. There's a Discord. Pinned. Manually unpin. Cool. Great. All right. I think... Can I pin...
Put a cowboy hat on that squirrel, iDubbbz.
Can I pin multiple links?
I don't know.
Let's see.
Yeah, I was going to say, one way to find out. Hi, Zapata. Are you done being mean?
Just have to make sure that this is a correct link.
Stop it! Don't bite me!
Yep. That link works. Very good.
Ouch!
Very good. Let's see. Pin.
Ow!
Manually.
Stop it! Don't bite me!
No. So you cannot pin two together. So let's just do this instead. Patreon.com/.
He's been so mean the last 2 days.
Okay. I have pinned both the Discord and the Patreon at the top. Both of those links work. We'll keep that there. I'm going to change the runner as well to be like check only source.
Well, once my medications kick in, I'll start getting the sub goals going.
Help us register a 501 C3 not for profit.
Uh-oh, drama.
On? This registers a 503 not for profit. Discord and Patreon links pinned to Twitch chat. Sorry, give me 1 second.
The drama was over very quickly.
Yeah, not fun.
I mean, BC immediately ran to the wheel.
Discord and Patreon links are pinned to the Twitch chat. Ask us what we have planned for the What?
If I put a cowboy hat on that squirrel there.
Huh?
I said, if I put a cowboy hat on one of these squirrels here.
Well, I didn't realize that.
Well, you're in New York. Careful. Don't put a hat on him. They might come and take them.
Exactly.
Can chinchillas have rabies?
They're mammals.
Well, I mean, I assume so.
Rabies is more of like a
it's a wearable
wildlife.
But yeah, we're gonna do all we can. If it doesn't work out, it doesn't work out. You know.
Also, New York has these
Death is a part
initiatives
of-
are in place because New York has had a serious problem with rabies.
Oh, really?
Yes. So just like how they think that investing more authority in the police will help quell the crime outbreaks when they happen.
Yeah.
I think investing the authority in these agencies was going to quell rabies, and instead it's caused a huge controversy because they killed somebody's squirrel.
Love that.
Life.
But he was sucking on the stick and it made Ian really sad.
Yeah, the sticks suck.
I don't know. Maybe people are right about Ian. He is driving a Subaru.
He has a
Huh?
mullet. He has a
And
mullet. Drives a
and
Subaru.
he drives a Subaru.
Lesbian.
Damn. Lesbian. 100% a lesbian.
I think convinced me. It was like, oh, dude, you aren't where you belong. You think that stick is a tit. That's a problem.
Oh, he's cozy.
Man, squirrels are fucking adorable. When I went to South Carolina, just walking to class
so
from
much
the
better than possums.
yes, like walking from
possums.
class to from the dorms to class, it's just endless fucking squirrels. I'd get distracted sometimes and try and like be friends with them. They're very skittish. They do not like people. But it's very funny when they bounce and their tails like do this. They're very funny animals.
Yeah. Also, when you know how they sit in the tree and they flick their tails?
Yeah.
Do you know why they do that?
No idea.
They're letting predators know that the squirrel is aware the predator is there.
Oh, really? That's funny.
Yeah. So they're purposely standing out more to make it show that I'm not hiding. I'm ready to go, bitch.
That's so
Try
funny.
and chase me. So whenever you see a squirrel, if you think a squirrel's being cute and you're getting close to it and it's flicking its tail, what it's actually doing is I feel threatened and I'm ready to fucking go.
Do you see him breathing?
Yeah, he's breathing.
But also, like, they can use their tails as parachutes.
There's
Yes, they
fleas
can.
on him. So far,
when they
we've fed
jump
him
between
once.
trees.
Yeah.
He's not liking this, so we're gonna transfer him into his temporary home. This is a good place for you. It is pleasant in there.
I
Trust
have
me.
that exact page in white and black, I mean.
I'll get him a little blanket or something. You can kind of see
I gotta-
all these ones here. Oh, there's a shit. Oh.
I'm gonna chop up some food for the
Holy
lizards.
shit,
I'm
look
gonna.
how many fleas
I know
are on
the
the-
fleas. I'm gonna jump on my laptop in the kitchen and I'm just gonna keep the video running.
Okay.
Okay, well, that was a mother load. That was all on him. Now he's good. He's still, like, hella drained from the day. All right, he's burrowed. Yes, apparently their eyes are very sensitive to light, especially at this age. So we're just trying to, do as best we can. I'm probably going to look up specifically or maybe talk to someone at a sanctuary to see what the suggested release procedures are. Okay, right now we're doing something called the pinch test to test for dehydration. It's hard to get his skin, though.
Oh, he's real tight?
Yeah, he's very tight.
Oh, this poor guy.
By the way, I do not want to see anyone bullying me about wearing these hardware gloves. I thought this thing was gonna bite the shit out of me, and I don't know if it has rabies. Also, have you ever considered that maybe I wear these gloves regularly?
He's too
That skin, he's too tight, huh?
too tight.
Maybe we can assume that he's good. I don't know. Let's try rehydrating him. Well, he's being a lot more active now. Quite a big guy. I think he's like probably 150 to 200 grams. It said a medium-sized tomato was 100 grams. So I figured he's like 1.5 medium-sized tomatoes.
It's a tough little fella, whatever it is.
He's got a wiener.
Oh, right, he's got a wiener. I keep on saying fucking he or she, but we saw the wiener, so the jig is up. Still too early to come up with a name, but the early prototypes are Burp, Nut
How do you
Rat,
know it's a
Pete,
wiener?
Wiener User, Wiener Haver. Rat with a wiener.
I don't think we ever officially chose a name. I just continue to call him Nut Rat for the remainder of this video, so his name is Nut Rat.
We got a sock buddy. It's very warm, filled with rice. We're gonna put that in there for him. Also, I read that they will not imprint on humans, so we can rehabilitate him for however long it takes and reintroduce him into the wild because they don't. The word was imprint. I don't know what that means. We can't convince him basically that we're cool, so we'll be able to release him wherever without him being like regretful.
I know you guys are dying to know what happens to Nut Rat next, but I want to tell you guys about another animal-related experience that I had recently in Edmonton, Alberta. Now, Edmonton, Alberta is home to the magpie, the black-billed magpie. Now, technically, the magpie does exist in the US. If you look at the range map, it likes to hang out in cool places like Montana and Idaho.
If you do live in one of these states and you do witness magpies very often, I'd be curious to know how frequently you see magpies. Because I'll say in Edmonton, it feels like they outnumber crows.
Cunts
Now,
all
on
the
this
time.
recent trip to Edmonton, I
Fucking
saw
magpies are everywhere.
unlike any magpie I've ever seen before. This thing was
You're not in
gray.
one of the
It was
states he was
almost
asking
white,
about.
but it
I
looked
don't
like
give
it
a
had
fuck.
like
They're fake
it's
magpies.
biracial. It had
That's not a
some
real
melanin in
magpie.
its plumage. Now, of course, I want to know what this thing was, so I Googled it straight away, and it's a ghost magpie, which is just a variant of magpies, not quite as rare as albinos. But this got me thinking, could the AI have done better than Google in this instance? So I did put my picture through ChatGPT, and let me tell you, this shit sucks. What the hell kind of bird is this?
The bird in the image appears to be a northern mockingbird.
It's not a mockingbird, it's the same size as a crow.
If it's the size of a crow, the bird you're seeing might be a magpie.
But this one's gray. Why the heck is it gray?
Ah, that makes more sense. A large gray bird the size of a crow in Alberta might be a juvenile crow.
The sound it made was reminiscent of a fat man coughing.
The description of the sound reminiscent of a fat man coughing is a great clue. That kind of low, harsh sound is typical of ravens.
Nah, I take it back. It sounded like a toddler who was playing with their food.
If the sound was more playful, like a toddler messing around with food, then this might point toward a magpie.
It was eating a chicken bone. Does that help?
The fact that it was eating a chicken bone points strongly towards a member of the corvid family.
I've heard rumors
What the fuck
of a
is
type of
happening?
magpie called a ghost magpie. Could it possibly be that?
Ah, the ghost magpie. The idea of a ghost magpie usually refers to magpies with unusual coloring, often due to a genetic mutation like leucism.
Log it in the Pokedex, Jarvis.
Logged in the Pokedex, Commander.
So even though we weren't able to add a new squirrel species to this video, I still think it's fucking cool that we can find shinies IRL. Ghost pie. I don't think he can fly. I think we could capture him if we wanted to.
Poor guy. He's already probably bullied by his brethren.
Are you able to zoom?
Oh, he looks bald.
You right?
He's balding.
There's like no feather on his head. I think what I was seeing was fresh plumage. If you're a bird expert and you can tell me whether or not that's fresh plumage, I would
Fake
truly
magpies.
appreciate that. Also, if you want a good username, I think Fresh Plumage is a great name. Now, as much as I wanted to be 100% responsible for the saving of this squirrel, I do realize that we are not experts, so we contacted some rehabilitation centers to see if any of them were willing to transition Nutrat into the wild for us. Hi there, do you guys rehabilitate lost wildlife? Like a juvenile squirrel that isn't in good shape?
We're going to meet in Redmond at 10:30.
Oh, that would be great. Okay, awesome. Yes! Alright, we found a place. That sounded like we're not going to their facility, they're doing like a pop-up or something.
Yeah, it does. Yeah,
It's like a wildlife rehabilitation pop-up.
But Nutrat's got a lot of energy down there.
Yes. Nutrat, the full 12 hours of sleep that he's gotten has definitely revitalized him. This is probably going to be our last attempt at feeding little Nutrat. This is what he does. He loves curling up. He's very lazy.
He keeps calling him an incel.
He's a little incel who wants to stay in his bed. He doesn't want to get out. I'm still afraid that he will bite when forced to bite, but when he's just on his own, he doesn't seek out biting people. He's discovering the world around him. He's trying to find a place to fucking burrow in.
Let him go in your pouch.
Oh, like a kangaroo. Go kangaroo style into the pouch. Oh.
Oh, sorry, Bubba.
Did he just fart? Was that the bottle? Okay. Bro does not like milk.
I just want him to lick it up. Maybe let him go and see if he'll
Okay.
lick it up and.
Let's just give him some freedom of choice. Ooh.
Oh, yep, there we are. Yeah. That's so much better. Look at him. He's looking for his mom, I think.
Yeah.
Really
He's
moving.
spry. Yeah, look at him.
Yeah.
I like when his legs go all cattywampus.
What be happening? Nothing. Nothing be happening.
He was not walking like that yesterday. He's literally walking today.
Bro.
Wow. Look at him.
He's climbing it.
There you go. Yummy.
There's not enough do not do this.
Man, I'm feeling
in the video?
What's wrong, baby?
Maybe he
Yeah.
needs to poop.
Yeah.
The little rat is trying to get cozy.
I generally agree
Inside
with
your
you.
home. You love your
3
home.
minutes till PA close. Yes,
love
but they
this
can't
home.
count. They
Before
can't
we
count mail-in
relinquish
ballots
Nut Rat,
till
I wanna
after
share with you
midnight
guys
because it's
some of
retarded.
the latest happenings with our squirrel guardians. Our dog Blitz passed earlier this year, and it was a very difficult time for us, but eventually we decided to add a new member to our pack, and that is Merlin. And let me just say, if y'all are ever considering adding a puppy into your household with another dog, it can be very scary because you don't know how your dog is going to react to it. By the way, fuck all these people who do puppy reveals to their adult dogs. This shit is not cute. And most people are only gonna upload the video of it going well. If any of these introductions go poorly, people aren't gonna upload it. Fiona was fucking disgusted by this guy for the first month. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. She did not like him. But with time, she has warmed up to him and now they're best friends.
Yeah, it's harder to introduce chinchillas.
We're on our way to our rehabilitation appointment. He's cuddled up next to his, what do you call it? Rice baby? His rice buddy. We're gonna head over to the expert and we're gonna be told what's what. All right, we just dropped off Nut Rat. Surprisingly, there were like 3 other people dropping off baby squirrels, so we weren't the only ones. Apparently, this is like the hot season. They said that we pretty much did everything that we should have done. We're also told that having the amount of fleas that Nut Rat had on him was very abnormal, so it was a good thing we ridded him of the fleas. But I also don't know what fleas do. Do fleas suck you dry?
Yeah.
They
They eat your flesh.
They eat at your flesh?
Yeah.
Okay, so eating it, yeah. Having your flesh eaten at by thousands of fleas is a bad thing. We gave them $40 just as a thank you. It seems like they really encourage the donations, but I mean, I think I'm fine with that. This operation is pretty legit. Just a bunch of old women reaching into cages and grabbing the squirrels that are brought to them and running back to the back. Hopefully they're not throwing them in like a wood chip or anything back there. Based on their experience and knowledge of baby squirrels, they said that Nut Rat's gonna make a full recovery. He seems completely fine. Thank you, Footprints, and thank you all for watching. We have successfully saved a squirrel.
Okay, now that is what you're supposed to do. I thought he was going to rehab the whole squirrel itself.
Yeah, I kind of thought the same thing.
Which is how you get the state to come kill your squirrel.
Yes.
You should always take it to a rehab.
That's a very interesting.
And do not call animal control.
Yeah, please don't.
Michael Twitty has made a name for himself, touring the country to lecture about Southern food traditions.
This is Vice, so
His new book, The Cooking Gene, is out today.
Yeah, well, I'm on screen. I can just like.
No. I mean, like, actively sitting down for this one.
Yeah. Okay.
Just because Vice can get claimy.
Yeah. Okay.
It's been better since they left Viacom.
Uh-huh.
Because, like, we watched that one. I want to say Shane Gillis. Shane Smith. He did that conspiracy thing.
Yeah.
That was dog shit.
Yes. Oh my god, my computer is chugging.
Did my camera go all white?
No.
Oh no, it's off. Weird.
Like, I really like how changing tabs breaks OBS. That's very fucking cool.
Yep.
I love how nothing ever fucking works. Very cool.
Well, once I upgrade my RAM, I can spend all day getting a build. It functions how I want it, hopefully.
Oh, look, it's finally back. Great. Except I shared that tab. Cool. See if it breaks it. No, we're good. Anyway, we should probably check in on the race itself, regardless. I just have to find the right tabs. Okay.
Instagram has been pushing Bobert content to me.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
how is
me.
Florida already cold? How can you call the election? How can you call Florida already? That's horse shit.
I mean, they start counting as the votes come in.
That's fine, but like, sure, it's a million votes. How many? What's the count though? Hold on, I'm on the wrong
Florida
tab.
polls close. Let's see when they close.
Okay, so vote reporting 78%. So 80% of it's counted. So what?
Yeah. They say that they count in 45-minute increments.
Yeah, okay. So 5.2 million plus 4 million.
Oh, Trump just went up to 90.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking at.
I want to see Fox News talking about how great it is, because obviously it's going to be Trump ahead. That's why they can constantly sell this "they stole the election" shit. Is because the red will always, because it's like there's fewer things to count in rural counties.
Yeah.
Of course they're first.
Hold on. So I think what 5.2 million.
Harris is up to 27 as well. What else did she win?
4-1.
Or is that just Florida?
That's just Florida.
Okay.
Hold on. How do I zoom out? Here we go. All right, we're zooming out.
It's 270 to win.
Yeah.
She got Massachusetts and Maryland.
Okay. Yeah. So. Yeah, Massachusetts, Maryland, DC, Vermont. That makes sense.
Oh yeah, these are all auto wins though.
Yeah.
For each side.
Yep. So let's go back to Florida. I'm just curious because if it's 78% reported, let's say 60,000. So there's roughly 2 million votes to count. So sure, I guess, yeah, sure, okay. Likelihood of Kamala Harris closing a million vote gap is unlikely.
Panhandle is like the worst part of Florida.
This bit here.
Oh yeah, that's the KKK country.
Okay. So likely.
It borders with Alabama, of course.
Yeah.
The Florida Panhandle is like one of the worst regions in the United States.
That's fair.
As in like quality of people.
Yeah, right.
Yes, they are garbage, is what I'm saying. Everyone in the Florida Panhandle is garbage.
So what? Trump now has Oklahoma. What's that? Missouri, Tennessee, Alabama, Florida, Tennessee, Kentucky, West Virginia, Indiana. It was all shit that we knew already. Like, this is still nothing happening. Back to the dollar video.
Buffalo. Can't hear. No audio.
I didn't change anything. How is there no audio?
Looks like it's muted at the bottom on YouTube.
It's not.
There's
no audio?
Nope.
I love that when we need it to work, it doesn't work.
We always need it to work.
No, like we explicitly need it to work today, and it's only giving us problems so far.
Well, they don't call it easyology. It's technology.
Sure.
There are about.
Can you hear it?
When you watch these, between the conspiracy theories and crypto ads, somewhere in their analyses, they usually mention that 1. Global trade is dependent on the US dollar and that without it, we would face a financial meltdown, and 2. The tradability of the dollar somehow grants the US military power, leading to an explicit goal of spreading the dollar to expand its army. Both of these are broadly untrue. Trade does not depend on our particular currency of accounting. It depends on how global supplies of excess resources can be connected to shortages of them. And, well, I'd say American power relies more on its ships, planes, and productive power than it does on this piece of paper,
oh my God.
or even the
This
treasury
video is
assets
great.
bought with it.
That's a fake $2
That
bill.
said, there is truth to the fact that global finance is broadly done in US dollars.
Yes, this video is fantastic.
And this
I'm so sick of this shit.
Yeah, no, this video is one of the best videos on the de-dollarization thing I've seen so far.
Give the American
Oh my
government
God,
incredible
Zapata's little
say
tail
in the
is sticking
financial
out the
system,
side.
but nothing near total control of it. In this video, I'll try to look at 4 questions about the dollar's power and potential de-dollarization. Why does the global financial system use the US dollar? How does the US actually control it? How could the dollar be replaced? And if so, what would actually change in global power dynamics? And you know what? I'll give you the spoilers right now. Convenience and stable investments, these government departments, not easily as a whole, but slightly easily in certain aspects of its trade, and not that much. I think the world is a lot less dependent on the US dollar than you might expect.
Yep.
First and foremost, we use money for 2 reasons: to store our value and to exchange goods and services. But why the dollar for these tasks? In the words of the Fed, because of the unmatched size and strength of the US economy, its stability and openness to trade and capital flows, and its strong property rights and rule of law. The dollar and the assets bought with it just don't lose their value in the same way other currencies have. Even after the 2022 inflation crisis, the dollar had appreciated compared to other major currencies, with the dollar index rising around 20% that year. Though it's worth noting that the dollar index doesn't even include the Mexican peso or Chinese yuan,
exclusively.
the currency of America's 2
And it's like,
largest trading
actually, your
partners.
economy was
This is partly why
better than the
around
world.
90% of foreign exchange transactions involve either buying or selling the dollar to access American assets. As for being a means of exchange, around 55% of global exports are invoiced in dollars, although in Europe it's only 25%, as most of their trade is both done inside of Europe and with the euro. Outside of Europe, the dollar is truly the measure
how
of
come
account
the United
most
States
countries
isn't
use
bombing
for
Europe?
trade, with 75% to 100% of export invoices using it. This creates a network effect. Since everyone uses the dollar, it becomes the preferred currency for every old schmuck, entrenching it for everyone else to use. Think about it if you were an Indian farmer and you wanted to sell mangoes to a Thai supermarket. You could either exchange them with Indian rupees or Thai bahts, but it's unlikely anyone else outside of these 2 countries would accept these for their trade. By using the dollar, you can ensure that someone out there will be willing to accept this currency if you want to import or export something down the line. And so, if you look at commodity markets, almost all of the trading is done in dollars, outside of a few markets dominated by one country, like canola traded in Canadian dollars, wool in Australian dollars, chicken and beef in the Brazilian real, and rare earth metals, steel, plastics, and lithium in Chinese yuan. Its other function, the store of value, has arguably been even more important in its global spread. After 1945, most Western currencies were tied to the US dollar, which was then tied to the value of gold. However, after the American deficits from the Vietnam War and its economic policies of the 1960s, the country could no longer afford to maintain the $35 to 1 ounce of gold exchange rate it had agreed to. Instead of devaluing the dollar, in 1971 the Nixon administration canceled the agreement, abandoned the gold standard, and sent everyone else into a system of variable exchange rates with the US. This didn't mean you could no longer buy dollars. You could, but you had to be aware of potential valuations or devaluations your currency might face. And that also didn't mean the US completely stopped manipulating the dollar's value. It did so most famously during the 1985 Plaza Accord, where the U.S. government
I want to
pressured
hear
Japan
Chinese
and
people
Germany to strengthen
or Chinese
their currencies
simps
against the dollar,
counter you saying
boosting
China
American
controls its
exports.
currency by saying
With
the
gold no
1985
longer
Plaza
the world's
Accord.
store of value, central banks around the world had to find new reserves to protect against unexpected economic or exchange rate shocks.
Uh-oh, drama.
One stood out among all the others, the Treasury security. That is a loan given to the U.S. Department of the Treasury that they'll eventually pay back with interest. A bill, note, or bond depending on the time they'll get it back to you. Since they're so liquid and secure, these T securities are the first choice for monetary stabilization. At its peak in the early 2000s, dollar-denominated assets accounted for over 70% of central bank reserves. China and Japan alone each have over $1 trillion of these securities. The reasons to hold these may vary, but here are a few. To insulate against unexpected downturns, since selling these treasuries into liquid dollars can prevent financial or even government defaults. It may be to stockpile dollars to later import goods on the global market. Or
Who's
it may be
sailing
to
a cog?
maintain a fixed exchange rate with the dollar, as 19 currencies
What do you mean?
currently
What's interesting
do.
about you'd have
match
to
the government's selected
rewind.
value with the black market value, the central bank should ideally buy dollars when its currency's value.
Right there.
These may
That was
vary, but here are a few. To insulate against unexpected downturns, since selling these treasuries into liquid dollars can prevent financial or even government defaults. It may be to stockpile
See, that's
dollars
a
to
cog.
later import goods on the global market.
A cog.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean cog? Trump's at
take a ship.
99. Yeah. Explain what you mean by cog. I don't know what you mean. South Carolina went. South Carolina got called for Trump.
No? Where's mine? There's too many sources. You are currently sharing your screen. Okay.
That's what it's been showing me. What are you showing me exactly?
I'm trying to pull up a fucking Google shirt. Why can I? They just decided to add this today?
Yep. And now we can't use the actual browser to watch. So that's pretty cool. Okay. Anyway. This is what I was ranting at the start for. Probably seemed nuts, but now you understand.
Well, consider sharing how do I share a portion of my screen?
Don't worry about it.
You
It
know?
looks normal on our end, or like on the actual stream. It looks normal. It's just dumb shit on the back end. Yeah, it's literally just dumb shit on the back end that doesn't need to be there. That's just distracting.
It was this type of shit.
Yeah.
What's interesting is like, have you ever seen the paintings of the, I want to say cartel, conquistadors?
No.
Fighting the Aztecs with navies?
No, I haven't.
I'll find it, and then I'll get back to you.
fixed exchange rate with the dollar, as 19 currencies currently do. To match the government's selected value with the black market value, the central bank should ideally buy dollars when its currency's value gets too low and sell dollars when it gets too high. A prerequisite to being able to sell dollars, of course, having a stockpile of them in the first place. And don't even try to lie about having enough reserves.
Okay, here we go.
How funny is that?
So see how shitty the conquistador ships are?
Yeah.
Because they're fighting inland, right? So they actually knew how to scrap trees and build ships to do naval combat on lakes and stuff. Yeah. I just find that so interesting. But I just love that it's like, I love this depiction. So you see the next like line of canoes about to come in, and they're just like, you know, just trying to shoot them as they get on board. You can imagine how chaotic it was.
Yeah, it would have been nuts.
But anyway, they also built cogs for the lake battles.
There are two ways the US government controls the global use of the dollar: accidentally and purposefully. The first is through its own domestic stabilization.
The mic on my laptop
Every now and
is
then,
so
the
open.
American economy will drift off of its optimal growth path. Either prices will rise too fast or too many businesses will shut down. To address this, the Federal Reserve adjusts the interest rate at which banks will lend each other money.
Bro.
The higher the rate, the less money will
hang on.
circulate around, because it will get a better return in the bank, slowing down inflation but also
a
business
museum
activity. And the
that
lower the
recreated
rate,
the
the
battle.
higher inflation.
That's fucking cool as hell.
That is cool. Why there's so many fucking ships?
I mean, that's what the battle was like.
That's fucking crazy.
Some are capsized.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Set that rate, but they can't just magically tell banks what interest rate to lend to each other. Instead, they need to manipulate the market for dollars to align the profit maximizing lending rate with their target. Nowadays, the fashionable way to do this is through open market operations, where the Fed itself will buy and sell treasury securities. To raise rates, the Fed sells securities to banks, taking money away from them, and to lower rates, the Fed buys securities from them, injecting cash into them. For most of 2008 to 2022, the American interest rate was held at a remarkably low 0.25%. The buying of these securities is why. And the ability to maintain this low rate is in fact one of the advantages of a
interest
global
rates
dollar.
start going up when
Since
Trump came
investors
into
and
office?
governments
No way.
around the world keep treasury securities as an investment
thought
or
he was
reserve,
great for the
there
economy.
becomes a global demand for them, but only a national supply created.
It's so funny
In
how
other words,
retarded
it's not hard for the Fed
even
to
my
find
parents are,
banks to sell their
because
bonds
the Trump
to,
inflation
flood
was
themselves with
so
cash,
bad,
and keep
but because it
America's
was
debt
lower
costs so low.
than the
In
post-COVID
contrast,
inflation, they
countries
think
whose
he was good
currencies
on the
are less
economy.
demanded may face much higher
I mean,
debt
that's the
costs,
brain rot, isn't
making
it?
much harder.
That's where the brain rot comes. That's like
go
the
back and look at
half
that graph.
truth.
Hard for the Fed to
One
find
more.
banks to sell their bonds to. There becomes a global demand for them, but only a national supply created. In other words, it's not hard
Yeah,
for the
keep-
Fed to
keep
find
going.
banks to sell their bonds to, flood themselves with cash, and keep
This is
America's debt
past the
costs
graph. Yep,
so
keep going,
low.
I think.
Into them. It's the fashionable other
Yeah, you'll be
with
good here.
stable prices. It's up to
No,
the
it's too far
Federal
back, but
Open
that's
Market
fine. We can
Committee
see
to
the graph
set
again.
that rate, but they can't just magically tell banks what interest rate to lend to each other. Instead, they need to manipulate the market for dollars to align the profit maximizing lending rate with their target. Nowadays, the fashionable way to do this is through open market operations, where the Fed itself will buy and sell treasury securities.
Can't spell
To raise
homo
rates,
without
the
omo.
Fed sells securities to banks, taking money away from them, and to lower rates, the Fed buys securities from them,
Is Biden
injecting
winning?
cash
No,
into
it's
them.
going to be Trump in
For
the
most
beginning.
of 2008 to 2022,
Yeah, you can
the
see
American
our
interest rate
map
was
there.
held
It's
at a
mostly red right
remarkably
now.
low
The rural arrows count
0.25%.
first.
The
Like,
buying
look at
of
that
these
jump right when Trump
securities
gets in
is why.
office.
And the ability to maintain this low rate is in fact one of the advantages of a global dollar. Since investors and governments around the world keep treasury securities as an investment or reserve, there becomes a global demand for them, but only a national supply created. In other words, it's not hard for the Fed to find banks to sell their bonds to, flood themselves with cash, and keep America's debt costs so low. In contrast, countries whose currencies are less demanded may face much higher debt costs, making it much harder to start businesses and develop the country. In the past 20 years, neither Russia's nor India's interest rate has ever dropped below 4%.
I totally forgot it's not
Brazil's
Biden.
averages around 10%, Argentina's
Which Trump
around
seems to do as well.
25%, and Iran's has never in its history gone below 10%. However, it's also true that countries whose currencies are also not in high demand have been able to successfully push rates down. Canada, Australia, the UK, and the Eurozone have all managed to maintain this low interest environment while
our current interest rates
relatively
are 4%.
not compromising financial stability. Even Iceland has been able to get them down to 0.75%, and trust me, nobody is buying Icelandic bonds with their krona. No offense, Icelanders. So cheap debt may be more of a sign of financial market development rather than global currency privilege. Then there's the global effects of that rate movement. Because the world's reserve security is a loan to the American government, any change in repayment terms has serious global effects. Firstly, if that triggers an economic downturn in the US, it can trigger it globally as American companies are some of the most wide-reaching on Earth. Second, it could weaken local currencies against the dollar as investors find higher returns on their dollar accounts. This can distort your effective price of American assets and the value of dollar-denominated liabilities, as 70% of global debt is counted in. Emerging countries who've taken out billions in dollar-denominated debt are hit particularly hard by an American interest rate hike, as their debt effectively grows through this currency depreciation. Like after the 1980 hike to 15% interest, the over-indebted Latin America was hit with a decade of hyperinflation, low business confidence, and defaults, with their governments defaulting up to 40 times total. Since borrowing in dollars is more prevalent than in any other currency, any foreign business or government can be affected by American monetary policy just through taking out a loan. Lastly, for those countries who fix their currency to the dollar, exchange movements could distort its value by so much the government is forced to devalue their peg or abandon it, possibly causing a balance of payments crisis or even a full-blown financial collapse. These cheap debts and spillovers are both effects of the dollar's store of value function, but there's a much more literal way the government can affect the dollar, through its exchange function. They can just cut you off. Of course, this is through sanctions, specifically financial sanctions from the Treasury's Office of Foreign Assets Control. This is not to be confused with the Bureau of Industry and Security sanctions, which focus on import controls, like banning certain Chinese semiconductor technologies. Instead, Treasury sanctions can limit an entity from using the dollar and, by extension, the global system of exchange. In total, there are around 15,000 Treasury sanctions worldwide, ranging from financiers of terrorist activity to drug cartels to gross abusers of human rights to departments developing nuclear weapons to cyber criminals. These are people who risk the safety and security of others, whose exclusion from the financial system is generally seen as a net good in the world. To actually kick them out, the Treasury can freeze American-purchased central bank assets, prevent U.S. banks from lending to targeted entities, and can remove them from SWIFT, the Society for Worldwide Interbank Financial Telecommunications, a network of 11,000 banks responsible for international money transfers, literally cutting off their ability to exchange assets, debts, or goods. They can also do the opposite, flush you with cash to keep your means of exchange thriving. The US did this particularly to Europe after the global financial crisis and to Japan after COVID, sending them trillions of dollars for liquidity. So it's not entirely true that the dollar as a means of exchange kept itself alive solely through network effects. The US government has played an active role in promoting it. However, after the Asian
Texas is
financial
not blue,
crisis,
okay?
Asian states
You
had
see
also
how the
swapped
caption
billions
says
of dollars amongst themselves in a
that we're
complex
the only
web of
source
deals,
election
but
news
notably
dismiss
a
anything
web
else?
without US involvement. So it's also not entirely true that this liquidity is solely a product of US foreign policy. Ironically, it may be the power of American sanctions which causes the dollar to lose its grip on the world. From 2000 to 2021, the use of financial sanctions increased by 9 times, and that was before the invasion of Ukraine and subsequent sanctions on Russia. They've also significantly increased the use of secondary sanctions, like with Biden's executive order to sanction foreign banks involved in helping sanctioned Russian entities evade punishment. Or the knock-on effects could be so strong they essentially end up on whole nations, like Trump's executive order to sanction Iran's government guard and companies, effectively sanctioning every average Iranian due to how much power the government and the guard has over the country's economy. You could say the same for countries like Cuba, Venezuela, Afghanistan, and Syria, whose repressive governments have similar levels of economic control and whose punishments also trickle down to the average person. The point of sanctions is to hurt a country and bring about a positive change in their behavior. But if enough nations around the world are
I can't hear you.
Create an incentive to create a new financial system that the Treasury cannot.
How fucking good is this video?
So, like, the reason why some people want to project Texas as blue, even though it's not even like a tenth counted, is because their algorithms will do prediction estimates. Like, it's not blue. Like, just because the, like, obviously you have to think about the voting concentrations in this. Like, you look at where the blue is in Texas. Wow, I wonder what those 3 areas are that are blue right now.
Hey, look, Jill Stein and
could it be the 3 cities in Texas?
Yeah, crazy.
Right. So because a lot of votes by proxy are going to be counted in these 3 areas, it's going to mean that the early projection in Texas will be going to Kamala.
It's only got 40% reporting, so
yeah.
But
you have to wait. So this is why Texas should actually be 2 states.
Texas.
Yes, these 3 cities should be broken off. Right, and then it'll be Mexican Texas and white Texas.
3 separate states.
No, 2.
2. Is it Austin at the top?
Austin's at the top, yeah.
Okay. And then Houston and San Antonio.
You see where it really squares up?
Yeah.
Like that, we don't need that. It can just go to Oklahoma. Break it off, give it to Oklahoma.
I'm not sure Texas would be very happy about that.
I mean, they're trying to make Greater Idaho a thing.
True.
If Texas turns blue, like the fucking racist country or racist state of Oregon does, right? If it turns blue, watch the racists start wanting to join Oklahoma and have a exit from Texas.
100% that'll happen. You're 100% correct. It'll be like from the bottom of New Mexico across is basically where the line will split. I reckon. Very funny. Where are the things? Where are the things? Where is it? I don't know which one's which.
Outreach. The global product of middle and upper middle income countries has risen from 22% in 1992 to around 63% today. so there is more productive capacity than ever.
Then, 33 minutes ago, Alabama, Oklahoma, Pennsylvania, Connecticut, Rhode Island, Delaware, D.C., maybe Florida, Tennessee, Illinois, Maine, Maryland, Massachusetts, Mississippi, Montana, New Hampshire, and New Jersey all closed as well.
To create a new financial system among the middle-income countries most affected by these sanctions.
After this video, we'll
dollar
look at
reserves are also
individual
falling
counts in states.
worldwide. If you adjust for exchange rate and interest rate differences, they've
Anyway,
fallen from
now that you're
70%
back real
of
quick,
reserves
pause
in
it.
2000 to about 50.
Yeah.
How do I get it? There's too many things. Look at BG. He's perfectly balanced on top of the wheel. So his head is crooked back and tucked into himself.
So he doesn't move.
Yeah, and Zapata's trying to dig down to him, but I think Zapata fell asleep.
That's
Or he's
fucking
just
hilarious.
breathing, and they're just breathing super heavy while BG's just ignoring him. Perfectly balanced.
Amazing.
This may just reflect the 21st century's financial instability, leading those dollar reserves to be used for their intended purpose of stabilizing local economies. What's replacing the dollar in central bank balance sheets is not the euro, yen, or pound, but 4 non-traditional currencies. The first two, the Canadian dollar and the Australian dollar, have both risen as a percentage of global reserves since 2020, but have no real shot at becoming
the only
globally
reason
traded
he's
currencies,
the only reason he's
since these are
undecided
both
is because
relatively
Hitler's
small
not running.
economies worldwide. Buying these is
He votes
most
for the
likely just
Dominionist.
a diversification measure. It's the
Randall
other two
Terry.
that might
He's
symbolize
actually a
a
Randall
challenge
Terry
to the
supporter.
dollar, the Chinese yuan, and gold. First, about gold, it's classic. Central banks have been using it for centuries, and it's become a tradition to keep at least some reserves of it. After all, it still has a value, even if the dollar isn't fixed to it. What's been odd since 2008, however, is how steadily gold reserves have climbed compared to their 40-year decline, from less than 1 billion ounces to almost 1.2 billion today. Of this past 20 years of expansion, 8 countries have increased their reserves by more than 1 million ounces. 4 of these countries, Iraq, Belarus, Uzbekistan, and Turkey, have been sanctioned by either the US, UN, or EU during their gold accumulation. 2 others, Hungary and Qatar, have seen increasing diplomatic
really
tensions
important
with the
detail
West
there.
in this period.
Yeah.
So one reason for gold accumulation is because these countries want a safe haven in times of geopolitical uncertainty, or genuinely believe they'll be subject to American or European sanctions in the near future and want to shield their balance sheet a little bit. Another, perhaps finding protection during a hyperinflation crisis. Argentina, in inflation basket case, some might say, has risen from a negligible amount in 2000 to a solid 8% of reserves made of gold as an anchor away from any currency whose value can fluctuate. Or lastly, it may not be so complicated after all. The 3 countries whose reserves are over 50% gold, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, and Bolivia, are just rather large gold producers in rather small economies. But can a sovereign currency, the yuan, challenge the dollar?
Nope.
Yes and no. The Chinese government seems eager to propose its currency.
Just the sheer fact that China is an export economy and that they completely control the price of their dollar is the reason that it will never actually do anything. And now that the BRICS money is backed by the Chinese money, that's not going to get anywhere either. So,
as an alternative to the dollar trading system. Across the world, they've pursued deals to boost yuan use in the commodity trade and introduced the cross-border interbank payment system in 2015 as a Chinese alternative to SWIFT. Though instead of 11,000 participants, it has only garnered a...
What are they doing?
Nothing. It was quick drama. It's over.
150. In 2022, that has resulted in a whopping 2% of cross-border payments paid in the yuan. The yuan has really proven itself, though, is in countries which have already been sanctioned by America and its allies. Ever since the 2022 sanctions on Russia, nearly all of its trade growth has been yuan-denominated.
Rip.
This has increased yuan-denominated trade in China from 17% in 2022 to 27% in the first half of 2024. Again, nearly all...
I know, isn't it great? They're just like, oh yeah, fuck it, we'll make this dollar on this because US dollar.
All of the increase coming through trade with Russia. And so, in 2024, from 2% of global trade, the yuan now sits at 3 to 4%.
Watch out, guys.
Not bad for 2 years of growth.
Watch out, the yuan's coming for the US dollar. Watch out. They're only just slightly higher than Australia's share of the global currency. Watch out.
It's the most serious challenger to the dollar outside of Europe. Where it fails, though, is it's only that. It's a means to trade. The yuan cannot challenge the dollar as a store of value. In fact, the Chinese government explicitly rejects the yuan as a global store of value. They heavily restrict the movement of yuan in and out of China and impose capital controls on the exchange of currencies. For example, all banks must report...
What money do you reckon China holds their currency in? I think I'd be pretty safe putting a bet on the US dollar.
Cash transactions of over 50...
Don't worry. When he replaces vaccines with steroids, then we can actually blame the health department for killing people.
Yeah, they're self-actualizing what they claim is happening.
State Administration of Foreign Exchange.
Why did the life expectancy drop from 85 to 60? Why? After we introduced steroids as a basic treatment for men, you know, gender-affirming care, after all, why did the life expectancy drop from 85 to 60? What could possibly be happening here? We can't blame vaccines anymore. We banned them. Damn. What? Oh, they're all dying from heart issues? From enlarged hearts? Crazy. You mean they all had muscle guts too? Meaning their organs were enlarged? From human growth hormone? Cool. I guess we're just gonna use a dude. Hold on. I just want to I'm pretty sure he's not even that fit. I'm pretty sure he's just not a skinny old man is basically. Let's see.
Who?
RFK.
He's fucking jacked. He's on roids. Just type in RFK muscles.
It's literally just his chest. Hold on. This is fun. This is fun. It's literally just his chest. Right? Also, I don't know about you, but those don't look like very heavy weights. Also, he needs to do legs. Come on, you're doing steroids and you're skipping leg day. Come on, man. This legitimately looks like maybe 50 kilos on a bench press. Maybe. Maybe. But still, I'm dead set. It's legitimately all in his chest. He only trains chest. A little bit of lats, but
bro, he's on roids.
Yeah, that doesn't mean anything.
I'm just saying. They were like, wow, don't you want this guy to be health minister? Look how great he looks.
It's pretty defined. I mean, that's Because I think the other thing steroids does is it like dehydrates you.
Depends on what you're
The stack.
taking.
Yeah. I bet you he's just on TRT. I bet you it's just TRT.
Mm-hmm.
And it's purely gender affirming.
we call it gender affirming care.
Like he would literally just be on TRT, and that like there wouldn't be much more than that. He might be on HGH, maybe, but there was no like muscle gut or anything. I don't know. It's just like because has he admitted that he's on steroids?
I don't think so.
Interesting. Someone should ask him that question and see if he says that he's natural.
Overseas yuan payments in 1 year cannot exceed 10% of the value of total imports in the prior year. And to check this, all companies must report these payments to the SAF.
I'm almost certain, I'm like 90% certain that the caldera in Yellowstone is now capped by the Rocky Mountains, so it won't actually erupt anymore.
And the People's Bank of China plays a large role in regulating the value of the yuan. Each morning, the PBOC sets a daily fixed rate, only allowing the yuan to float within 2% of it. After all, if the yuan becomes too in demand, it would become too valuable, and China's export-oriented growth will face trouble as it will become more expensive to buy the cheap goods it makes. So while the yuan has taken some of the dollar's place this past decade, its share of global central bank reserves have actually declined from 2022 to 2024. The dollars remain king. If you read any story about the failing dollar, there's one commodity in one country that everyone uses as their indicator of the dollar's health. Oil from Saudi Arabia sold in US dollars. This is of course because crude oil is the world's most traded good and Saudi Arabia is its largest exporter. While the amount they expect changes all the time, payment is almost always expected in dollars. Why? Well, what petrodollar writers usually point to is the supposed 1974 agreement for Saudi Arabia to use the dollar for oil receipts in exchange for recycling these dollars into treasury securities.
The question is, how does being able to export dollars help the US economy? And the answer is, it helps in every single way imaginable. Because having the petrodollar system has created
Black
a
Hitler
demand.
just lost North Carolina. But we knew it was going to happen.
North Carolina went blue?
No, it's a additional race.
Ah, okay.
All shit we'll get into once we're done into this video.
Uh-huh.
It's like he's a governor or senator or something.
Okay. What the fuck?
What did he just do?
I was on the wrong page. It's all broken now. I have an idea. This could work better. Hold on. God, where is everything? Everything's a mess. Okay, great. That's better. Now we can actually see everything. Okay.
And around the world for other countries to buy our dollars and our treasury bonds. Because that's how the US fuels its growth. By issuing this debt, these treasury bonds that other people buy. It's also created a stable economy, lower interest rates, and liquidity and
And like these things do, it usually comes with a conspiratorial
I have no idea.
twist. You know, these dollars would be held in US government debt to fund the expansion of the American military, which is true to an extent, which would then be used to guarantee the Saudi royal family's power over the Middle East. They would produce more oil for more dollars and take over the region. However, this agreement doesn't exist. Saudi Arabia had been trading its oil for dollars among other currencies like the pound for decades before the 70s.
I didn't realize that Banff was a part of the Rocky Mountains. That's cool.
After all, it had been American companies which first developed the sector, now immortalized as the AM in Saudi Aramco. The agreement, which was signed in 1974, was a general security deal where the American military would protect Saudi Arabia in exchange for closer trade links, with no mention of which currency oil would be accounted in. Though of course, this was at a time after the oil embargo and the tripling of oil prices, where Saudi Arabia just had plenty of dollars laying around, and so making stable investment decisions put billions into the US Treasury like many other sovereign nations had done. It's an alliance which worked for both countries, eventually to the point where it was convention to trade its oil in US dollars. If Saudi Arabia were to accept another currency for its oil, it would not fundamentally change this alliance structure. America sees its geopolitical interests in the region and so supports the Saudis militarily, and Saudi Arabia sees financial interests in holding treasury securities. So if they took payment in euros or yuan, they could sell these for dollars and still buy treasury securities with them. And this gets to the major problem with de-dollarization as a whole. Certain trades can absolutely be de-dollarized. There's no doubt that in the future, perhaps copper will be traded in the yuan rather than the dollar, but this only changes the currency of account, not who buys it, not who produces it, and most importantly, not what they do with the profits. If the dollar's power comes through its ability to be loaned to the US government, the liquidity of the dollar gives any currency this function. In effect, after being traded for dollars, and remember, 90% of foreign exchange transactions involve the dollar, any currency can be lent to the American government. Not because of policies to push the dollar out through commodity trades, but due to America's openness, rule of law, and stability. The largest power a dollar-denominated trade genuinely gives the US government is the ability to shut that trade down through sanctions. Although these target such a small number of people, almost all of them criminals who have committed some outlandish offense, these sanctions are growing increasingly unpopular as the sphere which could be affected by them grows in economic power. Your view on US dollar dominance ultimately comes down not to your view on the financial...
I mean, that's 100% what it is. It is literally the US dollar is more stable. If Trump wins, maybe the dollar dies. Maybe. Who fucking knows?
...prominence of the dollar, but to your view on American sanctions. Do you see them as maintaining a global rules-based order, or as a favoritist tool to punish those who object to US power? Using less of the dollar in global trade would not dramatically change the financial landscape of the United States, or the world for that matter, but the death of the dollar would mark a symbolic shift in global power and perhaps the cultural end to one of the most prosperous, democratic, and diplomatic times in human history.
Is that a beaver?
You're a beaver. Go away. All right. Are you going to control it or what?
How am I supposed to control your mouse?
Are you going to screen share the page? Where we looking?
I mean, I was going to go look at all the networks.
You wanted to look at the news.
But like North Carolina, I want to look at we already know the Blittler lost, but that's a down ballot race.
Yeah.
I can't see the reporting on the side on your screen. It's cut off.
Yes, it is. That was an OBS thing. Hold on.
You can do it.
There we go. How does that look?
I still can't see the side.
Just as bad.
Nothing has changed. Okay, there we go.
That's better.
And then what's the percent count?
It says 25% counted.
Okay. Nothing.
So, nothing.
What about Pennsylvania and Georgia?
What the fuck? What does that do?
Colorblind.
Oh. Weird.
It's called accessibility.
Weird.
Okay.
Fucking
Well,
Kamala Harris is killing it.
That pretty much determines the race right there.
Wow.
All right, so we're calling it in favor of Kamala Harris. All right, end of stream. How much is counted?
13% counted.
Okay. So in theory, Trump could catch up. But that's Pennsylvania, of course. This is the only state that matters. Anything else you're looking at doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if Texas is leaning blue or anything like that. It only matters. Oh my goodness. The only thing that matters right now is this little guy. Look at his little face. Why can't I bring it back on the highlight?
God, I hope that's true. That's fucking awesome.
I just retweeted that.
So,
it's only a matter of time when they discover Haktua.
Where is... Well, Biden won Pennsylvania pretty hard last time, didn't he?
Yeah, but it was still close. Let's go see CNN, who wants to fucking do the most pointless dissecting of this percentage of people named Jeff voted like this. This percentage of people voted like this. And it's like, okay, what does any of that mean? I don't know.
The fuck is CNN? How is CNN not at the top?
You can just type in CNN.
Sure, but it should be right there.
Nobody likes them.
Do they even have a live stream?
Maybe.
Great.
Well, there you go. That's why they're on break. Epic.
Very cool. AP.
Epic.
Very cool.
H3.
Hold on. Those
are super chats.
They're giving money to AP.
Yes. Well,
For
you get your
super
chat featured.
I hate this.
You know the thing we do for free, like this.
I hate this.
I mean, eventually that might be how it goes. If our chat gets that big.
Epic. So did we order, by the way?
Very cool.
Just about. Waiting on Dan to answer one question for me.
So,
and we're all
guys,
good.
this is the Navy SEAL that killed Bin Laden.
Yes.
Apparently.
Okay. I'm
Now,
back
this guy
in.
was
I'm
part
back
of a
in.
team. Why does he
This
get all
is
the
the
credit?
news that
Like,
matters.
okay, but like, but there's a whole team there. Like, why does he get all the valor?
Who cares, dude? He was the one who pulled the trigger.
He wasn't even the point man.
Oh, he wasn't.
Well, no. He was the guy, but he wasn't even supposed to be the point man on that operation.
Oh,
he was
like
like
off that debate, but Steve
He stole the glory.
I think if memory serves me right, that's the story. Yeah.
Damn.
So what? Now this guy's famous just because he got like the other Navy SEALs are badass too, and this guy gets all the he's got his own show on Fox now.
That sounds like a kill steal to me.
Did they really give him a
Totally.
KS bro.
him.
So anyway, he's pro-Trump.
I don't know.
Surprising, and he has some interesting takes.
So
is this
I
the
guess-
concubine one? Well, let's.
Yes.
Well, I got to see what he's talking about. There's that picture.
Okay.
Of
Yeah.
those
Hold
kids.
on.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Anyway, he posted this and it says betas. Let me see what else he's been tweeting because I know it's.
If you just go to his feed, it was like the tweet just prior to that one.
I know whatever's going on is insane on this guy's feed. Okay, here. We're Gen Z voters, and we all proudly voted for Kamala. Real men support Harris, they said. And look at these bright young. Oh, this is the guy from. This is the debater.
From what?
From.
Dude, there's a couple counties that aren't major cities, I don't think, that are reporting blue in Texas.
Mm-hmm. It's
That's
Latinos.
kind of interesting.
All the Latinos are in
Mm.
East Texas. All the whites are in Northwest.
These are southern Texas.
Yeah. So that you got to divide it in half.
Yeah.
So like
I'm-
East and West Texas. Like West is Northwest as well. It's the entire West and North half. If you look at, hang on, it's more clear if you look at population density.
I'm just looking at cities to see if there's any cities around there. It may be Laredo. The county on Laredo, maybe, that went blue. And then it looks like just a random county at the bottom of Texas. There's a town called Zapata here.
Yep.
What the fuck? It's a tiny little border town. It's called Zapata. That's cool. So that's kind of interesting, though.
Whatever. He does these debates on like Jubilee.
Okay.
So
Okay,
here they are.
Here's some
And
maps
well,
to
this guy.
get you familiar with Tejas. Okay.
Oh, I can literally just highlight it here. Can everybody
So-
still see chat?
As this is here's a little map, right? So
Mm-hmm.
in 2/3, so in the 1970s, this entire yellow triangle
Yeah.
was 2/3 of the population.
Okay.
Now the green is 2/3 of the population,
Very cool.
right?
So they've just congregated on the cities.
Mm-hmm. Now this
No,
this map,
that's Dallas, Austin, and San Antonio are further down.
I thought Austin was
It's
the
it's
top.
DFW at the top. So the top one is DFW. Houston and Austin are the two at the bottom.
My bad.
Yeah.
I always thought Austin was the top.
I thought Austin was the top one as well.
Well, I told you it was. But you see how there's like a clear like line cutoff in
Yeah.
this northern eastern region?
Uh-huh.
That's what I'm talking about. Right here. They can like Uvalde, you know, they can bargain for that one, but it's all Latin Americans there. I mean, we saw from the
Yeah.
shooting.
So what, basically split it from Valverde diagonally across Dallas Fort Worth?
Oh no. The cities would all go to their own state. This worthless stuff on this side that's just weighing
so
Texas down.
gerrymander
It can go to
Texas,
Oklahoma.
Annex Texas.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
Split it in two. Like what? Like think about how many people live in this small area and how they're being fucked by the rest of the state.
True.
It's reverse
That's very
New York,
true.
where like our population density in New York City is fucking all the rural people here.
Mm-hmm.
But also, why do I give a fuck? Fuck them. You know? Fuck those rural people. Anyway, we gotta get to this Bin Laden take because it's so funny.
Guy has a complaint. He says, "You're not men, you're boys. If there was no social media, you would be my concubine."
Huh?
What?
Well, if they're able to vote,
Do you know what a concubine is?
then they are men, right?
Well,
Age of,
I mean, technically.
the age of voting.
Do you know what it?
I don't know what's a
154
concubine.
I'll tell you.
apparently.
It's just it's a woman, traditionally, I guess in this case, a man, a person who lives with a man but has a lower status than the wife, and they're basically sex slaves.
Oh, beautiful.
So this man wants, and he specifically.
Wyoming, South Dakota, North Dakota, Texas, Oklahoma, and Missouri have all been called for Trump.
Well, it's just exit polling and early predictions.
Yeah. I'm just keeping everyone updated. Texas is fairly close, honestly. 60% reported. So we'll see. I did it again.
What?
We're back. We are so back.
Bishi, do you do a honk?
These are boys. So he wants boys as sex slaves.
Cock?
What?
Well, surely that's not what he meant, right?
What
Don't worry.
did he mean?
Well, here, he posts a video and he clears up everything right here. He clears it all.
God.
So apparently some stuff on social media had come up because I made a comment about Harry Sisson, who might be the most beta male on the planet. He and 3 or 4 of his cunty little friends got together and they put out a thing that said,
How old
real
is
men
this
vote
guy?
for Harris.
He's
Like
probably
100.
like 50s. I
And
guess.
he's beefing with this young adults.
It's not beefing. He says he wants them as sex slaves.
No, but like this too. It's like,
Well, here it is. He's about to clarify.
Okay.
He's
I know their
48.
ages too, and I responded that you're not men, you're boys, and you're my concubine.
You're not men, you're boys, and I want to fuck all of you by force.
Well, let him clear.
It's a real world.
This is not fair. Let him clarify.
Is yeah, you would be. You don't know how to fight.
That way he did it.
Oh
He
my
did it pro
God.
Jared. Yeah, I did.
You just
Fuck.
doubled down.
By concubines in the real world. And what I meant with that is, yeah, you would be.
Yeah, I
you
did.
don't know how to fight.
What do you mean
never
the
know how to
real
fight,
world?
and I basically will do whatever I want with you.
Ew.
So that's all I meant.
Oh.
Wasn't trying to insult anybody or whatever, but trust me, guys like Harry Sisson couldn't do a goddamn thing. They'd be running for guys like me.
Well, are you trying to rape everybody?
Ew.
This guy is so demented. Now, the question
He's
is,
a national hero, though.
yeah, I'm calling that into question.
I hope the
think-
FBI is watching this video.
The thing is,
Ugh.
people say, oh, does he know what a concubine is? Because it's just so weird. But like,
But he says, yeah, I did.
well, no, there was another tweet, Dan, where he said like, I'll use you for sex and food.
That one was just screenshots. I can't say for certain that that really happened. It wasn't actually on his feed. These screenshots of a supposedly deleted tweet.
Okay, all right.
But one of those
So
situations.
basically, saying concubine
Could be a troll. I feel like the stuff
means a
he
slave.
posted and is up is plenty.
It's enough.
Yeah.
And Sisson is apparently French for fucking cunt.
Dude, you need to lighten up,
What?
bro. You got the kill shot, man. Just enjoy your time.
The receiving end of those videos is probably so like threatening. That's so
Yeah.
scary.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah.
This dude's like, dude, listen. If you can't beat my ass, then you literally should die. Like, bro thinks that if you can't beat his ass, you should disappear.
You're subhuman.
He just wants to be around like cool buff dudes all the time.
Killers.
Yeah.
It's homoerotic.
Anyways, weird.
That's what it is. It's their lust for homoeroticism.
I don't know how to kill.
O'Neill Sheen. That's right, brother. That's me. I got the kill on that one, boy.
That was nasty.
I tell you what, man, I had a clear shot of that Osama, and I took it, boy. It wasn't meant for me. My buddy Jim Marie was supposed to take the shot, but he missed. A coward. I got teared up.
You hate to see family fighting too.
O'Neill.
O'Neill.
Wait, does he
Osama?
run for? Is he running?
So what? I'm just saying, Osama. He's Irish too.
Oh, Osama O'Neill. I had to shoot
Oh
my
my
brother. It tore me apart, but I had a clear shot. I had to take it.
That was an awful.
This all
joke.
happened during the Troubles, I believe. I'm a little hazy on the
Hey
history.
Dan, shut the fuck up.
Because I made a comment about Harry Sisson, who might be the most beta male on the planet. He and 3 or 4 of his cunty little friends got together and they put out a thing that said,
Yes, Queen.
He's like,
real
they
men
look
vote for
awesome.
Harris. I noticed their ages too, and
They
I
look amazing.
responded that you're not men, you're boys, and you buy concubines in the real world. And what I meant with that is, yeah, you would be.
There's no shot he knows what that means.
I think he does.
Why would? But he's like a conservative.
And
Like
what I meant
he's
by
probably
that was
homophobic.
exactly
he thinks
what
it's
you
like
think I
a
said.
conquering.
It's not gay to fuck butts. If you get
It's
fucked
only
in
gay
the
if
butt.
they kiss. That's what I keep telling my homies.
No, it's
when I offer my butthole to them. I say, bro,
Just
it's
suck-
not gay.
suck
Just
your
use me
homie's
like a
dick."
fleshlight. Just use me like a fleshlight. It's not gay unless we kiss.
Thing. It's not a gay.
By the way,
it's
did
like
you
this
see
no,
China's
it's
new
not. It's not.
Stealth fighter?
Huh? Yes.
Did you?
Yes.
The J-35.
I posted about it. I'm like, America's thinking of retiring the F-22. China just releases their Temu version.
Well,
it's fucking hilarious.
a
Like, it's
35.
literally an F-22 ripoff.
No, it's a 35.
It's an F-22 ripoff. Look at the
It's a
plane.
35.
It has
It's a
twin
35.
engines.
It's a 35.
Not gay
Yes,
to have
but it's
sex
like-
with boys.
It's he thinks it's like him conquering them and not not a gay thing.
Why not?
Not 100% true, Fudge. I believe the J-20 is an original fighter. I believe the J-20 is a Chinese designed and made plane. Let me double check. The JXX program. Intelligence agencies is a 5th gen program. 2002. Okay, so the J-20 was developed in 2002 by Chengdu. It looks like it's entirely self-developed.
There.
Um,
I sent it to you. It's clearly based off the 35.
Ovation. Yep. It is. It seems to be a self-designed, like a internally designed plane. The J-20. No, not at all. Look at the J-20, and look at all the Sukhois. It's so different. It's so unique. It's like uniquely Chinese plane. Yeah.
Me Chinese, me play joke, me go pee-pee in your coat.
Last real copy would have been the J5. Shenyang. Wow, that is, yes, the Saber. Yes, that is a literal one-to-one copy of the Saber, basically. That's fucking hilarious. Where did you send it?
Twitter. I'm also sending you a good Drew meme that he posted. You're gonna be like, wow, Drew made a good post. What has happened? Did the Mossad money dry up? What happened here?
Yeah, okay, fair enough.
You agree with me?
Yeah, it's still, the twin engine still makes me think that because if you compare the 35 and the 22, they're kind of similar as well. Because when I saw the initial picture, I thought it was an F-35. And then I looked a bit closer, and the wings kind of looked like an F-22. So I was kind of thrown by it, and then I read that it's the Chinese plane. I was kind of interested.
Just say slave. Concubine is a sex slave, specifically.
Because he's got major problems.
That goes.
in
Got
the
this
head.
boy got issues. I think he's coming out. I think this might be a coming out video.
As a rapist and a pedophile?
Yeah.
Coming
Yep.
out as
Correct. You guys remember Beeple, this guy who like sold?
Unfortunately,
he sold like an NFT for how much did he sell that garbage for?
It was like millions. I forget.
Now
like
we
I
can
think it
move
was
on
like
from this.
hundreds
We
of
got
millions.
the context for how funny it is that this Navy SEAL who claims to be the guy who pulled the trigger on Bin Laden literally wants to have boy slaves.
Yeah. Yes.
But,
Sorry, you're right. It was a
but
MiG.
they'll call the Democrats pedophiles.
No, you're right. It is the MiG. I got distracted, but also, these planes are fucking gorgeous, and shit all over the MiGs on like looks for like that early jet look. These are gorgeous planes. Absolutely fucking gorgeous.
It was like tens of millions, I think.
Who bought that? What dumbass is sitting on that these days?
What's that thing worth?
Yeah.
Zero? Beeple record are
69 million.
Did you see
69
Kamala
million.
Harris
Such an
went
epic
door knocking in
number!
Pennsylvania?
She went out herself.
Yeah.
I did not see that. That's pretty.
The question is,
that's not a bad idea, honestly.
the question is how much was like if she really wanted to swing votes, she should show up to the regions where undecideds were.
Yeah.
But they could have already went to places they see Harris Walls signs in the yard and then they knock.
Maybe.
Dude, 69.
69.
It's the sex number.
Here's the art, by the way. It was just like a montage of all of his work, and he is an NFT artist, and he creates art.
Well, between you and me and the rest of chat here, the Messerschmitts were cooler than the MiGs from that like era. Way fucking cooler. Little rocket cunt, the little rocket pod. That's fucking cool. Germans were just like, you know what? Fuck it. Landing? What's that? Rocket.
Art
Who
every
gives
day.
a
That's
shit?
his thing. Every day I will create a new piece of
Suicide
art
mission.
and sell it.
Put on Fox News.
And we all are very excited and very proud of you.
And boy, has he been pumping them out.
Well, he's been hard at work, and he posted.
Wow. Amazing. Incredible. What a stream, Fox. Maybe this one? Nope, still no audio, Fox. Cool.
None of them screeching.
No. Here we go.
By Republicans and Democrats alike. And to your point, yes, Ohio has been called for Donald Trump. So we just brought you a lot of race calls for Trump. We do have a race call as well, though, in a solidly blue state. That's the Empire State as well. For
Fox had called a few more for Harris than ABC. Who's the most reliable corporate press coverage for the map?
Huh? None of them.
Who? None
All
of
the
them?
networks. AP.
AP. Let me see.
But AP doesn't do reporting.
Mm. No, we'll do this one.
The map you had was better.
As like a general sort of look?
Yeah, this one's confusing.
Yeah, this is weird.
Yeah. I don't know why you're changing the map. The other one was perfect.
Whatever.
Al Jazeera.
Okay.
Texas is red on ABC.
Mm-hmm. It has been for a while.
Harris.
Against the politics of hate and division in this country. No student should feel unsafe being on a college campus because of anti-Semitism. Any kind of bigotry of any kind. We have to, as a nation,
El Paso voted blue.
We are a country that used to love one another, that used to care about our neighbors, that treated others the way we wanted to be treated. We have to focus on all that is noble, all that is right, all that is pure and admirable, and we have to lift that up into our national dialogue. Now, I know you're thinking that's a lot of things to get done, but we are going to have a Congress to pass this agenda. Because of the work the governor has done, because of...
Okay, so we've got polls have closed in New Mexico, New York, North Dakota, Arizona, Colorado, South Dakota, Texas, Iowa, Kansas, Wisconsin, Wyoming, something starting with LA, Louisiana, Michigan, Minnesota, Nebraska. They're all closed.
The work that Hakeem Jeffries and I have done, we are going to have a majority in the U.S. Congress, and we are going to elect our new speaker as Hakeem Jeffries. Now, this coordinated campaign that the governor and I, Hakeem, worked on is extraordinary. We were able to work with Chairman Jacobs to build the greatest turnout machine that has ever been seen in New York State, and I'd argue anywhere in the country. We have 40 offices across these battleground districts, 23,000 volunteers, 150 staff. We've knocked on 1.3 million doors. And we have made over 5 million phone calls to voters. So I'm going to tell you tonight, we are going to see victories up and down the Hudson Valley, all across Long Island, in Syracuse. We are going to flip the House of Representatives right here in New York State.
All right, Senator Gillibrand there at her victory watch party. I want to put up the results there for Gillibrand. Quite an easy go at it against a Republican challenger there. This wasn't necessarily one of those competitive races. But also, we just brought you the news. Harris getting all 28 of New York State's electoral...
No way!
College tally there, electoral votes.
I can't believe it.
And so in the meantime, though, we do have yet another state call. Let's move from New York now to Texas, and the Associated Press is calling Texas for former President Donald Trump. So Trump getting Texas's 40 electoral votes there. This is with 58% of estimated votes counted. And I'm bringing into the conversation Austin Westfall yet again here. So Austin, right now, Texas going to Trump. Kind of knew that. New York going for Harris. Definitely knew that here. I think right now, and we want to bring in Tom LoBianco, because I think all eyes right now are on this Ohio Senate race, aren't they?
Yeah, all eyes are on the Senate race. And real quick here, just because we mentioned them, no, New York, Texas are not surprising, but nonetheless, they both carry a lot of electoral votes. So now that we see that New York is officially in Kamala's bin, she's at 99. Texas, Trump is at 177. I'm interested to see how this Senate race in Texas plays out as more results come in. I'm also interested, as you said, Andrew, in the Ohio Senate race. And Tom, I'll start with you here. What are the stakes of the Ohio Senate race? So far, we've seen that Trump has a sizable lead over Harris in Ohio, but we don't see that Moran.
Can anybody explain to me why this Slazak guy has so many followers? Has he made a coherent point of any sort of actual analysis ever? This is a genuine fucking question. Everything I've seen him speak about the election has been some of the most milquetoast lib shit I've ever seen.
That he's the lib king.
Like, what has he actually done to garner this support? A remnant of French royalty. Okay, well maybe we should reunite him with French tradition. French royalty. Fuck yourself.
Reno has the
French. Fuck yourself.
same sizable lead. He has a lead, but not that same sizable lead that Trump had. What do you make of that?
Well, you know, it definitely looks like...
Okay. All things considered. Wait, where am I? Yeah. That's a funny meme. That's very funny.
Like the Senate is going to be a Republican at the end of all this. That's one thing you feel pretty confident about with some of these early race calls. So that's really important. But you know, how Republican then? You know, if Sherrod Brown's able
You're talking
to hold
shit
on,
about Drew.
then then that
You saw the post?
hurts the
Yeah, I'm like, instead of watching these two, you should come and watch our election stream. We actually know what we're talking about. I hope the link works. Yes, it does.
Jasmine Crockett won by 86%.
86.
Yeah, she got 86% of the
Wow.
vote. She looks like she was running uncontested, basically, though.
Yeah, okay.
The other candidate was a Libertarian Party.
But you know, this is really interesting, this cycle, the split ticket voting. We talked about that before. We're starting to see this in play, especially with working class voters, working class men. And that's a really big dynamic this cycle.
Yeah, and just to set the stage here, Tom Lobianco with 24-Site is going to be with us throughout the hour, kind of popping in, reacting in real time to some of these results, though we do have some live events going on right now. I want to go out to North Carolina. Josh Stein there, the Democratic Attorney General, just won the governor's race over Lieutenant Governor Republican Mark Robinson. He's at his election night victory party here. Let's listen.
When we go together, not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as independents, but as North Carolinians. And I know we can do this because I know who we are. I have met so many inspiring people across this state. Debbie and Cornelius, who tragically lost her son to fentanyl and is fighting to protect other families from that same fate. Lauren, a teacher in Greenville, who digs into her own pocket to buy school supplies for her students to give them a better chance. I want to thank everyone I have met along the way for sharing your stories with me. And to the thousands and thousands of people from every corner of this state who helped to build this campaign, I am forever grateful for your support. Thank you for believing in the promise of North Carolina. And if I didn't earn your vote in this election, I hope to earn your trust by working hard for you as your governor. I pledge to listen and work across party lines to do what's right for North Carolina because no person or party has a monopoly on good ideas. To all of the smart and smart aleck young people on my campaign, thank you for the...
I'm literally going to go around on Twitter on the 5th Gen profile and use the retweet function that you can see on their posts. Use the retweet function just to retweet them saying, watch us instead. Because I think that'd be funny. And once we actually get people in the chat, we can actually stop watching and we can actually start talking and like have discussions and full talks with chat instead of watching videos. I think that would be better.
Long days and late nights. Thank you for the hard and high quality work, and thank you for the laughter along the way. They, by the way, are incredible.
I fucking hate this guy.
Governor Cooper. Let's give that man the hand that he deserves. Roy Cooper has led our state with a steady hand through an unprecedented global pandemic, a 1,000-year storm in the West, and 2 500-year floods in the East.
That would be incredible. It's just like one state comes up, Bernie. Just Bernie. Nothing else. Bernie Sanders. He wins.
He expanded
Whole thing.
Medicaid, strengthened our business climate, and fought for our public schools.
Hey.
Roy, I could not be more grateful for your service and your friendship, and do not even think about changing your cell phone number on me. My parents, Adam and Jane, raised my brother Eric.
It just hit me. Do you know who this guy reminds me of? Have you seen Wreck-It Ralph?
I'm gonna wreck it.
You've seen it?
Mm-hmm.
The Fix-It Felix guy. That's the vibe I get from this guy. Just like aggravating. Because he's too nice.
The guy who fights Wreck-It Ralph.
Yeah, the hammer guy, the builder.
To try to do what is right,
The vibe I
just
get
like
from this
they
guy.
did. It's
basically the same speech pattern as the guy who played him.
truly one of the best gifts that
I hate
parents
it.
can give to their children. I want to thank them, and I hate that my dad got a bug yesterday working early voting, and so they're watching it here on TV. Let's all say thank you, Adam and Jane.
God, libs are cringe.
To my wife, Anna.
My wife.
Otherwise known as a rock star. Thank you for being the glue that keeps our family together, for keeping me focused on the things that really matter, and for being you.
All right, let's
she
go to PBS.
is going to be
I don't
a
give a fuck about this guy's
remarkable
speech.
first lady.
Demographics. I mean, for me, it was akin to the abortion vote in Kansas. And the fact that Ruby Red Kansas voted to protect abortion rights sent a signal to me about how important that issue would be across the country. And so
Ruby Red
the
Kansas.
Iowa poll, the Seltzer poll.
Okay, New York, Rhode Island, and Delaware have all been called. Basically, all of the small micro-states on the East Coast have also been called. Waiting on Connecticut, New Jersey, and New Hampshire.
Micro
to come out and to show.
Yeah, they're like micro-states. They're fucking tiny.
We're big.
They're fucking
Lots
tiny.
of people.
They're so small, they're not even indicated on the map.
Yeah, but population.
Micro-states.
The vice president ahead by 3 or 4
Hello,
made me
person.
wonder,
Is
what
this
does that
New Chatter?
mean for the battleground states? More importantly, what does
New
it
Chatter?
mean
We love
for
this.
white,
Hello.
to me, for white women
Welcome.
voters?
We're kind of
And
just
so with all these results coming in,
we're not like
pictures being filled in.
Picture is being filled in.
We're kind of just like waiting for results at this point. But I don't know. It's like, I mean, how much can we really talk about it? It's like I more want to like talk to people in the chat rather than like push back on corporate press. So hopefully the chat starts popping off.
We'll start
and we start getting talking.
Bringing people in eventually once
shit
starts actually kicking off.
Yeah, so this is mostly just like preliminary stuff. So we're just sort of watching.
Stalling.
Yes, exactly. So
not
we're
to
just
be confused with Stalin, who I voted for.
The takeaway of the Seltzer poll was that Kamala Harris had expanded her margins among independent white women and older white women. In order to win this evening, she would have...
Who's winning? Well, right now, that would be Donald Trump. But these are all basically the given states, right? They're the ones that we expected.
Yeah.
We won't really, after California and that West Coast kind of comes in, is when we'll start seeing it actually matter, I think. So, yeah.
To really historically run up those numbers, one would imagine, right?
Well, so this is where my math skills really are a problem because they're very low. As many of us, I won't speak for anybody else here, but those of us who got into this profession did so because we did not do particularly well on the math
I was
SAT.
told there would be no math.
That's right.
Correct.
And so we like to do the other part, the writing piece, not so much the math piece. What is interesting is, and let's see if this plays out, but in state after state, women are they do traditionally make up a bigger percent of the electorate. But so in a state like Pennsylvania, women are making up, say, 54% of the electorate. She's winning women by 9 points, but losing men by 9 points. Mm-hmm. But because women make up a bigger percent of the overall electorate, that is a benefit, right? So losing men by 9, if it were 50-50, and that would be a bigger problem. But what is also pretty clear is that it is not that we're not seeing that, she's winning women by 15 points, while there's also an increase in the number of women who turn out, right? So we have more women that are turning out. The margin isn't dramatic, but that ultimately could be the difference. This is why I say the math becomes the problem here, because if at the end of the day, it's not that she wins them by a bigger margin, but they made up a bigger percent of the electorate, that would matter a lot.
Kevin and Fess, how are you looking at that gender gap?
Well, first of all, I have to get my word in on the Iowa poll.
Please.
I mean, look, the Iowa poll had everybody shook because I think, the fact that there were so many independents and women breaking towards Harris, I think was a surprise for a lot of people. But I always think back to Mike Murphy.
It's not, though. This is what I'm saying. Like, we've been sitting here watching this shit for the whole year. Watching trends, watching where governments were going, where people are voting. And it's like, it's not surprising. Nobody gives a fuck about foreign policy, so Gaza is a non-issue for this election, right? It might give Jill Stein a couple votes. Huh?
Gaza matters in Michigan.
Oh, of course it does, right? Michigan is where it matters, but that's the only place it matters. So foreign policy doesn't matter. The exit polls on foreign policy were like 3% and 4% per party. Economic issues is like the major one for Republicans. I believe it is for Democrats as well. However, immigration might have taken over. But I don't think immigration is as high in the minds of people these days because it has been rather quiet on that front. So it's kind of interesting.
Republicans are trying to make it the main issue, though.
They are trying, but they're not succeeding. So really, if we're excluding Gaza and foreign policy because nobody really gives a fuck, and foreign policy is just going to continue the way it's going, regardless of the party that gets in power. So the foreign policy from Donald Trump to Joe Biden didn't really change. He still continued the Doha thing. He still continued the pullout. He still continued the foreign policies from Donald Trump times. Donald Trump continued the foreign policies from Obama, and Obama continued the foreign policies from Bush. Like, everybody, I'm assuming, is aware of this. So foreign policy doesn't matter. We're down to domestic issues. Domestic issues right now are immigration, the economy, abortion rights, and guns. Ish. I would say it was like those are the generally the pretty consistent 4 ones, right? So
Nobody gives a fuck about guns.
Nobody cares about guns, exactly, right? The people who do care about
wrong.
Huh?
The key issues this year are immigration and the economy. The Republicans have specifically targeted these things because they know there's nothing else that they can present
in their favor.
And they were stuck with Trump. So they focused all their media and propaganda telling people that the economy and immigration is bad.
And that's the only issues you reckon people are voting on?
Like
See, this is
80%.
Okay, well, this is where I would like kind of just sort of instinctually push back a little bit, because I feel like the Democrats have a wider ranging concern of issues, right?
The thing is that Trump can't talk about the economy. They continually say, just talk about the economy, and then he goes out there and yells about weird shit.
Yeah. Did you see that he came out and said, this is the best campaign I've run out of all of the 3? Delusional. Absolutely fucking delusional. So it's like, I don't know. See, yeah, so like that's another one, right? But it's more of a minor issue and terminally online. It's very much a terminally online issue, is the conservative sport thing, right? The women in sport thing. That's why I say that the Democrats have a wider ranging array of issues, is because they do have the trans issues to worry about. They do have the foreign policy issues to care about. That isn't just this stupid little fucking, I'll just end them because I can. I'm Donald Trump. They never would have happened. How are you going to end them?
What does
I'll just end
ABC's
them.
map say for Iowa right now?
Iowa? You don't need to do that. I can just like full screen it, but
whatever.
Because that also makes it
help.
easier. Yeah. No, I'm just telling you that that's how I've been doing it.
What's it say for Iowa?
Give me a second. Kamala Harris is up.
Look how
20%. 20% counted.
Mm-hmm. It's only one county that shifted to her officially on their map.
Polk County.
And then I want to look at Missouri as well.
Polk County is 83% reported, 56% for Kamala Harris. Missouri?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't say Siri, I said Missouri, you stupid bitch.
Sorry. So it's still red on their map.
Yeah.
But Kamala Harris is ahead.
That's weird. 22%. Interesting.
Okay. What I want to look at Kansas next, which is right next to it. Literally on the left.
Not that way. That's Illinois. Basically even.
RFK is 1%.
A write-in. No way. That's awesome.
No, because he's on the ballot in some states.
Oh, is he really?
Yeah, they didn't take him off even after he left.
He was too late?
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. Jill Stein is losing to the Libertarians in most cases.
Yeah.
I've seen. See, look, she's not even on the list.
The Libertarians have the ballot access.
Yeah.
Okay, there's a lot to look at. With Colorado, which is next to this state. On the left. Oh, that's good.
That's a lot of blue.
Another RFK 1%.
Yeah. No Jill Stein.
Well, she may not have ballot access.
Mm.
And then underneath this is New Mexico.
Trump by 4,000 votes. Another
then
Kennedy.
We need to go to Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and Virginia. This is a pretty big swing state.
Mm.
Only what is that? 77 reporting.
You also have to keep in mind there's a lot of PSL in Atlanta as well. So you also have that Iranian influence there that could cost Kamala Georgia, honestly. But at the same time, at the same time, I completely and utterly understand people's feelings in Atlanta and Georgia about the Democrats with Cop City. I get it. I totally get it. And honestly, I'd probably be doing the same thing.
Voting for Iran?
No, not necessarily voting for Iran, but not voting for Democrats.
Third-party candidates are not spoilers. This is a myth.
No, I know they're not spoilers.
PSL voting is not impacting Harris's numbers.
That's not what I meant. My point is that if I was also in this state and I was voting, I would also
that PSL might impact their numbers.
I know. I'm saying that if they weren't voting for Stein because of Cop City and Gaza, that they may have been voting for Kamala Harris. I'm not saying it's a spoiler. I'm saying it may be a major factor in why the state was not won by the Democrats. Is Cop City, is Gaza. So maybe Georgia would be swung by these foreign policy issues, as well as these domestic issues. You feel me? What else did you want?
I just disagree. North Carolina.
Very close. 63% reporting.
I love it that the states where Jill Stein is there, she hasn't gotten 1%. Like I think RFK may have gotten more votes so far than Stein.
It's pretty funny.
Let's see. No. Jill Stein has the most votes out of the third parties.
That's just Barry Island. She has what?
She does have the most votes out of the third parties. But it's really not. RFK is pretty close behind her.
Yeah.
All of them. She almost has 250,000. RFK has 200,000, and Chase Oliver's in the middle between them.
It's a fight for third place.
Yeah.
She's winning Pennsylvania. 30% counted. It's very close. 100,000 votes.
Wisconsin also is another one. Look at you. You're learning your map so well.
I know the American map. What are you talking about? There's no hesitation with me going to the maps. What do you mean?
What are you talking? You screwed up by clicking the wrong states multiple times.
No, it's because I was zoomed in.
Uh-huh.
That's literally why. Because I was clicking like this. Because I was following your instructions and you said left.
Yeah.
And I just clicked right because
was to the left.
Yeah, it was. I just went right because I am stupid. All right, Wisconsin, cheese.
I know maps, but I can't tell left from right.
She's winning by 70,000, Wisconsin. 20% counted. Maybe in this situation, because RFK is not actually running and is taking votes, maybe he would legitimately be spoiler candidate for some of these states. Maybe. But it's like I do agree with you though that it's a narrative to maintain the two-party system. So don't vote for third party, you know? That's what happens with the Dixiecrats, right? They were like, oh, they're the spoiler candidates. That's what they said. Yes.
I mean, that was different. That was a different era.
Cornell West. Yeah, Cornell West. Let's go Cornell West. I'm surprised he's still going. It's an impressive grift. Any other states?
Not right now.
Okay.
What Mike Murphy, who is a grand wizard on the political strategy side on the Republican side,
what?
Had taught me. He said, if you really want to, if aliens wanted to invade,
a what?
A what?
A what? There's no way. There's no way that just happened. Hold on.
What now?
I'm just, yeah, what? Where are the titles? Imperial Wizard. Oh my god, they're so gay.
Who? The Klan?
The KKK is so gay. They're like just the higher levels, right? Empire, scribe, realms, dominions, and provinces. Gay. So gay. Like, what the fuck are we doing here?
LARP?
Like, I'm specifically wanting their, like, personal titles.
I'd probably, if, like, I only was voting third party, I'd probably vote for Cornell West over, because Vermin Supreme is only in one state.
Yeah. Like, I don't know why it's not giving me a list of, like, their titles and shit. Do you remember what they are? Is Grand Wizard one of them?
Yes.
It literally is.
There's also Dragon.
Imperial Wizard. Okay. Grand Wizard. That's so funny.
Mike Murphy, who is the fact that there were so many on the Iowa poll.
Please.
I mean, look, the Iowa poll had everybody. I always think back to Mike Murphy, Mike Murphy, who is a grand wizard on the political strategy side on the Republican side.
Why would you use that word? Why? Why would you use that term?
Had taught me. He said,
what was his name? Mark Murphy?
Mike Murphy. Political strategy side on the Republican side had taught me. He said, if you really want to, if aliens wanted to invade Earth, one of the first things they should do is buy up all the pollsters, because you sort of set the sort
oh
of,
my god, I can't wait for these people to shut up about the pollsters.
Like and what I tried to tell everybody after that poll was like, we have an election on Tuesday.
Pollster. Yeah. The Iowa poll was interesting. Other than that, shut the fuck up. I do not care.
We're going to find out what happened and how and whether or not these campaigns matter. And
what you have is billions
of dollars
so much energy
pointed by these elections, pointed by these campaigns at engaging these voters.
Let's skip to live.
People react outside of those locations as the counting continues into the night. As you remember from 2020, we had some disruptions in both in both Michigan and Arizona.
Yeah, have a map.
Hopefully we won't see those again tonight. Counties and states are much better prepared, I think, for the possibility of disruption.
Jessica Huseman and Juliette Kayyem, thank you both. We appreciate it.
You do have to have a message that speaks directly to how you raise them up economically, how you make their lives better, and about fundamental issues that concern them. At the heart of that, I believe, is
we never check Democracy Now!
Of what you're running on. Why you're running on it,
interviews.
Getting much clearer.
Yeah. I want the
you're
map
running
guys
against the
constantly going county to county.
I will note,
the NBC and shit.
I don't know who does it, but I just know they're annoying.
The first Senate race declared in the country, and a huge victory, was for
I'll
Bernie Sanders in Vermont. Now, I know
map
Vermont
guys.
is now seen as a pretty liberal state, but it has a Republican governor. And historically, until recent decades, it was a pretty Republican state.
A popular vote count. Trump's winning by 4 million so far.
But the fact is that Bernie Sanders has been up there speaking as an open democratic socialist, talking about economics, being very, very clear on this. And he's won re-election without a blink of the eye. And the fact of the matter is, he also had time during this campaign.
Anna, this is such a consequential election and so close that the role of Americans
son of a bitch
who are abroad expected to play
some of the votes. So here, Harris has a 3.5-point lead. She leads by 33,000 votes. Remember that 4 years ago, this was won by Biden by 20,000 votes. 4 years before that, it was won by Trump by about 20,000 votes. This could be very close at the end of the night. That's Wisconsin. In Michigan, again, a vital state for Harris here if she's going to win this race tonight. She can't really afford to give up any of these blue wall states if she ends up losing in those southern battlegrounds. In Michigan at the moment, she has a 6-point lead, 49,000. Too early to make too much out of it, but that's what Michigan looks like. And Pennsylvania. This is the other state where, as we said, she went to 5 different places in Pennsylvania yesterday. Rather than multiple states, she went to multiple cities in this state, and she has a lead right now of 4 points. Let's get a closer look in Pennsylvania because it's such an important state. You can
Jake
see we
Shields
talked
is
about
yelling
Erie
at
up in
Drew.
the northwest corner,
Is it on their
corner
stream?
there on Lake Erie. It has shifted over to Donald Trump right now. But let's go
I don't even
across
wanna
state down
see Jake
kitty
Shields.
corner. Down near
I
Philadelphia,
kinda wanna
there's a
say
county
that.
that's always been interesting.
Yeah,
to
I do want to
and
see
that's
it, but I
Bucks
also
County.
know I'm going to click on it and
Bucks County,
immediately
which is
just be like,
down right
oh.
by Philadelphia, just on the northeast corner of it there. This is a county that Biden won by about 4 points and Clinton won by about a point. So here's Harris for the moment. She's up by 18 or so points, almost 19 points. So this is important if she can pile up some of the.
Hold on. This is a nightmare.
What?
She just has to. That's true. 100% factual information.
Okay,
Kamala win. It's like a pre-assumption.
Like,
We just
please
know
don't
it's
talk
gonna
about
happen.
Georgia of all places. Okay, it's getting closer in Pennsylvania with 39% of the vote counted, but still not that many.
This is literally just them counting votes. There's no analysis. There's no talking about anything. It's just counting votes.
Pennsylvania from
This is literally them just counting votes. Which, that being said, at the same time, is this what you would... Oh, on Twitter. Okay.
Montgomery. This is quite hopeful. Pittsburgh.
Dooming is illegal. Yes.
Bucks County. All of those more
This is awful.
blue counties are not factored in yet.
Hold on.
Not American. Don't care.
We saw it. It like switched.
I want the CNN twink screechy at the map.
No, I literally just left a comment in their live chat. Come watch 5th Gen.
Some of the votes in some of these blue counties, if she's going to win ever crucial Pennsylvania, Donna.
I might go back and drop the link to our channel.
All right, Eric Sorensen, thank you. We're still waiting for those calls in key battleground states. Pennsylvania right now just too close to call. So we'll keep on.
I love the Stalin.
Eric, and you're going to keep an eye on the numbers for us. Thank you.
All right.
Mercedes Stevenson is standing by in Toronto. Mercedes.
What about
those countries? And so she is pledged to make sure that we work on.
Nope. Thanks, Fox. What a great
this is
stream.
just graphics to run in the background, though. Like, this will be great stuff.
When we're actually, like, talking. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So make sure that's still there. New Hampshire called for Harris. Okay.
Who cares?
Yeah. So what? New York. Yeah, obviously. Wait. That's more votes for Donald Trump than I thought.
What?
In New York?
No, there's a lot of rural areas. It's a big state. Look at this little homo.
Heard the last couple of tours were okay, but I don't know. Hopa, when was the last time you saw Maiden?
I've only seen Maiden once.
Okay. It's just giving me live streams now. Daily Wire,
which, of course, is definitely
hell
what they want to
yeah
hear from Michelle Obama. By the way, CNN
is that Dr. Phil?
Reporting that Harris has some warning signs in Michigan. She's underperforming Joe Biden in places like Washtenaw County, which is a very heavily Democratic area. So obviously, as goes Michigan, so goes the country. It's possible, again, fingers crossed.
You know what's strange about the polling, though? What's very odd about in terms of black voters is that Kamala Harris came out and she said that...
I'm going to send this chat. I'm like, hey, Dr. Phil, fuck Shapiro. Come on 5th Gen stream. We'll pay you nothing.
The brothers were supporting her because she had
Why did you say it like that?
In the barbershop. And brothers were supporting her because she had recently been in the barbershop.
Fuck me.
And she made this claim about a week ago. I did not have the resources to fact check it, though my gut instinct tells me Kamala Harris has never once in her entire life been in the barbershop. Yeah. And it would seem that the hard numbers we're getting here suggest the brothers breaking, at least in a significant way, for President Trump.
And by the way, New York Times Needle in Iowa.
Stop being a pussy and just drop the hard R. We know you do in private. Just do it. You can't get further canceled. You're literally on Ben Shapiro's network.
Yeah,
estimated margin, Trump up 9 in Iowa. So remember that time when he was supposed to lose by 3? That is an 11 to 12 point miss by Ann Seltzer in Iowa. And remember, that was being used as a bellwether to determine whether...
Do you remember when Trump supporters were like, we can turn New York?
there was going to be extra turnout for her in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. So if he's winning Iowa, Emerson had Iowa at +9. Emerson also had Donald Trump winning all 3 of those Rust Belt
states. I love Ben Shapiro's.
Let me jump in here and get you a couple of calls from our desk here because Chris, you've got a couple of calls for us here.
Thank you, Dr. Phil. Merit TV now calling the state of Missouri and its 10 electoral votes for Donald Trump.
Shut up, Dr. Phil.
Screen here. That's with 20% of the precincts reporting, and also Delaware.
Do you know the horrors that you've unleashed upon this world, Dr. Phil?
Those numbers right there. Dr. Phil,
no wonder you're voting for Donald
Carolina,
Trump.
We're getting really close to closing
He's not
that
just
one
voting
out.
for
that
him.
one's leaning towards
He's
Trump.
like
That last
advocating
report,
and like
we're getting
yeah,
really
he was at
close
the
to
Tony
Colorado,
Hinchcliffe
and at the top of the hour, which is now just 1 minute away, polls will be closing in Montana, Idaho, Nevada, most of...
I'm not sure the Daily Wire is aware, but 51% is higher than 48.
I'm sorry, most of Idaho, Utah, and Nevada.
Yeah, that's great. And, you know, guys, if Ben, if we close out North
Carolina, again, 63% is higher.
Carolina for Trump soon, that can be a real building block
we've already called
in
it.
the March to 270. You've called North Carolina?
We called
They are literally calling the race. What's the bet that Daily Wire is going to call this race incorrectly? And they're going to start crying about the election being stolen because they've decided to start calling states like idiots.
Jack, here, I found something you can put on right now.
All right, North Carolina's been called. So as far as we're concerned, we're not talking about North Carolina anymore. It's over. North Carolina is done. But basically, practically speaking, you take North Carolina off the table for Kamala Harris, and she has one path and one path only. That's the Rust Belt states. She has to win all 3 of them. And right now,
what if she wins all 3 but loses Virginia?
Well, right now, there are some more CNN exit poll numbers, again, with the giant grain of salt.
Oh, my God. The exit polls don't matter, huh?
Look at the chat. Click what I sent. Put that on right now.
As a national security defense against biological attacks on our country. So they wanted to make sure that if the Russians attacked us,
we immediately put him on, and he's talking about bioattacks.
220 million American civilians without a normal medical product takes about 8 years to get to market because it has to go through double-blind, placebo-controlled trials, and you need to see long-term effects. There are many effects from every medical product that have long diagnostic horizons, long incubation periods.
Oh, my God.
They didn't want to go through that because they said it's going to be a national emergency. So instead of calling it a medicine, we're going to call it a biologic, and we're going to exempt biologics from pre-licensing safety studies. So there's no vaccine on that schedule, that's 72 vaccines, that has ever gone through a pre-licensing safety study, placebo-controlled trial against a real placebo.
They work, you fucking idiot. They literally work.
And that's wrong.
Jesus
because
Christ.
That means that nobody knows what the risk profiles are on these.
Polio is gone in all places except for your fucking head. And your head makes polio a reality. You understand this. That you, someone with such a high fucking profile, denying proven vaccines is actively harming people because there's some idiot Karen with kids who now have polio because you convinced her or somebody, not necessarily him, but you get the point. That you convinced somebody who eventually got down to her, who resulted in her kids having polio. That's your fault. Your fault. I need people to realize this. Like,
Well,
obviously, most people have a brain in their skull. Not this.
And nobody can tell you whether that product is averting more problems than it's causing. And what I will do, if I'm given this job in the White House,
Please fucking don't.
is I'll make sure that those studies get done, that there are people on the panels that approve these products that are not loaded with conflicts of interest. So it's real science by disinterested people.
Right.
And that doctors and patients and Americans know exactly what the costs and benefits of every vaccine are and can make a rational decision.
God bless you for that. When you say, if I'm given this job, can you be, for people who aren't following this, can you be more specific about what job you're talking about?
President Trump has asked me to, he's asked me to do three things. He's asked me, in terms of the public health agencies, he's asked me, number one, to get rid of the corruption, rid of the conflicts, the agency capture phenomena that has turned these public health agencies away from public health. And their principal objective now is to advance the mercantile interests of the pharmaceutical companies.
Yes.
And he wants to get rid of, number one, get rid of the corruption. Number two, return these agencies to the gold standard scientific research and evidence-based research, empirically based science that when you and I were kids, they were famous for around the world. They've lost that reputation now because they've been captured by industry. And then number three, to end the chronic disease epidemic. And President Trump has told me he wants to see concrete, measurable results.
I would argue that the scientific community has more trust within it right now than ever before. And these people want to say they're questioning science, but when Elon Musk says sweet nothings in their ear about SpaceX doing nothing remarkable, now they're massive fans of science.
Results within 2 years, and I promised him that I could do that. Now, whether that means as an HHS secretary or whether it means as a health czar within the White House, we haven't figured out yet. But one way or another, we are going to end the chronic disease epidemic.
The reason that I think that you will be given the authority to do that is because I've been at a bunch of different public events with you over the past couple of months, and the reception that you receive from Trump voters is so shocking to me, second only to Trump himself. But all the people I've seen with Trump, you get the biggest response from Republican voters. It's so, is that shocking to you?
Well, it is shocking. And, I was just out here.
I mean, your name is Bobby Kennedy,
yeah.
and they love you.
Well, there's been a complete inversion between the Democratic and Republican Party. When I was a kid, the Democratic Party was the party of peace. Now It's the party of war. It's the party of Dick Cheney, John Bolton, the military-industrial complex, the Ukraine war. They own it. It was the party of constitutional rights. Now it's the party of surveillance and censorship. and the weaponization of the federal law enforcement agencies against American democracy. It was the party that stood up for working people.
Bobby, my guy. The Patriot Act was under Bush.
It is the party of big pharma, Wall Street, big tech, big ag, the military.
Did he say big ag? No, bro, did he say big egg?
No, big ag, AG.
Oh my God.
Bobby, hello.
Big egg.
Hi, I am an Australian. I know that this is an actual fact. The Patriot Act was passed under a Republican. A Republican is the reason that the medical industry is the way that it is. Did you know that? Reagan is the fucking reason, you stupid cunt. But sure, let's say the Democrats are the problem. Good idea, buddy. You're so smart. Man, I love it. I love when Democrats that were actually Republicans are the ones who are making all these changes. Just like Republicans are the ones that ban all the guns, but somehow Republicans are just pro-gun. That makes sense. Let's use our heads. What a great idea.
Military-industrial complex, big data, and Wall Street.
Shut the fuck up.
And it is also the party that's completely abandoned the working class base in this country. You look at the labor unions with Sean O'Brien, who's the head of the biggest union in our country, and who's a beautiful man, incredible man.
Excellent guy. I agree.
He's an insurgent. He came out of Boston. He overthrew the old Hoffa legatees of the Teamsters, and he is the most popular president that they've had in generations.
He said Hoffa, bro.
And almost 70%,
Hoffa killed your dad.
Of Teamsters are now Trumpers. This is true in labor unions across the country.
He's talking about Hoffa, like people know what that is.
Are often still Democrat. The rank and file are overwhelmingly Republican, and that was not true when I was a kid. And you know, one of the interesting things, when I was a kid, the Republican Party was the party that had all the money.
Yeah.
Because they had all the big corporations on their side.
The Country Club Party.
70 when I was a kid, 70% in 1980 when I ran part of my Uncle Ted's presidential campaign. 70% of the wealth in this country was owned by Republicans. 30% was owned by Democrats. In 2020, 70% of the wealth in this country was owned by Democrats and 30% Republicans. So you've had this complete inversion of the two parties.
This means nothing. He said nothing. He literally said nothing.
And I'll give you another example. My Uncle Ted Kennedy wrote Title IX. The Democratic Party, one of the core issues was women's sports. And today, the Democratic Party is the party that is dismantling women's sports. I read that there have been now, I think...
I'm convinced that anybody at this point who is still in favor of Robert Kennedy Jr. can be medically and legally classified as maybe disabled. Because, like, you got to be fucking stupid or mentally challenged
disabled
to believe anything that this fucking guy tells you. It's one or the other. And if it's the latter, then I apologize. Continue on your way. You are fine. If it's not, and you are just dumb, do better.
Over 2,000 or 3,000 medals that have been given to male athletes playing women's sports. So those are medals that did not go to women who,
do you want to let? Should we go? Wormbo might make more sense than JFK at this
twin
point.
Brother Jackson. My niece Zoe is at Boston
Have you
College.
seen
She's on the softball
storyline, the micro storyline they've been doing at Some More News?
No.
So Wormbo bought the news, so now he's like the owner and tells them what to do.
I don't know
and how to report on things.
What are you talking about?
The puppet Wormbo?
The puppet has a name?
Yeah, you didn't know his name was Wormbo?
No, I think I've watched 2 things from them.
Yeah, so Wormbo, it looks like they're coloring in their own mat.
Oh, that's funny. That's hilarious.
Which is what I said you should do.
Sure, I'll get right on that actually.
Start drawing the map.
Yeah, I'll draw the map. I'll have to figure out how to draw it. It might look awful. I might just purposefully make it look really
That's what's funny. Try to do it as good as possible.
All right.
At Boston College, she's a full scholarship, and she's one of the best players on the team. And when she was growing up, all of her siblings would come to Cape Cod in the summer, and they'd play with, all their Kennedy cousins. And I took their family skiing during the winter, but she wouldn't come because she had to stay at home and practice her sport, because her whole life trajectory was making sure she got a college scholarship. And that was how she was going to define, she planned her life around it. It would seem really unfair if a boy could walk.
Life's unfair, cunt. Get over it. Skill issue.
Off a softball field or a baseball field at Boston College.
The Republican
walk onto
Senate
the women's
has gained a
softball team
seat.
and take her spot.
The Republican
And
House
that,
has gained
it
2
seems
seats.
weird that the Democrats are urging us to allow that to happen, but that's exactly what's happening, and nobody can argue with it.
But did you? I'm looking at the betting markets now with almost $300 million at stake. Donald Trump is the choice of 74% predicting he's going to win. Seems significant. If someone had
Hi, Tucker, fucking idiot. Do you know how odds are done? Just because the numbers are like that doesn't mean that's going to be the results. Elon Musk pumped the numbers, you fool. So even if this was an accurate representation of polling, on top of that, it's not just America. Wow. Who knew? So it's just the opinions of literally anybody putting money down on whether your country goes to shit or not. And you're like, here's a legitimate thing that we're definitely going to use because team sports. Shut the fuck up. Shut the actual fuck up.
I asked you, like, at dinner 10 years ago, do you think at some point Bobby Kennedy will change the Republican Party?
I would have bet $1 million. And a very, very good odds for somebody. So, yeah. Even a year ago, this would have been unimaginable.
I love that he's like,
tonight.
a witch
Why
coming
did the
to
Kamala
eat
Harris
children.
campaign? I mean, you suspended your campaign. Why didn't I don't understand. You had demonstrated broad popularity, particularly with young people, and with politically agnostic people who could kind of go either direction. Why didn't they call you and say, what can we do to bring you into our campaign?
Well, I mean, and this is another sort of interesting feature of this whole trend. The Democratic Party that I grew up with was the party that was fighting the party of Robert Kennedy and John Kennedy and Martin Luther King, that was fighting to make sure every American could vote for whatever candidate they wanted to vote for. And the Democratic Party today is the Democratic Party that has abandoned democracy. And also, that the censorship angle, what they're doing with censorship, of saying the government ought to be the arbiter of what's misinformation or disinformation. And the word misinformation is just a euphemism. It has nothing to do with factual accuracy, as you know. It's just a euphemism for anything that
this guy's hilarious.
Challenges government.
Remember what I said about anti-intellectualism and Donald Trump?
My uncle said
here's peak.
This is
peak
our government
anti-intellectualism
that wants to silence debate is a government that's lost faith in the people. So they've lost faith in the demos, the people, and including having to abolish elections.
Latin.
So during the primary,
I'm a lawyer.
They wouldn't let me run an election against Joe Biden. They literally canceled the primaries in many of the states. They moved the New Hampshire primary, which was the primary that I was very strong in, they actually adopted 60 rules, and one of those rules was to illustrate the absurdity, the kind of Orwellian absurdity that I found myself confronting. They adopted a rule that said that after I was already doing very well in New Hampshire, that any Democratic Party candidate that stepped foot into the state of New Hampshire could not win any delegates there, no matter how many votes they won. So they were rigging the party to make sure that they could protect the president who was cognitively impaired. And they made sure he didn't debate anybody. I was winning in all these demographics. I was winning, beating both candidates, both Trump and Biden, in people and Americans under 35. I was beating them in the battleground states. In Americans under 45, I was beating them with independent voters. In head-to-head races, I was beating both candidates. And so I could have I could have won the election for the Democrats if they had allowed me to run.
Oh my God.
I'm not saying I'm the only one. There are probably many candidates that could have outperformed Joe Biden, but they wouldn't let us run. And then they did, when they had the debate and it was exposed to the world what they knew inside the White House. President Biden had these severe.
This is Terrence Howard complaining on Joe Rogan about the scientific community rejecting his stupid fucking theory, right? This is Eric Weinstein crying because his theory of everything turned out to be not true. This is literally the grifter's MO. What we are seeing here is a grifter's playbook. And Joe Rogan, Tucker Carlson are the useful idiots for which they use to project their fucking playbook. This is great.
Debilitating cognitive deficits. He had already won technically the primaries that they did have, but they just performed a palace coup against him. We don't even know how it happened. And then they picked a candidate who never got a single vote. So you had this democracy-free primary process, and the Democratic Party defense of it was extraordinary.
The Democratic Party has no obligation to be democratic.
For me, the television moments was when Chris Cuomo was standing on the floor of the Democratic convention, and he pointed up to the upper decks with the owners' boxes on that upper rim. Yeah. And he said, those are the people that are running this party and making these choices. Those are the people that are, and we don't know. Nobody knows who they are. They're the billion-dollar Democratic donors.
Is currently winning his race.
And so they abolished democracy.
Who would have thought? Carrie Lake would be getting rolled.
They chose a candidate who has not been a good candidate, a candidate who does not seem to be able to talk off script. The problem that brings up is who's writing the scripts for it. And at the Democratic convention, it was the neocons.
Oh, my God.
The speech that she gave was the most undemocratic speech I've ever heard at a Democratic convention. It was a speech all about this belligerent, pugnacious speech about America being the policeman of the world and, dominating the world and running the world. And right before her, immediately
I don't think Bro watched this.
They had a CIA former director speak, which, that was anathema to the Democratic Party that I grew up with. So who is writing her script, and then who will be writing
something else before I lose my mind? Let's check back in with Ethan.
Well, do we want to check in with some more news, guys?
Yeah, I mean, there's no puppet.
There's the fact that there's the whole Elon Musk of it all, where it's like, how is this guy allowed to do?
If Wormbo was there,
there's the Democrats becoming just one giant moderate party.
Nebraska second.
What is that? What's that?
It's like one electoral.
Yeah, so this is what I was
think it's one, right?
talking about earlier.
Not the second.
Yeah, they split it into.
That was great for me.
It's
Maine and Nebraska. They don't. So all the states except for Maine and Nebraska do a winner take all. Whoever gets the most votes gets all of them. But Nebraska and Maine, they broke it up. So whoever wins each district or precinct or whatever, not precinct, but like congressional district gets those votes.
Yep. That'd be a good way to do it.
Well, hold on, Sean, just so you know,
Donald Trump is projected to win Nebraska.
Donald Trump.
He's got the check mark.
So Nebraska, there's another result for the other Nebraska.
Nebraska 2.
Yeah.
Correct. So Donald Trump has clinched District 3, and he's likely in District 1, and she is likely in District 2.
Where does it show the other ones? It just shows this
Scroll
one.
down. I think down below it shows the 3.
Oh, District 1.
Yeah, by congressional district. So there's 3, right? They have 3.
He's going to win 2 of them.
Yeah, that was no one ever thought she was going to win more than 2.
He didn't.
No, I mean District 2. Yeah.
I have a very yes, that's right. I have a big update, a projection that we can now make, and this is actually a huge comeback. Yeah, I actually can't believe it. The ongoing poll that we created about an hour ago for pizza or not pizza, pizza has overtaken. It has come back from like a 30-point deficit.
And let me tell you
it is now at 51%.
Let me tell you something. If we
Order the
ordered pizza,
pizza.
it'd already fucking be here. Okay?
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know what's going on with tender greens, but there's nothing tender about the way they're treating
I was fine
me.
with either way.
Just order the
but
pizza.
You're not wrong.
And frankly, if
You're
we
not
order
wrong.
pizza, these results might be looking a little differently.
There's the tender greens.
I think because we even talked about ordering pizza, that's why the results are the way they are.
Yeah.
Oh, come on.
I agree.
I didn't want to call him out. I don't want to call him out. Dan, I'm sorry. He said the word credence today.
What?
He said credence. He said
Not
it.
in the context
He
of the
said
I
band.
didn't even say the band.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
That's just
You
part
just
of the
said
name.
credence.
Why would you do that, Dan?
I wasn't talking about the band at all. I just
Doesn't
used
matter.
that
Doesn't
word
matter.
in a sentence.
Do you remember how you used it?
There was some. It didn't give any credence.
thank
to
you.
Oh, well,
something.
there you go again.
You just said it like 4 times in a row.
you said
dude.
it a lot.
Dan,
Okay,
you
let's
have
see what
very
Dan
strong
ordered.
jinxing
All right,
powers.
Can
No,
we?
I don't.
Let's pull up the news guy. What's his name? The wonk. Let's see what he's saying.
Well, he comes and goes as he pleases. I don't know if he's live right now.
Well,
let
check
me
him out.
let me refresh.
Okay, so Dan ordered potatoes. And what else do we got?
Falafel.
We got
and
arugula and falafel.
an arugula salad.
Okay.
Tender greens bread.
I've stopped giving
The
it
best.
because I'm hungry.
You gotta go to the map.
No, let's
No,
check in.
what happened to that Senate race you were supposed to run, that boutique campaign in 2022 against Charles
Senate
Schumer?
race against Chuck Schumer?
Yeah, what the hell?
We need Hassan expertise.
I chose not to do it to spend more time with
get
my
the link.
family.
I see.
2028's not far away, though. Thank you for the question, Tom.
Pat Ryan, Democrat, has won in New York 18.
That's great.
That's a flip, right?
No,
No.
Pat Ryan has been there for a while.
Okay.
There was he was 19 and then it turned into 18. He ran on Social Security and abortion. His opponent, Esposito, had said that the Supreme Court was right. She was the one who she had said to a news person who was following her door knocking, nobody cares about abortion in this district. First door they knock on, guy comes out and goes, I'm really concerned about abortion.
Yeah.
That's funny.
I confuse him with the other generic white guy named Pat, not Pat Riley, but Josh Riley. Josh Riley.
No section, but this question comes from Hulu Bulu to Matt Binder.
What?
Please speak on the correlation between Vince McMahon, the rise of WWE superstars, and storylines as it relates to Trump and his ability to captivate 50% of the American public as the greatest heel of all time. Are we about to go from attitude to ruthless aggression?
Wow, a lot of insider terms there. I mean, this is Donald Trump has that natural charisma, unfortunately, that is sort of the it factor for pro wrestlers. Doesn't matter how good of an athlete you are, or how good of a wrestler, like a legit mat wrestler you are, if you got that it factor in wrestling, you will become a big star. Take Triple H, for example. Not the greatest in anything, really, but he's got charisma.
But he fucked the
Stone
boss's
Cold
wife.
Steve Austin. He was good, but not a great wrestler, but he had loads of charisma. The Rock, same thing there. I think the best example of a complete shit wrestler who just had lots of natural charisma is fucking Hulk Hogan. I mean, that's what Donald Trump has, unfortunately. He's not very good at anything. He knows nothing about politics in the same way Hulk Hogan doesn't know how to do anything but a big boot to the face and a leg drop. But, he's got that natural charisma that draws people in.
It's funny.
And I think that's the most basic thing about it, I guess. I mean, Vince McMahon, look at everything he's going through. And you still have people who give him the props for creating the modern day pro wrestling industry. It's the same thing that you see with Donald Trump. Everything you hear about him, but they're willing to put it aside to give him the chance to make America great again, I guess. I mean, Donald Trump is, pro wrestling, I should say, is the embodiment of what we're going through right now.
Donald Trump is pro wrestling.
I guess that was a serious question.
Yeah. Hold on. Get this the fuck out of there. Make me here. What do we reckon?
I think we're off to a good start. Did you draw from reference or memory?
No, I drew from a picture.
Okay.
Florida's kind of fucked up, but fuck Florida.
You should try to do it from memory from here on out.
Look, this is not bad. I will do the rest from memory. I think the outline was important, but I'll do the rest from memory. But yes, I think it's a good start.
You can start by coloring in the blue states like New York.
I might go back over it with black. I might actually try and redo it, maybe.
Hang on. You got to look at Texas, which people were literally saying, it's blue earlier. Now people are doomer pilled. They're all saying Trump's going to win now.
Why?
I don't know.
Because they're melodramatic?
Well, I think people are just very stressed and anxious.
Yeah.
So look at the voting report. Remember when people said this state was going to go blue?
Yeah, 73% Trump's winning by a lot.
So Virginia, we want to look at now.
Yeah. Undo it and try again.
You on your own map?
Yeah.
You had a fine map. We don't have time for this nonsense.
We do. Well, where do you want?
No, we don't. Virginia.
Kamala up.
That's an expected one. And then North Carolina, Georgia.
Trump by 100,000. 83%. Georgia closer. 100,000.
You think Georgia's still a toss-up here?
86, 14% to go. What's left? Clinch County, Jesus Christ. Brooks County.
Pennsylvania is still only like 50% reporting.
I think she can lose Georgia and North Carolina, and as long as she picks up Pennsylvania and Michigan.
The only state that matters is Pennsylvania. Whoever wins Pennsylvania wins the election.
Yeah. All right, we want Hassan. Have you got link?
No.
Yeah. USA, yeah. Oh my God. He's gonna be Elon Musk is going to be insufferable if
Greensboro is. This is part of the triad. This is one of the big Democratic vote-producing counties. But again, Biden was over 60% of the vote here, at nearly 61% of the vote in 2020. What's still to come in Guilford County is that Republican favoring a same-day vote. So you're really starting to see this lead that Trump has right here. The ingredients that are going into it are the ingredients he needed coming into the night. We'll just check in there. Coming into the night to have a good night in North Carolina. Take a trip down to Georgia. 86% of the vote counted now. Trump's margin over 153,000 votes. Remember, he lost this by about 12,000 last time around. We've been keeping an eye on Fulton County. Democrats need gains there. They can't afford any slippage. The same-day votes being counted up here. And now you can see it. Harris has fallen more than a point below where Biden finished in 2020. Trump's improved by more than a point here. A county this size, well over 1 million people here. That is a significant shift there. And with more same day to come, that may get even worse for Democrats right there. You could take a look at Douglas County. Cobb County. Again, we still have vote to come in here, but Harris now basically falling back to Biden's level, the potential to slip even further there. Up here, again, I won't take you through the individual counties, but in North Georgia, this is just the overwhelming Republican part of the state. And this story is being repeated in county after county. Trump is performing better. He won these things by 75 points or so in 2020. He's performing even better in these counties. So look, just zoom out here and look at the implications of this potentially. If this continues with the votes that are still to come in Georgia, North Carolina, I say this as a very, very big if here, but if you just play this out to let you know about the implications here, if Trump gets Georgia and if Trump gets North Carolina, okay, and there's no other surprises outside of the battlegrounds, and we already saw Iowa called. That was one of the potential surprises people were thinking about. With those two states, Trump would move probably to 251 expected electoral votes. And how many electoral votes are in Pennsylvania? The answer is 19. So if in the remaining votes in North Carolina and Georgia, Donald Trump is able to lock down victories in those states, I say if, but based on what I'm showing you, there's reason for hope for the Trump folks that could happen. If Trump wins those two states, he'd be at probably 251, and likely in that scenario, if he could get Pennsylvania, that would get him to 270. Now, Pennsylvania, still a scramble here. 57% of the vote is in. Just check in here on Luzerne County. We continue to get more vote out of here. This is one of the key bellwethers we're using because this is Northeast Pennsylvania. Boy, there's a ton of vote in here, and this is the area the Trump campaign said they're going to improve on 2020 here. Again, 2/3 of the vote in now. Trump is ticking up closer to that 2020 level here. So keep an eye on that and the rest of the state. But Pennsylvania, just given what we're seeing in Georgia and North Carolina, increasingly taking center stage right here as one that the Harris campaign has always wanted, felt they needed. If Trump gets Georgia and Trump gets North Carolina, then Pennsylvania becomes an absolute must for Democrats.
Steve, we've got a projection to make. NBC News is making a projection in the presidential race in Nebraska.
Every time Rachel Maddow tells us to stay calm,
in Nebraska,
finish your drink,
electoral votes are allotted by congressional district. So I need to be specific here. NBC News is projecting that Donald Trump will win overall the state of Nebraska in the presidential contest. But at this point, NBC News is only comfortable attributing 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska to Donald Trump. Again, they will go congressional district by congressional district. There is still a chance here that although Trump is winning the state, that Harris may get an electoral vote or 2 out of the state. So we will watch 3 of the 5 electoral votes in Nebraska projected to go to Donald Trump per NBC News. Joining us now from Reno, Nevada, which is Washoe County, Nevada, is NBC's Steve Patterson. Steve, I understand that even though we've got the polling places in Nevada closed as of 10 p.m. Eastern, closed as of more than 30 minutes ago, you still got wicked long lines there.
Yeah, those
in
frozen
Reno.
margs up front.
Oh, fuck yeah, dog.
Yeah,
I
the
would have
polls
got
are
you one.
closed, so why does it still sound like 4 o'clock in the
They
afternoon?
can't hear this, right?
Everyone
No,
is
they
present.
absolutely
In fact,
cannot.
I can show you the
Yeah,
line
those
here.
pro-
That's
This
a
is,
straight
again,
beta
the
drink,
county,
and you're
sort of
happy to
county
sip it.
administration building, all the different county offices.
Thank God
are
they
here.
can't
You
hear
see the
this.
line, this line,
But
maybe
yeah.
about 30,
I feel
40
like we
minutes.
should create fake
This
drama
is one
between
of the
you and
good
I.
ones,
Just like
Rachel.
that.
The county
Let's go.
registrar
Let's go.
just gave a news update to the press, sort of talking about what lines look like after the polls
I'm drinking
close.
a little
There
bit
are
of
10
tequila
plus
and
sites
soda,
in the
not too
county with an hour plus
If
wait,
anyone wants
and
to
one
get him
of
a
them
drink,
is the
however,
University of
I
Nevada,
had to do
Reno,
that, so
which
you
is
can all be
reporting
next
a
in line. We'll have a
3-hour
little-
wait. It is
we'll have a little next in line over
7:35
here, right?
now, 35 minutes after polls have closed.
that?
Now, here are the problems that
wanted
come
to
with
buy
this.
you a drink.
Mail-in ballots,
Oh, no,
early
I,
voting, all of that stuff has been counted since 8
Come
o'clock this
on.
morning. So all of that
Come
is
on,
being
Sam,
processed.
just relax.
It's going through.
Peer pressure,
But
peer pressure.
in-person votes
Should
Bullying.
Sam
cast
get the vape?
today are
Workplace
still
bullying.
being cast. Those cannot be counted
Inappropriate.
until the last
Wait, wait,
person
wait.
in Nevada has
That's not
voted.
the-
And
is that the
we won't
Delta
know
9
any of the
Sunset Lake
data
CBD?
until the last person in Nevada has voted, which means we won't know anything.
Sam, you gotta hit the vape.
I will say
0%
this,
reporting
that
until at least 3
stream
hours.
The peer pressure. All right, guys, the new map. It's much better. we love a much
Okay.
better map. We love
Start coloring.
a much better, much better map here.
Do you have
Beautiful.
do you have different color markers?
I have 4.
Okay. Do you have red and blue?
I do. All right, let's go with the states by memory.
No, because we're also hearing
Let's
this
fucking
happening
go.
in other places
Sunset
around
Lake.
the state.
Yeah,
So,
Sugardead.com.
not good news if you like sleep.
And-
I mean-
great
And
news if you're a
sometimes
fan
it's
of
not
coffee.
strong enough.
Steve, just to be clear,
Because you
I've been in the toilet stall. Lines there. If we are still
Because you guys are
said
grifters.
3 hours. We're already
have
more than a
CBD
half an hour
on
past when polls are supposed to close in Nevada.
you use
If we're
coupon
looking at
code
3 hour
Left is
plus
Best
lines, just to totally underscore what you're saying,
Tonight
the
only,
state will not report
not
a
only get
single
20% off
vote. They will not report
every
any
purchase,
data at all
they
until
will
the last
donate
person has
$5.
voted. So even if they've got a lot of stuff tallied, they've been working all day.
We're going to probably end up matching what they do there. To UNRWA, United Nations Relief and Works Agency for Palestine, donations are going to be split between Gaza and Lebanon's emergency appeal funds.
Well, that's all sponsored by Russia. That's a wonderful idea, but
This
you know,
lady's
I'm
annoying.
not sure they're not paid for by the Russians.
Where's Hassan?
The most disturbing impression that you do.
I'm not sure what you're saying. But look, you have me to thank for getting Joe Biden out the race. Okay, you're welcome, America.
Would you read this in your Nancy Pelosi voice? That bottom part there, those last two.
Again,
Democratic Party, they just. One thing that I
is
think
this what you want?
really interesting about this is that they always claim that people like myself, people like yourself, are these like idealistic fucking losers who just want who want a unicorn, right? Like that's what Hillary Clinton said about Medicare for all. Oh, what's next? You want a unicorn? And it's like the things that we are advocating for are not only morally correct, but they're also massively beneficial in terms of the race, in terms of winning races. Even if you are not genuinely interested in pushing the needle towards like a more just society, towards expansion of Medicare in a very significant way, not like at-home care or whatever the fuck focus tested shit that Kamala Harris was pushing for. Like
focus grouped, shitty fucking.
I'm fucked with the
that wasn't the
Northeast.
case, like even if you weren't
I
going
can
to do
get,
that,
like-
like you couldn't even fucking lie about it, which blows my goddamn
I
mind.
can get like
at least-
most
at
of
least
the.
fucking
I can get like most of the square states, but the Northeast, I'm fucked.
With lies to get them excited at the prospect, like Barack Obama did in 2008, is genuinely shocking. We are not the idealists here.
We are the
fucking
pragmatists.
centrists- Yes, we are
They
pragmatic.
are the fucking
centrists
idealists. They are the ideologues. They are
Sounds
the
like a lot
people
of
doing
coke.
what they accuse the left of, where they prioritize their bullshit ideological crusades over pragmatic winning and stopping fascism. These people prioritized their stupid fucking neocon bullshit over actually doing what needed to be done.
Yeah,
They
also-
prioritized it at every fucking turn.
We also have some more damning news from David Day, and House is starting to slip away from the Dems. This result in what was considered a safe seat in Illinois is the big shocker so far, with Joshua Lloyd with 72% of the votes in. The Republican candidate is clobbering Nikki Budzinski.
Yeah, even the hope that existed under Biden that there would be some degree of separation between a generic liberal, someone like Bob Casey or Tammy Baldwin or any of these House members who won in 2022, they would be like separated from the Biden administration, something that made sense in theory, did not work in this high turnout electorate. When you have these low information voters, these low engagement voters, the kinds of voters who only show up every 4 years for presidential races and don't show up in special elections and runoffs and all these other races, when you have these voters showing up here, they just see the Democrat on the ticket as one and the same with his administration that they despise.
Yeah, but listen, you want to know what the silver lining in all of this is? Kamala Harris wanted to appoint a Republican to her cabinet, and honestly, now it's going to be all Republicans, and it seems like Democrats love that shit. So
yeah,
that's
they'll
good.
be fine. You're happy. You wanted Liz Cheney running the CIA. You're going to get more than enough of that.
Yeah.
The thing is with this, after 2016 was a legitimate upset. 2016 was something that was truly surprising. We didn't see it coming. Clinton was a very popular politician at some points in her career. She had the backing of this political machine that had won countless times. Trump was this person with minus 40% personal favorables. He was rejected by his party. Less than a month before the election, you had all these establishment figures who were telling him to drop out of the race. It was a legitimate question as to why he won. There were legitimate things Democrats needed to do. There wasn't a clear path forward because the party had been losing under Obama since 2010. They got blown out in 2010. They got blown out in 2014. They got killed in all these races leading up to 2016. What we have now, we have a party that is
Budzinski is up, by the way. Sorry to cut you off, but that was error in reporting, data entry error.
It's close enough.
Budzinski is actually up.
States.
Yeah, but the thing is, the difference between this and 2016 is that, after 2016, reasonable people could disagree on what the proper path forward is. Centrists had a legitimate case that they had a perfectly viable, even the most viable ideology electorally, and that they had just been they just happened to run this person who was corrupt and personally unpopular, and it fucked them. Run Biden.
It doesn't make any sense. Biden, Kamala Harris would not be running for. Kamala Harris would not be the presidential candidate right now if Joseph Robinette Brandon was not so unimaginably unpopular that he had to do the unceremonious, unique thing of dropping the fuck out. Why the fuck would you spend any of your truncated campaign running towards the fucking unpopular person? Why would you keep that unpopular person's own? Why would you keep his campaign? Why would you keep his campaign? Why would you run towards him? Why would you consistently say you are going to be just like him? But
they sacrificed our future on the altar of their fucking petulant, childish fetish towards Joe Biden. They sacrificed a clear path towards winning that we've seen be successful time and time and time again because they didn't want to admit that they did something wrong, even when the signs were clear every single step of the way. They were children. They were childish. They chose their feelings over what could have been done to easily be successful. People don't like Donald Trump. They've never liked Donald Trump. There's not been a single moment of this man's career that he has ever had personal positive favorability. That has never been the case for any national politician.
This guy is such a little
before. But he's probably going to be a two-term president because they insist on their fucking ideological centrist bullshit.
There's still people in the chat going, bro, shut the fuck up. Joe beat Trump when no one else could in 2020. 42,000 votes, by the way.
4.5 during COVID.
42,000 votes over Donald Trump, who got COVID literally a week before, like the Comey letter. When COVID was like the top of mind, number one priority, Donald Trump literally got COVID right before the fucking election.
Though? I mean, look at
beat him by 40,000 votes.
He beat him by 42,000 votes.
He's just a little sleepy guy.
During a generational public health crisis.
Yeah, no, it is unimaginably infuriating to watch the Democrats throw so fucking consistently and so aggressively. And I know for a fact tomorrow's headlines are going to be that like those stinky Muslim Arabs didn't fucking vote for the Democratic Party. Are you happy now? How many of you voted for Jill Stein or whatever?
She's getting
the fuck?
less than 1%. Yeah.
I know. They're gonna get. I think that in the aftermath of this, like depolarization of racial boundaries, Democrats are gonna run an increasingly more racist campaign than the one that they ran this time around. If they don't get their fucking act in order, if they continue along the same trajectory, they will somehow, in the eve of the Republican Party's collapse, literally offer them permanent victory. Like the Republican Party is supposed to be collapsing in the aftermath of Roe v. Wade, in the aftermath of Trumpism. And they did. They did collapse. The Democratic Party as a machine and the Democratic Party as a party is not unpopular. It's just that the leadership decisions being made from the campaign has been objectively unpopular. Every single time I asked myself and I asked this community, who is this for? Whenever Kamala Harris came out and said, oh, I'm going to do a $50,000 tax cut for small businesses. I'm a small business. My mother was a small business. I am a transnational gang and I will prosecute them. I was like, who's this for?
I'm from a middle-class family.
Yeah, I'm from a middle-class family.
Isn't that
I
amazing?
said, who's this for? Who is this for? Is that for you? No? Then stop imagining that it's actually for someone else. It's just objectively bad fucking messaging. Okay?
Yeah, you know what? We saw politicians in this race who were unconnected from the Biden administration. We have Ruben Gallego running against Kerry Lake, who's essentially a Trump clone. He's up by 7 points.
Oh my
We're
God!
probably going to see Jackie
likes
Rosen
Kerry
in
Lake.
Nevada win. She's not even a fucking leftist. She's a Zionist. She's insanely Zionist. We have Sherrod Brown in Ohio, who's outrunning her by God knows how much. We have like even the shitty CIA politician who's running for Senate in Michigan is outrunning her. The two incumbents in Pennsylvania and Michigan are outrunning her. There's a constituency here
This
who
is
are
such a
perfectly
win job.
willing to vote for Democrats. They just don't want to vote for an administration that they've seen as a failure since the fall of Kabul. And like people will fucking like Hillary, they'll crucify me for saying this, but like I don't entirely blame them. I get it.
Trump's ahead in like
I
all
get
the
it.
swing states.
Biden looked inept.
Right.
Kamala Harris is an inexperienced politician. She's only been in elected office since 2016 nationally. She's won 2 races against Republicans, one of which was in California that she nearly lost. She did nothing during her vice presidency. She was connected to Biden's biggest failures. When she ran for president, there was a moment of excitement that she could break from him, that she could represent something new, maybe a more
that moment of
left-wing
excitement came with almost $1 billion in fundraising from small donors, and they literally looked at that and were like, all right, we're good now.
Yeah, I don't get why they picked fucking walls. What was the point of that? Why'd you do that?
Exactly. Remember when the vice presidential debate was happening, or even leading up to that, when they objectively moved to a tack to the center, tack to the right strategy, as they always do.
Yeah.
I said, why the fuck didn't you pick Josh Shapiro? He would have been better. He would have been
would've
better
helped you
than
in
Tim Walz.
Pennsylvania.
If you were going to go to the center, then yeah, go with the conservative governor from the state of Pennsylvania. You get a 2-point bump regardless, because he's the governor of the fucking state that you have to win. And on top of that,
consistent. He loves Israel. He was a former IDF member. He loves charter schools.
Yeah.
He's not like he doesn't have any.
And more importantly, he would have been a better communicator. He could have done the fucking Barack Obama thing that he does all the time, and he would have been a better communicator of like the tepid neoliberalism of Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
I don't know why they went with Tim Walz, who
a progressive. It doesn't make any sense.
Yes, of course I said Walz was good. Chatters, you're not understanding what I'm saying. Walz is a fucking gem. Are you stupid? Tim Walz, if he was at the top of the ticket right now, this would not even be a conversation that we're having. Tim Walz is a gem.
He was the sole candidate in this entire race who had positive personal favorables.
Yeah. They wasted it. They wasted his opportunity. They literally turned around and backpocketed him. And they forced him to fucking repeat talking points that were coming from the top of the ticket. And yeah, I said it time and time again. Tim Walz, when he talks about like giving people healthcare, when he talks about housing, you can see how hard he pops off. When he talks about like, Israel's first strike policy against Iran, he's like, He sounds like a fucking asshole in a suit, just like everyone else. Josh Shapiro at least would have been a more charismatic facilitator of that kind of thing.
Yeah.
He literally would have done
Josh
a better
Shapiro
job than
would've
Tim
won.
Walz to be like, yeah, I would love to fucking nuke Iran, or I would love to have a muscular border policy. Tim Walz sucked at that.
I wouldn't I'm not too fucking proud. I'm not going to say some bullshit like you have to run a fucking socialist in every election to win. You just have to run somebody who looks competent. Josh Shapiro won in Pennsylvania against a Trump toady by 15 points. This isn't complicated. We don't need like some fucking magic sauce. We just need somebody who's capable of like looking like they can govern the country.
Okay.
Not
I've had
this
enough of the
fucking
cope.
old man,
Where we
81-year-old
going now?
failure who's been in Washington
Wherever we want.
since the Nixon administration. Not his
Let's go back to
unqualified
H3.
running mate. Who's
Alrighty.
Uh-oh.
No, I just.
He awake. He do awaken. Watch, he'll put his head down and go back to sleep. Just wait. Any second now. Wow, this is like waiting for election results. Any
What?
second, he's gonna put his head down and go to sleep. Uh-oh, he's honking. He's just a sleepy guy. Man, check this out. Sure don't look good for Harris at this point. Might be an early night after all. Look at this.
What are you referencing?
Trying to show every swing right now is leaning right.
Mm. But you said that the mail-ins don't get counted till later, right?
Yeah, stuff like that. There's stuff that we won't know in Georgia and Pennsylvania until after midnight.
Yeah.
But if Trump has a big enough lead, it's not going to matter.
True. It just depends. Fucking unbelievable. So I guess Americans are that dumb. After all.
Put on H3. See what zany stuff they got going on.
What?
Put on H3.
It's on. Oh my god, it's the wrong fucking thing.
Somebody started a poll here.
Let me call her. That'd be fun to
I
hear
didn't
from
think
her.
you could break I don't think she's gonna want that. Yeah.
Aww.
I'm gonna call her
You
though,
could
because
break
it
a
will be
penis.
fun. It will be fun. You don't have to talk to her, but this will be fun.
This is.
Well, just tell
She
her.
doesn't have to answer. She knows.
Just tell her you're live, though.
Yeah, she knows.
Or
Hi, Mom. I'm live.
I know, we're watching.
Yeah. First of all, Mom, who has a better hairline between me and Sean?
A better hairline? I don't know. Don't you both have the same hairline? You got your dad's hairline.
She's doing the I can't choose. I love you both. That's. Mom, what happened? So I heard you're upset, and Sean is taking off right now.
Sean's talking to me. Wait, turn it up so I
No,
can...
he's standing here. He didn't say anything.
Oh, okay. I'm depressed about the election. I was working all day trying to get people to the, I took friends to the polls. I helped them fill out their ballots. And I've just been busy all day. And Sean forgot to mention about the dogs. And so, their dogs are not completely house trained. So it's not a comfortable situation.
So there's been some accidents.
No. There hasn't been any accidents. I've got them.
But then what did
Can
happen?
we give like an applause for Gus for not peeing on their rug?
Yeah.
Good job, Gus.
Well, what happened then?
Good job, Gus.
Neither does Chai.
But if there was no accident inside, what's the issue?
I've got them on a leash. I'm not letting them
Oh,
run.
she's playing. She's not taking chances.
She's not taking chances.
That's pretty hardcore, Mom.
That is hardcore. I mean, I've been letting them out every few, like every half hour.
It sounds like she's really losing it with the dogs. She's got them on a leash. She takes them out every 30 minutes. It's pretty intense over there.
They're literally on a
Well, Gus has got a lot of energy.
He does.
Plays.
He does.
He's always knocking the ball underneath the couch, and then he starts digging at the carpet, so I have to go underneath the couch and get his ball. It's like, they're crazy.
The ratios are off. I give up.
And so, how are you feeling about the election here today, Mom?
I'm depressed.
Did you expect that Trump would? It's a sweep. It looks like Trump's going to win the.
Every swing state.
He's going to win the popular vote.
Tim Pool was right.
I don't know.
Yeah, an electoral college estimate looks like.
How so?
Because it's the 50-state sweep.
Can win every
I just
state.
don't understand. I don't know.
He's unlikely now.
It boggles my mind that I think so differently than all these other people. It's like, what do they see?
Everybody. The truth is that everyone consumes different media, and that brainwashes everybody. The people that vote for Trump don't watch the same news and broadcasters that you do.
Well, I know that all those people are, I don't know. It seems to be that the world is going conservative also. I'm just worried that they're going to pull out of NATO. I think there goes poor Ukraine. I'm concerned.
Oh, yeah.
And then I'm concerned about...
It's funny because they don't realize how much worse it's going to be. Like, there's literally 4 genocides waiting for Trump to get in before they launch. Like, we're literally, and this is my big issue with the whole don't vote for Kamala Harris because of Gaza, right? Americans don't give a fuck about foreign policy, and you're trying to push this so hard against the liberals, and now you're going to see. Because you've decided to put hierarchy on genocide and decided that Palestine was more deserving of your support than other places, now we're going to see more people die. Just so you're aware, that's what you guys were arguing for. Now, I'm not arguing of who to vote for.
If Biden actually acted on it, they would have gotten the votes.
Okay.
That's what they're going to say.
So what's going to happen now when the second he gets in, he's going to send
Biden
troops
should have
into
done
Israel
something sooner.
and go and slaughter every Gazan? Because now, so theoretically, right? Theoretically, Donald Trump wins. Israel has all the support and some behind them to now completely displace every single Palestinian out of Gaza. And who's going to stop them? I thought you cared about Gaza. Don't you care? Why don't you care? And then you have Sudan, which has like 10 million-ish internally displaced people. They're also suffering. Then you're going to have Turkey and the Kurds. He's going to pull out of NATO. Who's going to stop Turkey? So Turkey and the Kurds, Azerbaijan and the Armenians, and Russia and Ukraine. Pretty cool. Good job, guys. Really caring about genocide and showing that you really care. Really, really showing that it's a lot more than team sports here. You guys really care. You really care about that flag waving, huh? You wave that
Who's
flag.
ready for mass deportations?
Hell yeah. Can't wait for concentration camps. Fuck yeah, brown skin, concentration camp. That's what you guys voted for. Very cool.
And then, the grocery budget.
Oh yeah,
go way
international tariffs? Hell yeah. You know it's going to be fucking awesome? Having to pay basically 100% extra on everything that you pay for. Hope you guys like a fucked economy.
Apology. So I'm talking to Ethan, Gary.
What did he say? Is he upset?
Dad.
I heard my dad yelling.
I'm talking to Sean. I mean, I'm talking to Ethan. Hi, your father.
What does it have to? Yeah, no. What does it have to do with talking to Sean, Dad?
Fucking old people.
Well,
God, he's still on the phone. Don't care. Hell yeah.
In Lebanon, I'm Lebanese, but like I'm trying to get into this university.
And also, if you
and
check
people
your
got
links, I
suspended
sent you
last
another
year
good one.
for opposing Israel's genocide in Gaza, and I just don't want to like ruin my chances of getting into college.
Right.
So yeah, it's horrifying.
It is.
Such a
It
free
is.
country we live in.
Well, let's bring on our next guest who is here with us, who is waiting. Todd Miller, the author and the journalist who specializes on border issues. Obviously, one of the
people
biggest
must be
issues
so happy.
in this election. Todd, as always, thanks so much for being back with us.
Oh, great to be with you. Thanks.
Well, you know, a lot to be said, of course. We don't know exactly what the outcome is going to be here.
Is that cope? Or are you guys very happy?
No, they're.
You know, I don't want to make too many.
No, of course
Look
they're
at
happy
Rihanna.
because they're
She
Trump
can't-
supporters.
Can't contain herself.
Any predictions, as it were. Although, of course, Trump seems to be up in Arizona. He obviously has already. They've called Texas and others. New Mexico, it looks like, and California might go to the Democrats as always. So, you know, it's sort of a mixed bag, maybe in the so-called border counties. But it does seem, since immigration has become nationalized as an issue, you know, the way things are trending so far, which is looking good for Trump in many of the swing states. It maybe seems to speak to the fact that Kamala Harris's idea that trying to be just as brutal or hardcore, however you want to put it on the border, was not necessarily the best possible strategy to just sound just like Trump.
It is.
It's so fucking crazy to me that people can actually sit here and be like, oh, she's trying to mimic Trump's policies. Let's just vote for the guy who's actually legitimately worse and has shown that he's been worse. Just like the utter illiteracy and the fundamental failure of basic numeracy in the American public, resulting in the ascension of Donald Trump for a second time, is fucking incredible. Truly something to monitor and study. Honestly,
He's not.
Study this mentality because this is fucking retarded.
He's not close to winning.
No, I
He's
know.
just closer than Harris.
No, I know. I'm saying that in the eventuality that it actually does turn out this way, like, this is what these people have to understand is what you guys have voted for. Like, especially the people who single issue Gaza, right? If Gaza is your single issue, you fucked up because they are about to get obliterated if Trump wins. Like, it's pretty bad what the Democrats are doing, and that's an understatement. When I say obliterated, the destruction of the Khmer Rouge will pale, is my prediction, considering that he has said that Israel will have his unwavering support. And with Netanyahu at the helm,
A surprising tactic by Kamala Harris, definitely. I mean, considering that in 2020, the Democrats definitely ran, at least rhetorically, right? Even though in practice they did other things after getting in power, but rhetorically they ran on a humane border, right? Not building one more foot of wall, right? Those sorts of,
like, holy shit. Like, have we not looked at the people Trump wants to put in his cabinet? Like the people he wants to assign to positions?
Isn't it amazing? What?
It's all his friends. As Sam Cedar was saying, all the fucking billionaires are behind him. Maybe, and then all the Democrats are like, oh, the celebrities are backing Kamala Harris. The celebrities? Who gives a fuck? The billionaires, the people killing people daily, are behind Donald Trump. I don't know. It just seems like when you actually weigh the reality of both things up, there's only one choice. If you are voting.
That was the campaign. It was like a cornerstone to the Democratic campaign. And then throughout since January or February, first Biden and then Kamala Harris, it's been.
I don't, and this is the thing. I don't want to be able to say, is this what you really fucking wanted? But that's what I'm going to have to end up saying. Is I'm literally going to have to end up saying to people,
it's better if Trump's in power. They'll because nobody's going to critically look at them criticizing American policy if it's Trump.
What do you mean?
It's good for all these people. All the pro-Iran, all the pro-Russia people, it's beneficial for them for Trump to win for their information efforts. It's so much easier to do attacks against Trump. No one questions you. And then you just slide in the Assad apology and nobody even blinks.
Well, at least we'll be busy.
Look at how many people still are upset that Trump killed Qasem Soleimani.
It's a fair point. It's honestly, it's fucking just awe-inspiring, the stupidity of Americans.
Well, like I said, win or lose, the shift towards fascism that's already been shown isn't going away.
No.
And that's what's more important is the cultural victory Trump has had. It's not good.
No.
This tactic to out-Trump Trump in a lot of ways. Like this whole idea that Trump isn't serious on the border, but we are, and we're going to bring the heavy hand to the border. And they keep referring to the bipartisan border bill that came up in the House and the Senate in February, but was rejected, right? And that border bill, which they say it's bipartisan, but really it was packed with all this funding going to border and immigration.
It's bipartisan because both sides supported it.
That's what it funding, means. $15 billion over the already astronomical budgets. And throughout Kamala Harris's campaign, she's been saying that she's going to sign that bill as soon as she gets into office as president. And so that's just sending a message that I think if Harris wins, she's probably going to do things immediately that will drastically affect the border and the borderlands, maybe even quicker than.
There's so many people in fucking politics. We're not getting any of them.
Oh yeah, because everyone's streaming it right now.
Yeah.
Where we'll catch them is when all these people go to bed and we have to stop.
Trump will.
That's been the plan the whole time, is to outlast them.
Yeah, Todd, it's really incredible to me that of all the things, I mean, she just tried to
The election gooners are going to have to find somewhere to goon.
This one ad she put out where she was like, at like some town hall or some speech she was giving, she was making fun of Trump because she was like, he said he was going to build the wall and he only built 2% of it. And he took a photo of himself in front of the part of the wall that Obama built. And you're like, that's not something to be proud of, but okay.
Yeah.
So insane. But that said, I mean, is there...
Shut the fuck up.
About how there's bipartisan consensus when it comes to the militarization of the border and the deportation machine. But that said, is there any nuance to be seen between
She's
the
a
two parties?
fucking idiot.
Can we expect a slight difference in policy under one versus the other?
I mean, what
Honestly,
I see,
I'm pretty stoked
we
with
only
this
can go by the
like,
rhetoric
a little bit of it.
As far as this particular election and who wins tonight, right?
It's way fucking
and
off.
what I've seen
it's way off. But like it looks pretty good for the little bit that it has. You know what my problem was? I fucked up with the ratios of where like Michigan is and Texas. Right? So I needed to ratio correctly and I just fucked it up. And then I gave up because I'm like, this is unfixable. I probably could fix it, but I can't be fucked. To be completely honest. But I'm pretty happy with it, honestly.
Just keep going. Just keep going. Try your best.
Right, where you have Kamala Harris saying, "I'm going to sign this bill and put all this. I'm going to hire more Border Patrol agents, bring in more technology, blah 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 blah," and then you have Trump responding to that, saying, "Oh, I'm going to do even worse. I'm going to round up 15 million people or 20 million people and massively deport them."
And we want
so
that.
you have this. So what it seems to me is that every time the Democrats raise the bar, Trump will raise the bar even higher. And so that's what that's what I think is. So instead there are nuances between the parties, right? And rhetorically of course, right? Because
who's ready for Christian fascism?
Trump's remarks are, just xenophobic
Who's
and
ready
racist,
for American
straight
Taliban?
out, flat out. And Harris and the Democrats try to avoid that sort of language. Yet the actual practice and what is put into place is very, very similar. So similar that it almost seems like there is very little to no difference. However, as I said at the beginning, that I think Trump will if Harris is saying one thing, Trump will try to do more than that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it really is, amazing. I mean, it speaks to maybe one issue here that I think is maybe important is that it feels to me, Todd, and you tell me if you think I'm wrong here, that, a lot of how this is going to be shaped is going to be about the resistance to increased criminalization of immigrants and militarization of the border.
I was right.
In the same way it has been in 2006, and the same way, movements so far, that it's really not an issue that's going to be fully shaped by the politicians.
Hey, dipshit. Guess what's going to make it worse?
Yeah, in fact, I would argue that the whole border and immigration enforcement apparatus is a whole bipartisan system, or even it goes out of politics altogether, and it's its own system that is moving on its own volition, regardless. And it gets more, like, every year there's more budget, for example, so there's more of the components of the enforcement apparatus, which brings the more criminalization, which brings more militarization, which brings more, quite frankly, brutalization of people trying to cross the border, and the criminalization that goes along with it, and the sort of rhetorical justifications of all of that. And that happens from mainly, you're seeing it from the Trump side, but it does happen from the Democratic side too. As in Arizona, where I am, we've seen the campaign commercials, and the campaign commercials coming from the Trump side, of course, are just egregious. I mean, they're almost like the video that we're seeing right here of constantly showing people going through the border in these sort of grainy videos that almost, in the way that the kind of narratives that are superimposed over them create this like horror.
What did you put on? Grass drying? Because that would be more entertaining than breakthrough news. Something like that? No? You're not talking?
Oh, I'm muted. I put on a cat.
That's a puma.
Everyone loves cat. Nuance is like one wants concentration camps, the other one doesn't. Right?
Yeah, I mean, concentration camps aren't that big of a deal after all. It's been done before. Yeah. Trump wants to use the Alien and Sedition Act to enforce his border policies, and that's what gave us those pretty epic concentration camps last time. So that's pretty cool. And I guess that'll be something that we can look forward to. Oh, don't forget the cunt registries and like complete erasure of women's healthcare. That's cool too.
But still, it depicts the border as this volatile and chaotic.
Okay, we'll go back to birds and bears and shit, I guess. I'm still doing map. Okay, I got it. Cool. Florida. It's a bear. There's no audio. That's the problem. I don't think this is going to turn out like you think it's going to turn out. I don't know. I was very wrong though. Unless the polls come out a certain way and like sweep everything. I don't know. It's not looking good. But yeah, you get what you fucking deserve. Yeah, you want to listen to fucking idiots who are just trying to manipulate you and use you for political power, even though Trump literally said, "I'm only in it for my own political power." Sure, let's give him the presidency again. That's a good fucking idea. What the fuck do I know? I'm just an Australian. Man, bears are weird. It's just a person in a suit. Moose. I'm just the girl. What do I know? I'm almost done with the map. Almost. Kind of. Sure, that can be Kentucky, sure. Sure, that looks like Ohio, sort of.
I'm sitting here muted.
Yeah, good one.
You ever seen this? It's a mule deer.
Yes, I have seen them before. They're kind of cool.
Oh, this is the one I was waiting for when you see the bear's balls.
Hell yeah. Bear nuts. Oh, West Virginia goes all the way up there. Oh, Virginia comes further down. Cool.
Oh my god, bro, look at him.
Oh, a little book. Cool. West Virginia needs to go up a bit, though. Oh.
Click the link I sent and put that one on.
Okay. Oh, no.
What? What's wrong? Like, how crazy is it moose exist? Like, why even can fucking take that thing down?
What?
Moose.
Moose.
Like, this bear could probably kill a moose, but, like, why would it want to? It'd have to be real hungry.
Sure. We're just watching animals with no sound now.
I told you to put on this thing that I sent you.
I don't think the Democratic Party will learn a lesson from that, because that's not about the Democratic Party. It's about the donor class, right? And so the donor class wants what they want.
Ironically,
And they're not. So we're going to get more of the same. We're going to get another complete tool of the war machine, and Wall Street and Big Pharma, and in 2028 to oppose JD Vance. That's what we're going to get. And JD Vance, as you pointed out, is also funded by Peter Thiel and all those people. And so this is the world we're living in. And then there isn't a third party that's worth anything. You know, the Green Party has proven over and over that they're completely controlled opposition, infiltrated and completely controlled. They couldn't even get on the New York ballot. You know, LaRouche candidates got on the ballot in New York State. The Green Party couldn't. They've been around for 35 years. So that's just clear.
Well, Jimmy, they would say they face also. I mean, I didn't follow any of this, so.
Well, I did.
But they would say
I can tell you about it if you want to know.
Yeah, hold on. They would say they faced all these lawsuits that when they tried to get, that the Democrats put a lot of money into fighting them, into basically suing them in courts off of the ballots, right? That's what they would say.
So the LaRouche Party fought, Diane Sayre faced the same kind of opposition, the same kind of ballot restrictions and goalposts she had to jump over, and she got on the ballot. So I found people. I've heard from people on the ground in Wisconsin. You know who isn't there? The Green Party.
Hang on.
Isn't on the ground. So it's just anyway. And I'm not here to beat up on the Green Party. I'm in theory in favor of the Green Party. My problem is that they've been thoroughly infiltrated, if not completely invented by the deep state to be controlled opposition. So that's the problem.
Disagree on that, but whatever.
That's the problem.
I have my own criticisms.
Why are you disagreeing? Is that because you're funded
if we
by
could
the
go
same
for
people?
another 3 hours, I could lay them out.
Okay.
But we can. I'll talk to you on your show, or we can do this again post-election. I guess let's get your final thoughts. I mean, it looks like there's no path to victory for Kamala Harris. And, if anyone wants to know how I feel about that, just rewind to Ali Aboudima's final statement, because
I think that's great.
I think it is richly deserved for them. And how dare they take us for granted? Michigan it keeps trending away from her in ways we've never seen before. And it's obvious that there's a protest vote there. But also, how dare they, again, I don't think Donald Trump is going to reverse any of these trends at all. But it's just, how dare they do so many things that we thought the Democratic Party was not supposed to stand for, like sell off all the jobs of their own constituents, all their blue collar constituents, and then go and say, you better thank a union member. Like that's what Trump's going to be saying. Because they're just so pissed off. You just send all their jobs away with NAFTA. Then you send the guy out who did it to piss on the heads of Arabs and Muslims and say that Jews have a right to Judea and Samaria because they were there in the Bible a long time ago in the middle of Detroit. I mean,
shut the fuck up, Max. Dumb cunt. Go get your fucking award from Russia, you stupid mutt. Hold on. Not that one. I need me. That's me.
But they're eating chips.
Yes, that's fine. I have a map.
The map can wait till after Zapata finishes.
Get fucked. Put the map back on.
Actually, that's kind of a big chip. I should take it from him.
He doesn't even fucking change it. I think that's a pretty good map. It's a pretty good map. I don't know about you. I think it's a pretty good map.
You can have it.
Fuck yeah.
Did you say you're proud of it?
Yeah, happy. All right, look.
Now you got to color it.
Yeah, I know. Look. That's not gonna work. Son of a bitch. This way. Matt.
Texas is fucking.
Yeah, Texas was too big to account for. Fuck Texas. Map. 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 Fuck off, Chad. Get the fuck out of there. Get the fuck out of there. Boom. We got a map.
Why is it backwards?
No, it's not backwards. It's in Australia. I'll color it in. Maybe by the time I'm done, the election will be over.
How dare you?
What are they thinking?
How
when
dare
I
you?
saw Bill Clinton, dude, that's what you're talking about, right? Bill Clinton.
Yeah.
I just was dumb. I was just like, is everybody in the Democratic Party hate Kamala Harris and want to make sure she loses? Is that why Joe Biden called half the country garbage? Is that why Bill Clinton's out there telling you about it was mind blowing.
They're literally repeating
so
Republican
my
talking
final
points.
word on that is
Look at the
that
difference.
thank God finally
The people we know are assets are so happy.
Yeah,
Go back
yeah,
to
exactly.
Hassan and H3H3 stream. How do they feel?
Yeah, exactly. That's actually a good point.
Thank God finally the Democratic Party has to pay for their malfeasance. Thank God finally that enough voters woke up to realize that they're voting for their oppressors. And not that the Republican or Donald Trump is not gonna, but finally somebody made them pay a price for that. Thank God. And so what I look forward to is the corporate media spin on all this. And what they're gonna of course blame it on racism. They're already blaming it. I saw on CNN they already blamed it on sexism, that black men and white men won't vote for a female. Which is garbage, 100% garbage, and we know that. And so I don't know what this means going forward, but the overwhelming majority of Americans are begging for a third party. They want an independent party. What can one happen?
Okay.
I don't know. The lawfare that's used against them, the way they do to keep them off
for
the
everyone
ballot.
saying it's over. The first swing state has officially been called.
Okay.
And it's the one we knew was going to go to Trump, North Carolina. Every other swing state is still undecided and in play.
Mm-hmm.
But they are leaning Trump.
Yes.
He knew it was going to go to Trump, North Carolina.
Okay, I'm just making a tweet. I'm going to be like, come with us on a journey and find out who are the foreign assets. Journey through YouTube to figure out.
So also there's chinchillas.
Figure out who the foreign assets are. There's also
there's chinchillas.
Alrighty.
The media is 100% against them always. They try to pretend they're Russian bots and all that stuff. I don't know if there's an electoral strategy going forward to represent workers, represent students, represent anti-war movement. I don't really know if there is one. But I think we need to remember, the important thing is to remember that the MAGA voters are not your enemy. The MAGA voters want most of the same things you do. They want to end the wars, right? They want good jobs. They want healthcare that doesn't bankrupt them. And we all want those things. So they want to clean up our food supply. They want to clean up our water supply. They want to get the corruption out of the FDA and the CDC. They want a lot of the same things that we want. And don't fall for that trick by the oligarchy through their corporate media to make you think that your enemy is your neighbor or your enemy is half the country. I'm just so sick and tired of politicians saying that they want to save the country.
You seem very happy that Trump won,
half
Jimmy.
The country. That's just
How interesting.
complete garbage and bullshit. And we have to remember that the MAGA.
It's funny. You sound a lot like a Trump supporter.
Voters are not our enemy. MAGA voters are our neighbors who are hurting under the same oligarchy that we are, and we share a common enemy. And that common enemy is the oligarchy, and that all the identity politics and all the hubbub over immigrant. That is all to take our eye off the ball and have us fight against each other instead of having our eye on our common enemy, which is the establishment and the oligarchy. Let's remember that those same people who fund Donald Trump and fund Kamala Harris all work together behind the scenes, right? They play us against each other. That's the big message I hope everybody carries going forward the next 4 years. Don't let them play us against each other. Let's us come together against them.
And let's remember that when
final words from Jimmy Dore, because we want to move towards wrapping. But Jimmy, thank you so much for joining us tonight. So
they're stopping their
election.
It's so funny. See what I'm saying? They're stopping their election coverage at midnight.
But
like
you
Sam
have
Cedar,
been calling
when
a
the
lot
real
of this
election actually starts.
for years. So thank you so much for your voice. And
it's literally 30 minutes until we actually get
image of that woman putting
counts.
fingers in her ears as they walked by anti-genocide protesters.
Very happy people.
I want that to be remembered. We have it documented.
Remember.
It's not like just last month or a few weeks before the election, people started saying we're abandoning Biden, we're abandoning Harris. This has been going on since last year. I still remember the protests that Breakthrough News live streamed last November in DC against the genocide in Palestine. Last November, a year ago, almost. And what was the common phrase I heard speakers saying? It was like, in November.
That's it? November? We did one the day of, and I'm pretty sure we did coverage on every single major thing for weeks. Considering that they're an op, that's kind of weak.
We remember. In November, we remember.
Cringe.
As in next November, we're not going to forget this genocide. And there were people in the Democratic Party at the time saying they'll forget by next year. They'll forget by next year. Guess what? It's next year, and they didn't forget. They're angrier than they've ever been. So I want to keep reiterating this. I know I'm going in circles here, but we need to continue to reiterate this because I refuse to be blamed or let anyone I know who refused to vote for this genocidal party be blamed for what we're about to maybe witness.
Right.
Rania, you're not to blame because you didn't vote for Harris. You're to blame because you're a foreign agent, you fuckwit.
Yeah. And if they cared this much about, if they really saw Trump as a fascist, why weren't they demanding that the Democrats do the right thing? Electorally speaking, forget the moral issue, which I would like for people to care about, children being starved, being operated on without anesthetic. Like, would be nice if that was an issue. But even if you have a heart of stone, but are like a blue MAGA type, you should have been moving the Democrats to do what the polls were saying would be popular for them to do. I have empathy for people. I really do have empathy. This is something we could debate, but I have empathy for people who think Trump is going to be worse for the world. Whether or not that's right, that's in itself is not, I don't think, an inherently disgusting position. But what's inherently disgusting and what is unforgivable wouldn't be popular for them to do. I have empathy for people. I really do have empathy. This is something we could debate, but I have empathy for people who think Trump is going to be worse for the world. Whether or not that's right, that's in itself is not, I don't think, an inherently disgusting position. But what's inherently disgusting and what is unforgivable is to, regardless of what you think of a Trump or Harris presidency, to blame people who couldn't bring themselves to vote for Harris.
This is cope. This is cope. You are coping because you know that Trump winning is a bad thing and that you are actually guilty, but you're just unaware that there will be multiple genocides that kick off because of this election. I hope I'm wrong.
These people are not the enemy.
Yeah, well, I think that's true. I mean, but undoubtedly they'll have no choice but to blame people
IRGC
because
is
it's
an
so
enemy, yes,
obvious
actually.
what they've done. And I think that were Trump to win, and I think there's certainly predictions that is going to happening now. I think the question you have to ask yourself is how did we get here in the first place? And I mean, everything that Trump is capitalizing on was bipartisan. There's no doubt about that. But there hasn't really been as hard a break from the Democrats of many of these points, especially when it comes to the wars and the other things happening abroad. I mean, there was a little bit of a shift on the issues of like trade and unions and so on and so forth away from the sort of NAFTA consensus. But even there, when you think about how the Build Back Better plan was set up by Biden, that, was nothing crazy. It was just an extension of existing social programs and giving them more money so they could address things more significantly, extending the child tax credit, like things I would consider to be basically, simple things, broadly supported. They couldn't even pass that. And it wasn't because of the Republicans per se. It was because they were sabotaged by their own party. And of course, Joe Manchin is the person mentioned the most, Kristen Sinema. But the reality of that is they're really covering for about 12 other people who really didn't want to vote for it either. And we're happy to have them as a stalking horse.
I reckon it looks fantastic.
As it concerns the overall issue of.
But I don't know.
You got to hang it behind you.
Anyway, I lost my train of thought. The basic point here being that there's just a lot happening on the screen, so it's hard to stay focused. But the basic point being here, I think, when you look at what is happening, that the Democrats have acquiesced to a pro-billionaire agenda. I mean, you look at everything Kamala has been saying in the whole campaign. I mean, she's going out of her way to talk to the crypto industry and say that she will be fair to them. She has, at least according to the Financial Times, although her campaign is pushing back on this, promised to try to get
all of the billionaires and tech CEOs are behind Donald Trump. It's so disingenuous to say that the Democrats are doing the billionaire agenda when the billionaires are literally behind Trump. Again, cope. Because they know that what they've done, that what they've helped to do will result in very bad things, but they can't say it because they're agents.
Can we look at Virginia?
Yes.
It was formerly red.
Whoops. That one, go away.
Remember when this was colored in red?
Mm-hmm. Harris is up by 200,000. 84%.
Remember how from the start of this year I said 14 people in Pennsylvania will decide the vote? How many times did you hear me say something along those lines?
You have been saying that, yes.
And again, Pennsylvania can't do a bunch of their counting yet.
No.
So also the reporting, the percentage reporting, that's just of the ballots that they have.
Yeah.
So at midnight, there'll be a dump of even more ballots, which means that like even the 80% reporting is inaccurate. You won't know until we have 5 more hours until like we'll look at like a potential actual like for sure victory.
Yeah.
But hopefully in the next hour we will see the shift balance out.
Yes. So it is coming
Trump
back up
will win
now.
In the next, Trump will either win in the next hour or it will start balancing out.
It just depends who the idiots are going, like which idiot is going to make the call first, because it could literally turn into like a 2000 election scenario as well. Like we have to completely account for the fact that this could happen again. Like, really.
Well, it sure will be interesting.
Uh-huh.
If Trump wins. Oh my goodness. Turbo boosted. He's doing all kinds of noises. Oh, he's got a lot to say. He's just so fabulous. Anyway.
COVID-19 crisis, which were kind of the proximate issues.
Up the discussion about the Democrats didn't do this and the Republicans didn't do this and whatever. It's like, that's the whole point. They are both two fronts of a corporate empire. The only reason why they come to Dearborn, for example, and beg for our votes is because they want to ingest us into the system. Why? Because when you vote, you're not just voting for one candidate. You're voting for the legitimacy of the system. And if you want to see, pay attention to how the U.S. empire deals with the elections in countries that are opposed to U.S. hegemony.
What country?
Look at how the U.S. empire and the corporate media deal with Cuba, Venezuela, the Islamic Republic of Iran, all of these countries. Whenever their elections come around, the U.S. empire is always
Every
talking about
fucking
how the
time.
people don't believe in the system
Every
and the
fucking
elections
time.
are rigged
You're
and blah,
full
blah,
of
blah.
shit.
Why? Because
you're full of shit. You're pumping up this fucking American democracy bullshit when it's just not. You are just a fucking agent. Get fucked.
they want to delegitimize the system so that they can go take some lovely U.S. democracy.
What happened with the Venezuelan elections? Did everyone just concede and give it to fucking Maduro? And just let that election get stolen? Like, is that what happened?
Oh my God.
You weren't listening?
No, I was, but somebody made a video and it's called Peanut the Squirrel Needed to Die.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, I saw somebody that considers themselves left-wing and a communist was like, the guy had 7 years to get permits and comply. I'm like, ACAB includes animal control, libtake.
To them.
And you know what the best part is? He had 1312 in his username as well. So that's even funnier.
If you reverse engineer that, then it's the same idea. When you go and vote, there's like, if you play the game, you have to accept the outcomes. If you go vote for Kamala,
No, you fucking don't. What are you talking about? This is the utilitarian collective punishment mindset that I've been trying to fucking get people to get the fuck over for the last month, I swear.
Fucking Al-Qaeda.
Oh my God.
Al-Qaeda shit, bro.
Yeah, this is literally collective punishment. You are advocating for the same mentality that Israel has towards Palestine. Hamas did the attack, so Palestinians must die, right? This is the Hamas mentality of the IDF kills Palestinians and Israel wants to kill Palestinians, so all Jews must die. Right? This is this mentality. This is the Saddam mentality of everything around me needs to go. They all must die, bow or die. This is like any resistance, genocide is the result, right? One resistance from your family and the whole family gets killed. It's this kind of shit. This is like Soviet dumb cunt mentality that needs to die. It genuinely needs to die.
or Trump, or even Jill Stein, although she's obviously different than them. Although,
yeah, what's different about her? Is it that she's funded by Russian money?
I think she has issues as well. But
what
whoever
issues?
you vote for, you're ultimately voting for the system. When you vote, you're giving consent for the system to govern over you. And when the sister mentioned that real political activism is not one day every 4 years. That's the biggest facade of U.S. democracy, is that you come every 4 years, you pick one of two hand-chosen candidates who are both set up to screw you out. Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, he literally said, I'm sick and tired of hearing people say that this is the most important election of our life.
Guess who's gonna be the treasurer for Donald Trump, cunt?
Time, because in the long run, it doesn't matter. Like, he's the CEO of the largest asset managing firm.
And you just gave him the treasury position of the United States.
in the whole world.
So don't you fucking cry to me about Larry Fink and BlackRock and all this corporate espionage and fucking socialist workers international worldwide unite bullshit.
No, don't you
Give
know?
it a fucking rest.
They don't want solutions. They just want to complain.
They just want to complain.
Whatever makes them complain more, that's what makes them happy.
So from now on, any person who uses any language from these people, the only response they're getting is shut the fuck up. You, by your own definition, by voting for Jill Stein or against Kamala Harris for whatever reason that really doesn't matter in the long run, because it's going to get worse, a lot worse, if Donald Trump wins, and none of you really realize, I guess, because you're all single issue focused. I thought there was like some kind of spark there when they started mentioning Sudan and the Congo, right? But that died as fast as it appeared, right? When was the last time?
I think what we're learning is that
Sudan?
America hates women.
Yes, I think that's very much what it is. But yeah. So it's pretty cool. Pretty fucking cool. But yeah, I think from any time from this point on, anyone who uses the language of these people, the empire, complains about Venezuela, you know the people. The only response is shut the fuck up. Yeah, you said that voting in the system is consent to the system. Well, you consented in Donald Trump, so you can shut the fuck up. Kamala Harris just got projected for Virginia.
So the Senate Republicans have gained 2 seats. And that's the other big thing is that the Republicans were favored to win the Senate, which was never good, but they have the advantage in the Senate anyway.
Yeah.
The House, the Dems have already lost 2 seats.
Yes, I heard about.
So,
yeah, that said that.
So
in one
now
of
the
videos we were
Republicans
watching.
have +1 there.
Okay, that's not good.
Yeah.
Cool, supermajority, Republican supermajority. Awesome.
Well, also 2 Supreme Court justices want to retire and may retire during Trump's term.
Dude.
If he wins. You still want to come here?
It gets better and better. Oh my god.
You want to come here?
I'll be fine. I think I'll go to Japan. You can stay there. But yeah, so it's like, yeah, maybe they should have thought about this before using a single issue of things that people don't actually give a fuck about because nobody actually cares about foreign policy. Maybe you should have thought about this before essentially voting for Donald Trump.
And he's literally telling you it doesn't matter who you vote for because we're in conversation with both parties. Like, you're getting it from the horse's mouth. But then we still come back and talk about how, well, you know, we gotta make sure that we hold them accountable and the Democrats and blah 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 and all this stuff. And then just the last point that I want to end with is, like, it's not that they just devalue the lives of like people in West Asia, so-called Middle East, or like brown people or whatever. These people don't care about black people. They don't care about brown people. They don't even care about white people. They could care less. You're just talking about the opioid epidemic. 90% of the opioids in the world were coming out of Afghanistan after the US invaded Afghanistan. It's the US military sending opioids, just like how Ronald Reagan brought...
Brother, it was the fucking Taliban. What are you talking about? Was it not the Taliban?
CIA helped.
Okay. It doesn't... Oh, was this like 80s? Like Mujahideen time, or was this post?
Well, the Taliban...
When was the opioid
basically
epidemic?
the entire drug camp edition, right?
Okay.
So after the Americans went in, and they had to appease warlords, the drug exports in Afghanistan skyrocketed again. But the Taliban also cut the heroin supply specifically so they could control it better.
Yeah, okay. Very cool.
Crack to America. They don't care about black, white, anything. They care about...
What?
They're rich because of the heroin ban.
The bottom line, which is their
it's how the Taliban manipulated the currency.
Yeah.
Because like the extract, right? You've seen how they like scrape it, right? The sap.
Yeah, I think so.
So the raw poppy sap, like a lot of dealers will give people, just regular people in the society, bricks because that's like it's basically a secure hard currency like gold.
Okay.
So people will actually hold bricks and then like basically like it's like investing in gold, right? You sell back the gold and you make a little money off the top of it.
Yeah.
So that culture was already common. So when the Taliban came in and shut that type of industry down where people could hold bricks and manipulate the market, the only people holding bricks were the Taliban.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
So while the exports were way lower, the Taliban themselves were making more money, which made sure that they didn't have competition because the drug dealers would able to make money to compete.
I think it's probably pretty safe to say New Jersey's going to go to Kamala Harris as well. New Jersey's 80%, I think. 85%, and she's winning by about the same margin as Virginia. So unless there's some kind of nifty little jigger thing that New Jersey does, probably call New Jersey for Kamala Harris.
Let's see how Hassan's doing.
Yeah.
On the screen, even the ones where she's just even by 0.02, she's she's trailing, running behind Biden by like 0.02 here, 1 point here, 0.7 here. It's like you said, a death by 1,000 cuts. She is not doing better virtually anywhere. Yeah. Anywhere. Yeah. Virtually everywhere she's losing ground.
You had some Democrats who were able to survive that by cranking up the margins in like some really blue areas by a crazy degree, but she just wasn't able to do that. I'm looking at the map of like the swings like across the entire country. Like practically the only areas that moved left are like there's the Atlanta metro area. That's entirely probably because of migration. There's some areas in North Carolina. There's some areas in Virginia. There's a couple of rural counties, and that's probably just due to variance. This is just a broad rejection of an administration people just don't like.
Yep.
It's not like something like in 2016 where you saw this huge realignment. It's just that basic kind of map, that canvas the Democrats have managed to win with before, just shifting to the right.
Yep.
It's nothing like we don't know about.
I think it was the FaZe Banks constituency. I'll say it.
That was it.
FaZe Banks, when he fucking phased out for Donald Trump, he brought out the vote. He did that shit, dude. He fucking phased up, and we phased up with him, and America's now phasing up for Trump.
Mm-hmm.
That's the unfortunate set of circumstances.
Do you think he's actually going to put tariffs on China?
Yes.
That's all the fuck he cares about. Trump learned about history for the first time to become a weeaboo for William McKinley. This is like his motivating purpose. This is all he wants to do.
Yeah, he just wants to do tariffs on China. Which, I mean, again, silver lining, it is going to destroy the Trump merchandising business, which is the backbone of rural America. You go to Galveston, you're going to see only fucking Trump merch stores, okay? This is like the most resilient industry in, plus 35 red counties all across the fucking nation. They have like, they don't even have a hospital anymore. They don't even have like a functioning grocery store because Walmart came in and then they gutted the competition and they fucked off when they couldn't fucking eke out a profit margin.
Have you ever met a
But
nice South African?
they have 11 Trump merchandise stores. And
Why the fuck are there
every single one of
140,000
those
people
11
watching
Trump-
Kaisenet?
He's probably got celebrities on or something.
The cunt is literally on his phone, mouth open, scrolling like Instagram or some shit. The fuck is happening?
is American made.
Is this the
baby.
brain rot
American
that
made,
people
American
watch on
Garment
Twitch?
Manufacturers Union made. EDLEG.shop. The election collection is available.
I'm fucking
It's
bamboozled.
American. Unlike, the Trump merchandise.
That's where I got this sweatshirt.
Yeah, drop shippers are going to get fucking destroyed. That's another thing. Like all the crypto drop shipper guys, all the podcast.
Sure, you can have an update. You want an update? I have an update. Hold on, 1 second. Here's an update. I have a nice, nifty little map for you. It's not going well. That's... Here, boom. Map. We love it. We love a map. This is a lot of red, if you haven't noticed. She just got Virginia. New Jersey is looking like it'll be for her. Pennsylvania is basically all that matters. These ones we don't know. Likely Trump. Probably Harris. I would imagine Alaska and... Alaska actually probably Trump, no? Did you enjoy my map?
The Jeffrey Epstein
I'm
endorsed
trying to
candidate.
fucking pull it. I'm trying to pull it. All right.
Yes.
Here it is. Here it is. Wait, what the fuck? That's not the right one. God damn it. Oh, here.
Again.
The big question now is what happens in for the race for, if like Trump wins the race for Vance's seat.
What happens? What was your question?
We're gonna get Senator Vivek.
Oh
Vance is gonna
God!
have to vote.
All the worst, dude. RFK Jr. running like the fucking.
Oh my
FDA.
god! I didn't even.
And the CDC.
I didn't even realize.
We're
I didn't
so
even.
fucked,
I
dude.
forgot.
We are so fucked. Holy shit.
Yeah. It's over. This country over party.
Yeah.
Yeah, country over
That's-
party is finally happening.
Fuck it. It's time for America to burn it to the ground and then leave.
We've heard
Why
over
are
the
they
last
just
several
playing
months
the
about what
Trump
would happen, and
Elon
each
Musk.
one of them-
He said Herschel
Go.
Walker Jr. is going to be responsible for the missiles. I don't even know what that means. I don't even want to contemplate
the
it.
American Iron Dome.
And I keep reiterating this point, but the most annoying, dumbest people you know are gonna be celebrating so fucking hard tonight and tomorrow, and for like at least
Like
until
Jimmy
the midterms. You
Dore.
know what I mean? Like there's at least a 2-year celebration period for the dumbest fucking idiots. Who are just going to consistently badger you with misinformation, nonsensical bullshit, racial animus at every fucking corner. And you know, there's, and then on the other side, you're going to have the resistance libs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those people are going to be like, they are going to be, I think they're going to go back to their Bush era roots. They're going to be like anti-corporate now. Also, Harris only got 15% of the vote in Dearborn.
Jesus Christ.
It was 45 Trump, 33 Stein, 15 Harris.
Oh God. Yeah, I don't think they're gonna go anti-corporate. I think they're gonna go more anti-Arab, more overtly anti-Arab,
Yeah.
more overtly fucking anti-Muslim, more overtly anti-Latino. That's coming too. They're gonna, I can.
Trump is up in Michigan.
Ay,
so they're
ay,
gonna
ay, por
further-
Dios. Yo voy a votar
Who
por
should
Donald Trump.
Who should we send room links to, chat?
Trump is up in Wisconsin. Harris is up in Minnesota, 55%. 75 in
Oh, it's
Wisconsin.
12 o'clock. The election is actually starting.
And 44% in Michigan. Where's Dearborn?
It's north of Detroit.
Where's Detroit?
Room links, yeah. You know,
What county is Detroit in, people?
it's like it's towards the thumb.
Whatever. Doesn't matter.
That we're pretty cooked. We're fucking fried. We're cooked. It's done.
Mexico
Throw it in the
is
pooper. Throw it in the
done
trash.
for Harris.
Regardless of who wins, right?
Looks like.
So.
I
This
felt
is
like
just
her-
making me more bummed out than I was already at.
Trump is
I thought
slightly
her
up in
winning
Arizona.
At least bought us a little bit more time for hope. If that makes sense. But now it's fully lost.
Nothing.
Like the idea with
Nevada.
her, it's like, oh, she wins, she maybe does well in Congress, and then
Hawaii
with the
went
lower
to
interest rates and the economy does
Hawaii
well,
for Harris.
then like you can maybe like ride backlash of Dobbs to some kind of majority.
Did you put Hawaii on your map?
But like, yeah, I mean, you got it's ripping the Band-Aid off. It's hiding the contradictions.
Like,
Like
join
there
us on
was
stream. Yeah.
something was going to have to give with
Celebrities.
this Democratic
There they are.
establishment. They were never
Hawaii
going
and
to
Alaska.
be capable of like sustaining
Did you
this
just draw a
long term
circle
because
for
they cared more
Alaska?
about war.
No,
than
I
winning.
drew
And,
basically like a
this is
9.
what you get.
Because fuck
Yeah.
that state
All right, let's get
shape.
to Kornacki.
But it's important.
Hawaii is
Trump's
just
gains
a-
with Hispanic
Oh, my
voters.
laptop's
You're absolutely seeing it here in Luzerne County. He's going to win this by more than 20 votes. That's a significant jump for him. His campaign
thought
said he was going to do that. They
I'm
did
getting
do
a
that here.
fucking
We also saw him
cheeseburger,
make those gains
dude.
in
Fuck this.
Lackawanna County right next door earlier tonight. Also, where we're getting some clarity in Pennsylvania, South Central Pennsylvania, Lancaster County. This is one of the counties where you can see in 2020, Trump got 57-41. It's 57-58 if you round it 41 now. This is a place where Trump slipped in 2020, where Democrats wanted him to slip further. That's not happening. This is a big region population-wise. It doesn't get the same attention as Philadelphia. Lebanon County here, too. All the vote is in. Again, Democrats wanted more Trump, more of a Trump drop-off here. They don't get it
It's
in
literally
Lebanon
spelled
County
like
tonight.
Lebanon, too.
We showed you Cumberland County, I believe, earlier, but also in this region, also a place Democrats wanted gains, also a place where really they're not
What are
getting
they
it tonight.
watching?
Look inside the collar counties here, just outside Philadelphia. These are huge population-dense counties, and I'll flag a couple things. We got almost all the vote in Delaware County right now.
What is
of
this-
these
what
core
is this
collar
channel? I'd
counties,
rather
this
just
is the
watch the
most
channel.
Democratic. It's the
Chat,
most
we're
diverse,
not being
most
doomers
blue
for no
collar
reason.
of these sort
I don't know
of
why
these
you
three
guys
of
don't
Delaware, of
understand. This
Chester.
is not like random doomerism for no particular reason. The reason why everyone is doomed out is because the state of affairs shows Kamala Harris slated to lose Pennsylvania and potentially Michigan and also Wisconsin as well. Not that it matters. If you fucking lose Michigan, if you lose Pennsylvania, it's over anyway. So, that's the reason why we are upset. Like, there is no, like, I see no purpose in trying to tell you that, like, oh, here's how it's gonna happen. Here's how it's gonna. Here's how we're going to find a victory for the Democrats here. Like, there's nothing on the map.
In Pennsylvania, they are waiting until the end of the night, they say, to release their vote by mail. So let's see when the vote by mail comes in Chester County, if Harris can get back and surpass that 58. But there is also same-day vote coming in that is helping Trump here. Next door in Montgomery County, this is just an enormous suburban county. And again, we've got the vote by mail. We're waiting on the same day, and already Harris is now running a point behind where Joe Biden finished in this county in 2020. Go up to Bucks. Bucks here, it's a little bit different. It's more blue collar, certainly, than Chester and Montgomery. It's more of a swing county. And again, now about half the vote is in here. Biden won this by 4.5 points in 2020. Trump has now taken the lead in Bucks County. It's tiny, but he's taken the lead. And again, this theme in counties like Bucks County and these
people who aren't American.
It's so much worse for people who aren't American. Like, Americans don't Americans literally have no idea the world exists until it comes onto the news. It's literally it's that simple. Gaza was not a fucking issue. As John said, this is just showing that America hates women. Fundamentally, at its core, it hates women.
Maybe that's why these Iran revolutions don't happen.
Maybe.
Like Euromaidan does. It's all about the American support, huh?
Maybe.
overperform where Joe Biden did in 2020. Now, there may be some vote-by-mail ballots left, we're told, in Allegheny County, but we're talking about maybe 1,000, something like that. Very small amount, nothing on the order of what you've got there in Philadelphia. So, again, this is a place where Democrats want big gains. And, frankly, the way this is playing out tonight, need big gains, given everything else I just showed you. Reset it, 85% of the vote now in Pennsylvania, about 170,000 vote difference. Seeing, as in case it came in there, it did. There you go. That vote by mail update, it looks like, came in Philadelphia as we were going through this. Okay. And you can see, look at that Harris margin, how much that jumped. Basically up to 350,000. And there is, as Jacob said, another batch of mail that's going to be reported out tomorrow morning. So another jump like this expected to come that did knock Trump's number down. That did knock his
get ready for the Trump tards to be like, oh, you're stealing the election. Going to be fun.
But again, he is still running 3 points north of where he.
Yeah, literally.
Till that final vote by mail update, but this one took Trump down a notch, but it didn't take him back to the level Democrats want him at there. And we can just take a trip down.
Can't save us.
What?
I said our culture is too far gone. The vote can't save us.
Yeah.
Vote, and you do see that margin for Trump.
It's not even degeneracy. It's literally just brain rot. It's white Christian nationalism and like foreign influence. It's like they're not even thinking for themselves anymore. That's the problem. The narratives they spew are the narratives of foreign people. Like they claim that they're patriots, yet they speak the words of foreigners. It's really quite incredible, the level of stupid that they have to be.
Forward in 2024, again, to offset what has been one of the stories tonight. We don't really show it because these counties are all so individually small, but I could just take you through dozens of counties that you see in red here where it's a Trump gain of 2 points, of 3 points, of 2 points, of 3 points, and you add those all together and put them together. That's a big reason why Trump has amassed this lead statewide. We've also got a little bit more in now out of DeKalb County. You know, some of this county here is inside the perimeter, large black population. Large population of college-educated white voters. Not quite, Harris, hitting that number that Biden hit here in 2020. Massive win for here, but not quite.
So it seems like the mail ballots haven't quite hit Georgia.
Desperately need more out of, this is this is as core Democratic a county as you get. And again, Harris basically level, but a tick under where Joe Biden was in 2020. Not much to come. Democrats need every vote they could possibly get out of there. So again, you reset it statewide, seeing if anything changed. 118,000 votes. That's the Trump margin right now. And I'll just check to see if anything changed dramatically in Pennsylvania. 166,000, 85%. And you see what the lay of the land looks like there right now.
We're done? Technical issues? What's happening?
Going on?
Did we lose the mic? I think he's being told
happening?
there's no mic.
Koronaki.
Come on, brother.
It sounds like we're in Final Fantasy and we're queuing for the quest and picking
Yes.
our party right now.
It does sound like that. That's it? He's not giving us any more? The fuck? What else we got? Daily Wire still live?
You needed the press all on board. The press they look like fools.
Well, they're also dead. Like the Rogan interview with Trump and.
It was more important.
That was the end of the legacy media. As far as I mean,
oh
they
my
were
God!
already
Shut the fuck up.
What is left of
Look
them?
at
They've
even
lost
they
all
are
their credibility.
showing.
They have no audience.
We actually can't say they're showing. They're the ones being honest about the poll closing when the votes could actually start being counted.
Right, and it's highly likely, I think, that what Musk predicted will occur, which is that the broadcast networks will lose their license to broadcast, and they'll be relegated to the cable networks. And they should.
Boy,
they
I
deserve
hope.
it. There's absolutely no reason why they
that
should
would be
occupy
great.
that.
I can tell you what the move is, though. Because you're right, they've lost their audience, and so what's their move? Their move is to kill us, which they already telegraphed. The New York Times, the Washington Post.
You guys don't produce news.
That piece with your face on it, Ben, and then the New York Times hit all of us. The New York Times. This popped up in my Google.
I actually was not in that article.
You were.
Yeah, I was neither.
I
was
weirdly in it. I was the centerpiece of their header.
But they didn't mention you
never
either.
mentioned because I said, "What did the headline was in the podcast election? Falsehoods fly, misinformation flies, and YouTube lets it happen." So it was a picture of me right there in the middle. I said, "What did they get?"
Who's like? Do you think Google's not behind Donald Trump? The FTC is currently cracking down. Get fucked on your consumer protections. Cheap medication? Get fucked. You don't want to be poisoned when you just do the basic things like eating food? Get fucked. Now corporations are going to be able to put literal lead in your food and you don't get a choice. There's not going to be regulations. RFK says so. Regulations are bad. Lead good. Lead is good. Eat lead.
Get me on. I think I've been very precise about what I've said. I looked. They didn't mention it.
Actually, Trump supported.
They want to take down the Daily Wire.
Clearly,
they want to
go for a second. Just give me a shot. Give me. Just let me cook.
Hey, Patrick, what am I now?
Stupid?
No! Texas!
What's the difference?
Hey, Patrick, what am I now?
That's great. Oh, yeah. Climate change as well. Yeah, we're fucked.
Yeah, no, we're pulling out of all the climate accords.
Fucked. We're all fucked. Oh, man. That's awesome.
And again, I think one of Hassan's best points when people want to blame Jill Stein voters for this. No. It's if Kamala Harris loses, it's Kamala Harris's fault. It's up to the candidate to make themselves electable.
Yes.
If Jill Stein is that electable, I think we have a fucking problem.
Yeah.
The fact that Greens get any votes is a problem.
Yes.
Anyway, map really hasn't changed in a while.
Huh?
I said the map hasn't really changed in a while. We've been sitting at 2:30. Donald Trump has had 2:30 for like the last 2 hours.
Yes. It's been about that, yeah. Only Harris has been moving numbers. New Jersey's been called. Yep, New Jersey's been called. Let's mark that. Did you send link?
Send link? I sent link to people.
Nobody joined?
I mean, I sent it around. They can join if they want to, if they're up.
Yeah.
Because it's really...
No,
it's after everyone is going to bed in this boring part when the election actually gets counted.
Yeah.
From midnight to 4 a.m.
I was wrong. I got excited. I saw the map wrong. This is like this little dicky part here. I think it's Maryland. Yeah.
Than Joe Biden did. And then she claimed responsibility for all of his successes as her own. So it wasn't about her outrunning the Biden economy. It was her outrunning her own economy. She's responsible.
Well, they were so inconsistent about that, too, because sometimes she would never do anything different from what Biden was doing, and she would argue that he was just a great president and the country was...
Yeah, don't worry, man. Just fucking sit on the hill and watch the world burn. Fuck it.
In a phenomenal place. And then other times you'd have media publications literally saying things like, a new Republican tactic is to try to associate Kamala Harris with Joe Biden, as if she wasn't and isn't his VP.
Not only that, the only reason that she was selected as the presidential frontrunner is because they didn't want to give up the money.
I'm still curious why a cartoonist is on a political show and why I should give a fuck about his opinion.
So
That's
if you
exactly
make a
right.
donation
That's
to a Democrat, a Democrat campaign, they can't keep the money if they don't complete the campaign.
This is dog shit.
point.
No one else can be Donald Trump. And to be honest with you, like, this may sound sexist, but I don't care. Like, women should not try to act like men.
Amen.
They have different ways of appealing to people, and if a woman tries to act like a man,
Why? Pray for them. Why? It's the American people that are going to be paying for his fucking tariffs. Nothing's going to change in China. In fact, China's going to gain position in the world because Donald Trump is a fucking retard. Like, you understand that, right? Like, China has better position to be imperialist with Donald Trump in power.
it does not come across the same way as if it was a man. Women absolutely can.
No, it is not a good thing. How is an ethno-nationalist, like, Jesus Christ, imperialist ethno-nationalist state getting more power is not a good thing? The country that is currently responsible for a large amount of human trafficking, a large amount of issues in the South China Sea, not to mention they are one of the biggest polluters on Earth, the biggest, and increasing, and their EV production is aiding this. All of this, right? China has no concern for people.
Bro, you want to see a fire tweet?
Like, you know this, right? China has no concern for people, sure. Jesus Christ. Fuck hegemony. Fuck teams. We've told you this so many times. Fuck teams.
I can't read
China
this.
is as bad as America. Worse even. Probably not. But in the current state, definitely worse. If we're comparing right now to right now, China's worse.
Is this a fire tweet?
That is a pretty good tweet.
Can do things that men can do. I'm not saying that women aren't capable. I'm not saying that women shouldn't be in positions of power. I'm saying that the road to get there is not the same road that men would take.
Caleb Sinan on X says, imagine if there were 46 female presidents in a row and the first two men got beat by Roseanne.
Oh my gosh. Phil, you made a good point there about
this program gives you nothing. Oh, look, Sydney Watson made a video saying she's nervous. You should be. You helped this. Look, Jimmy Dawes back.
Russian embrace of
it's a Russian embrace of what?
disinformation.
A Russian embrace of, after he just spewed a minute and a half of complete disinformation and lies about his political opponents. He says the people who actually got it right are embracing Russian disinformation, which is in itself disinformation. Up is down, black is white, in is out. This is 1984. That's George Orwell's 1984 on display right in front of your face. I still know people. I know people who still talk to me. Almost all the people I know in Hollywood think like that. They think that what they're seeing there is the truth. Almost all the people I know in Hollywood, almost all of them.
Hey, Jimmy, not sure if you know this. Hollywood isn't a representation of real people. In fact, I would say it's one of the furthest things from it. But sure, bro, you pop off using these stupid examples for dumb shit that you just are trying to explain away to cover for the fact that you are also a Russian stooge.
Drips from his mouth. The hypocrisy. Everything. And she knows it. Look at her face like, oh, boy. The valuing of truth. That's what they've been.
Notice how happy he is.
You remember when Joe Scarborough said that Joe Biden is at the top of his game, the sharpest he's ever been, and if you don't believe it, F you? This is the guy screaming about people devaluing truth. So in a way, tonight is a real victory.
Vosh is not
because you
live.
get to their lies don't work anymore.
See,
we're
gonna outlast them.
Let me see. Someone's is there
That's the
someone
key.
is who's called
Outlive, outlast.
So Proposition 36 passed in Chicago. I mean, passed in California.
The Senate is now controlled by
Okay.
Republicans.
Probably.
So get ready for that national abortion ban.
What about our show?
Yeah.
I'll look right now.
You know how women were dying already? Pretty cool.
Proposition 36 wants to spend $132,000 imprisoning people who are caught with drugs. $132,000 a year per person. There's a problem in California with fentanyl. The way you fix it isn't imprisoning drug users. That's not how you fix it. You don't imprison alcoholics. You don't imprison potheads. Why are you going to imprison fentanyl users? Why don't you take that money you're going to put them in prison and close up the border? That's what I would do.
All right, let's check out these fuckheads again.
Never
Ranya's
even
gone.
conceivable things
She's celebrating.
possible all of a sudden become the
I don't
immediate
care if
reality,
Rana's
become
not there.
as Brian Becker says, the imperative necessity of our time. And there is no reason that can't happen under a Trump administration. We talk about sometimes like the massive outpouring of support for immigrants when Donald Trump was first elected, and he just unleashed bill after bill. This was and people like Steve Bannon, they were just launching bill after bill, or executive order rather, out of the White House, attacking immigrants, attacking LGBT people, attacking all these different communities, and people just mobilized in the millions. I remember I went to the airport. People would just go to the airport to welcome people that were coming in. But there's no reason we should despair, because we've done it before and we can do it again. And I really hope people that
Still seems like
voted
positivity
for
coming in
Kamala
from
Harris, they don't see the Palestine movement as
Agent.
their enemy, and I hope they look to what we've been
What? What?
Look at how happy the agents are.
I know.
doing over the last year, and
They're
see,
ecstatic.
this is actually the basis of what could be another mass resistance against Donald Trump's second administration, if that's what
Look how happy they are that they get to complain. Look how happy they are that Donald Trump won, that they get to fucking whinge more. This is why. They wanted Palestine. This is exactly like I've been saying. They want Palestinians to die so that they can complain more. Same as the IRGC and Hamas. They want Palestinians to die so their position gets more support. This is an op.
No, I think those are really great points. I think there's a number of pieces that we're going to have to see. And obviously, we're still waiting to look at a few different elements of what's happening with the race. I am tracking the House race, which is somewhat interesting. I mean, it does seem like the Senate might be gone for the Democrats at this point. I don't necessarily see how they're going to come back on that one, but let's see what happens. But, of the 5 California seats that are toss-ups but Republican leans, 3 Democrats are ahead of the incumbent in those. North Carolina 19, the Democrat is ahead. That was also a lean Republican. In New York, that seems a little bit more solid. California, there's a lot left out there, so some of those could shift. But it does seem like there is a potential chance here in the House races for the Democrats perhaps to retake the House from the Republicans who control it now. I'm looking right now. They need 6 seats. So I'm not necessarily saying it's possible or probable, but what I will say is it does seem, while the Senate's looking relatively gloomy, Trump seems to be trending well. It seems like there may actually be a shot here, depending on how this shakes out, for the Democrats to take back the House, which will have a big impact. And I also just want to note, we've been tracking referendums in favor of
closed in Hawaii.
The right to an abortion.
I think they're
still,
all closed now.
The vote is still out in many ways, but Arizona looks to be up pretty big. Colorado, as you already mentioned, did pass their amendment. Missouri, I believe, I don't know if
Oh,
you did
okay.
mention this, but
So Alaskan polls are still open for another 30 minutes.
Yeah, but that would go red.
Missouri has also passed their amendment to enshrine the right to, as the language says, reproductive freedom, which includes abortion and birth control as well, which is a huge factor. Montana, very little vote in, but it's certainly in the lead. Nebraska, kind of an interesting one. There's
Gap's
both
closing,
one
but
to
it's not
install sort of a
closing
Roe
fast
v.
enough.
Wade style system, which is up by a couple points. There's another one that is actually designed to limit abortion after the first trimester, except where medically necessary or in cases of incest or sexual assault, also winning. So that could become tricky if both of those win in terms of how that will get played out. Nevada, we have nothing as of right now. South Dakota, not a lot reporting, but it is pretty significantly up. So it seems outside of Florida, where they have this, sort of tricky 60% rule on a lot of amendments, it does look like the majority of amendments that will enshrine a sort of Roe v. Wade style protection for abortion will hopefully succeed. Some of those states, there's not a lot of vote in, but it does look the amount of the percentages look strong. So, some negative spots here and there, though, as well. It does look like, as of right now, and
Still
not
has
a
not
lot
changed.
is in that
No.
California's ballot referendum to wage the minimum wage to $18 is lagging. There's only 42% reporting, 41% behind. So it'll be
Harris
interesting
is
to
at
see. Usually
194
minimum
now.
wage referendums succeed. But there's been a lot of conversation about this one because there is recently a law that was passed by the state legislature that increased the wages for people who are working at many low-wage places, and they tried to stay at destroyed jobs. So it'll be an interesting way to see how that plays out there. There's also
New
one around
Mexico
rent
is
control
called
that
for
is doing
Harris.
as well. So not not a huge number of bright spots here, but some. And who really knows? Again, at 12:28 a.m. Eastern time. I mean, Kay, where you are in Michigan, 56% of the vote is in overall. Wayne County, where you are, though, only 26% of votes in. Now, of course, it seems highly likely that Kamala Harris will probably get the most votes overall in Wayne County. But the real question is how many votes will be taken away due to individuals voting against her, and will that affect because of the war in Gaza, and will that affect her ability ultimately to defeat Donald Trump? But again, I think we can also say, looking at this blame game issue, and looking at third-party candidates, it doesn't really seem to me that the difference between the two votes with Trump and Kamala is really being affected by Jill Stein or Cornel West, who are both on the ballot there. So, again, I think that's something that we have to really guard against, this idea that, third-party voters are taking away, from others. That doesn't really seem to be borne out by what we're seeing on the screen here, Kay. And that also includes Georgia by a long shot.
Yeah, were there any big surprises tonight? I mean, and also down ballot, you've been talking a lot about the referendums in different states, but I'm also wondering, were there any congressional races that you've seen where there was a surprise victory? Has anyone been running interesting campaigns, grassroots or unorthodox, non-traditional platforms, anything like that?
Well, I don't really think there's been any huge surprises. The biggest surprise to me in the big races is that in Wisconsin, Tammy Baldwin was down. I didn't see that coming. She's been well ahead in the polls on a number of different fronts, pretty popular there in Wisconsin. So in the Senate space, that's a little surprising to me, but we don't know what's going to happen. So, tough to say 100%. The fact that Dave McCormick seems to be basically tied or up by 1 point in Pennsylvania, also a little surprising to me. So those are a few, surprises in that regard. Many of the other things aren't necessarily surprises. I actually would have predicted them, but, notable in Nebraska, Initiative 436, which is to require paid sick leave, is romping with 70% of the vote in. It's got 74% of people who voted so far. So that should succeed. And I think that's often the case with these sort of economic referendums, which is always something I find, interesting and notable about that. I mean, the big upset alerts of the night, Dan Osborne, the independent union president in Nebraska, slipping a few points behind. A lot of people had Ted Cruz on upset alert. in Texas, but he won handily, 10 points there, with about 90% of the vote is called. So far, I actually feel the vote is trending, relatively interesting. I haven't checked in on the race, but the North Carolina Labor Commissioner, the Democratic candidate, is actually a wage worker himself, a low-wage worker himself. I don't know how he's doing. The predictions were that he would not win, but nonetheless, sort of an interesting race, to see what's happening there. But by and large, it feels like a lot of things are breaking as one would assume that they would break. One thing that I haven't seen anything on yet is Oregon has like a ballot referendum that is essentially, creating something of a, I'm looking at it right now. Oh no, it already lost. To basically create.
I mean, as a general rule, yeah, sure.
He was just on YouTube.
Yeah, he doesn't go on Twitch.
Bull Cipher with the incredibly kind 40 tier 1 subs. Just got here after work. What's the word, bird? Well, nothing good. Thank you, though. I really appreciate it. God, MSNBC is reporting Trump made double-digit gains in Manhattan. This is it. I have to admit, I am running out of, there's an analytical failure here. I don't understand, to be honest with you.
It's literally information warfare. There's so much money behind Trump, and his supporters are so sycophantic, and because they have so much rhetoric and such irreverence for the truth or actual fact, they will just go on forever on anything that they can get on and spew their shit, and nobody thinks about it. Nobody goes, that doesn't sound right. That's ridiculous, right? They start with those little half truths, and then they expand and expand and expand, and eventually you believe an entire worldview that doesn't actually exist in reality. But if you tell someone that their reality doesn't exist, then they vehemently reject it. But when you ask them to explain why they think like this, they can't do it. They're literal NPCs. They get fed algorithms and they spew the words back. It's the only explanation. That these people literally don't have any internal monologue. That they don't have critical thinking skills. Or maybe America's illiteracy has just reached its peak. Or maybe it's what I originally went with, and it's American anti-intellectualism more
Trump
than
is en
anything
route to
else.
the Republican HQ. Yeah, the way things are going, there's a possibility that he might not even need to steal the election. New York Times is reporting Trump is likely to win the popular vote. Really?
Dude, it would be so funny if Trump lost the Electoral College and won the popular vote.
I don't think that's possible for Republicans.
I think that would be hysterical.
Sexism? Well, even Hillary Clinton won the popular vote.
Racist sexism. What's the word? Intersectional sexism.
Trump has pulled ahead even further.
Sexism plus racism. But Obama swept the House in 2008. If anything, by the end of the night, people are going to be saying, oh, the polls were wrong. If anything, Trump did way better.
What's funny is everyone was saying that the polls were adding more to Trump because of the silent Trump voter.
Antagonism towards black women is
calling it close.
uniquely bad.
So if the polls themselves were adding points to Trump, which everyone said they were doing,
Georgia projected to Trump? Yeah, I could have told you that. Maybe Americans just really love bigoted pedophiles? Well, I could have told you that.
True. Still has not moved.
Unironically, though, I blame this loss entirely on the Dems' campaign strategy. Not only did they campaign on Liz Cheney, but they did so at the expense of the entirety of their progressive platform, except for abortion protections. Yeah, that might be the argument to run with. There's probably a lot of finicky data points that we're going to have to look at and break down in the future to really understand how this went down. I remember that happened for years after Trump won in 2016. Everyone was like, you know, oh, is it economic anxiety? Is it actually like him speaking to the Midwest, the Rust Belt or whatever? And there was a bunch like overlapping, but for the most part, it was just Hillary Clinton underperforming. In this case, in this case, I think it's economic populism. What links it? What's the link here? Democrats succeeded on the abortion ticket. Like, they did a good job with that. Female turnout was up high. There's the border. Maybe it really is just economic populism. Maybe, I mean, we'll need the breakdown on this, even if Kamala Harris still wins, which I'll admit, the odds on this are,
economic
eclipsing.
populism, and people went in and voted for Trump over the economy after hearing his tariff proposal.
But even if Kamala Harris wins, there's still a phenomena here to explain. What is that phenomena? You know, what is the thing to explain? It's got to be economic populism. It just has to be the anti-incumbency bias. It has to be the economic populism. It's that damn squirrel. Latinos becoming integrated into whiteness. It's the monkey's paw curling. You know, Republicans get a majority vote and extremely racist anti-immigrant rhetoric normalized, but at the expense of making Latinos white and therefore like invalidating a large part of their racism. Transphobia? I mean, it's a component. It's a component. Definitely not the brunt of this. Definitely not the majority. Is it just is it just that Americans are super reactionary? No. We have data on Americans' political opinions. They're not really that reactionary relative to a bunch of Western European countries. In some respects, we're actually quite a bit less. I disagree, Dizzy Eyes. Your data is wrong? Don't argue with me. These are points that we've talked about for years on this stream. When it comes to a bunch of positions, gender, transgender-related immigration, stuff like that, Americans tend to break to the left of a lot of Western European countries. I don't think it's that. Trump speech? Yep. Yorp.
I literally have it on the other tab as well, so that's perfect.
Well, maybe times change.
There you go.
Howdy.
It didn't even alert us that you joined.
I apologize.
It should alert us, but it didn't.
Yeah,
Weird.
It should.
So.
All right. Well,
How we doing tonight?
Well, we've been laughing at the Iran supporters, like Breakthrough News, because they're like really happy about how it's leaning for Trump. And then we go look at Vosh and Hassan, and they're like basically facing their hands, very upset.
Well,
yeah, you want to introduce yourself for us?
Hi, I'm Daedalus Media, co-host of Two Guys Talking History. We do, well, history and politics content over there. How you guys doing tonight? We're having a real one. I'm watching some other places where there's some serious cope going on.
Oh, there's so much cope. Like it says, I'm just doing what Vosh is basically trying to do and figure out how the fuck Americans are this dumb. Like that's just what I'm trying to figure out right now is what lines of information have people consumed to make them think that even if the economy was bad, which it isn't right now, it's recovered, right? Things are expensive because the world is more expensive now because of COVID. Right, this logic point doesn't go through their brain. Right, most Trump supporters.
Oh my goodness!
Right, the chinchillas.
Yeah, major drama. They just bit each other.
So like this logic point, I feel like doesn't go through most Trump supporters' brains. But the thing that really doesn't make sense to me is how this data point doesn't go through more Americans' minds. Right, that 2016 to pre-COVID was like pretty good, and that was like the Trump era, right? And then COVID happened. So how do you blame the Democrats for COVID? I just don't. I don't understand.
You forget about the last. You forget about the last 8 years, and you just pretend that the last 4 years are the first thing that happened. The biggest problem is you have a media environment in which you have people basically siloed in their own little media spaces. So if I turn around and say, well, economists say the economy is okay, first of all, that makes very little difference to the average person on the street. Second of all, you're probably not going to hear about that if you aren't tuned into media sources outside of the conservative bubble.
To fight to make sure.
Yeah, that's the thing is the simple argument is, are you better off than you were 4 years ago? And I think that's going to be ultimately what people vote on the most. But that's what I was making fun of earlier. Is like you look at the U.S. dollar value, and like under Trump, he deflated that dollar value. So it's like Trump also wasn't good for the economy, you know. So it's like
no,
COVID,
he wasn't.
COVID was worse, but Trump was also like. What about 4 years before Trump? How good were you then?
Yeah, it's a constant cycle too. It's like we know we can quantify how bad Republicans are for the economy, and then they wreck things, and then it takes 8 to 10 years to try to put them back on track, and then they run on the fact that they're not fixed yet.
Yeah, I mean, this is like the Clinton budget deficit thing.
Yes,
and
let's vote for the guys.
Trump was good on the economy because I gave it to him good.
Yeah, let's vote for the guys who turn around and have the sledgehammer and they're behind their backs half the time. I mean, it's close to a certain extent. I think it'll end up probably being pretty close, but I don't see Pennsylvania turning around. It's just not really moving fast. Michigan has been a disaster for the Democrats this year.
Yeah.
I'm really surprised already. I think Dearborn is having a really outsized effect from what I thought it would.
Yeah, there's like the polling, like Jill Stein, I think did better
Georgia's done
than Harris.
Yes, yeah, Harris is at 15% right now in Dearborn. It's
hard not to be spiteful.
Like, and this is the other thing, right? How hard is it to just be like, we're not sending bombs to Israel anymore?
It would have caused a conniption fit in Congress.
Oh, in Congress? Tell them to get fucked.
Yes. I agree.
No, seriously, right? Biden is the no genocide guy, right? His big speech in Congress. His big speech is like, we can't let the Serbians genocide the Muslims, right? That was like his whole thing. So
Muslims.
Same thing.
Yes.
Oh, but October 7 happened. Who cares? Realistically, in the bigger scheme of things right now, who gives a fuck? October 7 happened. Yes, I acknowledge October 7 happened. Look at how much suffering has been caused since. All because America doesn't want to stop supporting Israel.
I agree.
And for what?
We make
Lobbying?
We make an absurd number of special exceptions for Israel, and
yes,
maybe that's going to come home to roost. But the problem is that it's not going to change under Trump.
No,
you're going to get the same one either way.
No, and this is what I didn't want. Is I don't want to be the guy saying, "This is what you voted for." You wanted to make Palestine your only issue. This is what you voted for. Palestine is now going to get worse. I wouldn't be surprised if Trump just gives Israel the go-ahead to ethnically cleanse the entire area. Just bulldoze the entire street.
Yeah. I think in the next 6 months, you're going to see at very least Area C annexed to the West Bank.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I agree 100%.
Yeah, 100%. We're going to see that. I was saying before that we're going to see Russia's going to launch a bigger offensive. They're going to go even harder. Armenia something will probably happen there, because if America's not there to tell Russia to stop funding it, why would they? Like, why wouldn't they? If they've done it already, they tried to take Nagorno-Karabakh, why not finish it? Right? You've also got
the Turks are not going to feel at all inclined to listen to Trump after he so readily yielded Syria to them.
Yeah, exactly. And then on top of that, you've also got the Kurds, which Turkey is already fucking with under Biden. Do you think they're going to stop under Trump?
Actually,
of course
there's
not.
Massive riots in Turkey today because Turkey just went into 3 elected Kurdish officials and removed them from office.
Yes.
In the Kurdish
Yes.
region. So there's massive riots right now.
Okay. Interesting. But like all of these things are going to happen in response to Donald Trump ascending to power again. On top of the domestic problems, I just can't figure out how Americans are this dumb to have voted for it. Like that there aren't enough people willing to be like, nah, we should probably not let this guy take over again, considering the people behind him. Just that factor.
RFK will fix the vaccine.
It's even worse. It's even worse this time because it turns out there was a decent shield of people telling Donald Trump no the first time. They're all gone now.
Yep.
They're gone. Just poof. It's quite the situation.
Yeah.
I'm really quite, what's the word? I'm disappointed. I am much disappointed.
Yeah, it's
A
confusing.
lot of cope.
There's so much cope.
Yeah.
Where's something where's something that we can...
right now? Trending in politics. Call it. Wonder who's tweeting that.
Oh, that's Musk.
One is
the worst thing about this. The worst thing about this is going to be that Elon Musk is going to be insufferable for 4 years.
Oh my god. And you know what the worst part is? Elon Musk has done nothing remarkable in his entire life.
No, he's a walking ATM machine.
No, like literally, can you name me one thing that SpaceX has done that NASA hasn't?
Well, SpaceX basically is NASA.
Yeah, at this point.
That's not the question I asked.
I cannot, but you know, they privatized space flight successfully.
Yeah, they privatized it after the government spent all the money to make it safe.
Yes.
It's literally just capitalists monetizing what the government already put the money into. This isn't revolutionary. This is safe for them. This is just money making for them. The only thing that they needed to do, actually, here's my one praise. You can reuse rockets. That's it. And that was a necessary aspect of the capitalist version of spaceflight. You needed to reuse them because if you couldn't, it would be very expensive and not profitable. Now you can reuse them. You have something that you can now reduce cost on. Brilliant. Profit. We love profit. On top of that, all of the government subsidies that SpaceX enjoyed.
This might be a
like Jesus. They've done nothing of note beside
background video.
Huh?
Honestly,
I just sent you a background video.
Yeah, Hillary Clinton winning New York by 26, but Kamala winning by 11.
Harris is not doing well at all today.
No.
Yeah. But, you know, they said it's going to be the closest election ever, so... And we know most of the most of the final votes are going to go to the left anyway, so we'll see what a nail biter it becomes. And
Yeah, we'll see.
I've been saying,
Maybe.
culturally, we've already lost. Like the enablement of fascism, it's we've already lost culturally.
Oh yeah, it's over.
No turning back.
I think the most problematic part of this is every 2 years we're going to do this every midterm election. The effectiveness of like the misinformation and the spin has been amazing to me, and I don't see a way out of it.
But I just can't believe that he's going to put Elon Musk in charge of regulation.
Well, he's going to put Elon Musk in charge of deregulation. Like Elon Musk is going to.
The McDonald's ice cream machines are going to break again without her.
Yeah, it's just not going to go well. And like on a certain level, I don't know if it mattered that much, because even if Kamala Harris sits on the seat for 4 years and vetoes the hell out of things, the Supreme Court's just going to do an end run around her. Like, the situation was dire. To begin with.
Trump will get.
Yes. The situation was dire, but now we're looking at like, a pretty solid couple decades at least.
Yeah. We're now the Viktor Orban country.
Yeah. I think what's her name? Riley Gaines, that swimmer, right? I think it's so telling that passionate Trump surrogate is a fifth place, tied for fifth place, and that's her claim to fame.
Jack and I were making fun of this yesterday.
Yeah.
Fifth place tie when you could be mediocre, and say that mediocre men are switching to women to be the best.
Yes, the triumph of the mediocre is just the movement, MAGA movement.
Well, this is what I was saying.
Pennsylvania has moved further towards Trump.
Great.
I know. It's gotten worse. Hang on. I just want to see. Chat. Let me know if Brooks has stopped coping yet. Just somebody go check for me, please.
Who's Brooks?
Oh, one of the streamers in Sunday's orbit. Does philosophy. Hang on, I'm gonna go look. Give me a minute.
Does he go on? I watch Sunday sometimes. But Hassan was very funny. They were very mad.
I'm just going to tweet, I bet the Palestinians are going to be happy the Democrats are getting kicked out.
Oh, God.
Is it somebody check for me? Has the cope stopped?
I don't know.
Let's turn it on.
You can switch to it.
Oh my god, Barack Obama's coping hard. It took several days to count every ballot in 2020, and it's very likely... Huh?
I was going to say put him on, but he's just tweeting.
Yeah, it's just a tweet. It's like, and it's very likely we won't know the outcome tonight either, so please keep a few things in mind as you make your voices heard. Thousands of election workers around the country are working hard. This is true. Respect them and thank them. This is also true. You should not disrespect the poll workers. Don't be a cunt. Don't share things before checking your sources.
Mr.
Exactly.
Obama, we gotta give him a chance.
And let the process run its course. So much cope. And anyway, we already know who won. It was Vermin Supreme.
Have they already changed? The block feature? I think they have.
Yes, they have. It's awful.
Just before this election, they made sure to change it.
Well, that's going to save me a whole 5 minutes of harassing Brianna Wu.
Yeah, I mean.
She's happily blaming. She's here happily blaming Hamas for the Democrats' loss. I don't think that's going to fly. Hang on, let's see. What does the exit poll say about the American Jewish vote?
Is
Get
Vosh
the
still
music
fucking
in the background. So,
piping on in the
again,
background?
Final Fantasy Quest time. It's all about
78%.
Vosh's ranting about
78%.
populism.
What about Brooks, though? What's his name?
Quarantine Collective.
Is he on Twitch or YouTube?
YouTube. Hang on, I'll send you the link.
Ba, 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 ba. Nevada has started counting.
I'm gonna have to go soon, just for a couple hours. I gotta make some money and then go gym, and I'll be back. Maybe 4 hours if you're still running.
4 hours. That's when the election ends.
Like I could probably pop in on the phone, just audio, but I don't know how much I could input.
Has anyone heard from James?
Yeah, he's coming.
Is James packing his bags to leave?
Pega is. She's like, I'm going to France, is what she's saying.
There we
go. Yeah, it's...
This music sure makes me feel patriotic about my country.
Yeah, 78%, and you have all these people who spent God knows how long saying, yes, they're going to the Jewish people are going to abandon the Democratic Party because 5 people at a rally said something nice about Hamas once.
Yeah.
I'd like to congratulate Hamas as they managed to defeat both Israel and the United States. Well done!
I sent you the link, Jack.
Yeah.
It looks like they have their own custom map. But Jack, I think your map's better.
My map is better.
That's what it was last time. 5048, by the way.
See, the problem that I have when you say this is what happened last time is that it sort of implies because a good thing happened last time.
Wait, I'm so.
I'm hesitant to say it was a good thing, but look, so far the numbers are matching in a lot
Who
of
are
places,
these guys?
and it's weird. Maybe
Brooks
it's
is
not
at top,
but it
Kidnap
just
Kim
happens
in
to
the
be
middle,
so
President
fucking
Sunday at the
similar
bottom.
everywhere. Georgia's been called just now, by the way, with 6% left.
Yeah.
That's playing with fire. That's interesting. We'll see who else.
No, it's not. There's 6% left.
We knew
It's
Georgia
pretty
was
good.
going,
It's
but
gone.
again,
it's gone.
I didn't expect them to call it that.
Yeah.
quickly.
I did. I
By
expected
the way,
them to call
reminder,
an
if I
hour
get
ago.
20 super chats in the yellow range, that's $10 US and up, I will buy a President Sunday bikini for one of my mods. And reminder, if Kid Not Kin gets $500 in super chats tonight, we've only got 2 more hours left.
That's true. My wife will wear it for me.
Coward.
Could you imagine?
No.
Wow.
Of course, whenever you see her in a bikini going forward, you'll think of me. So, I mean, contemplate that a little bit before you go down that road.
Is AP still broken for everyone?
You're fine with that? Okay, that's fair. Many such
Is what broken?
AP?
No, AP works for me now.
Oh, it's bad.
I see
Let's look at
comments there.
Georgia. I want to look at Georgia.
How do you know?
I'm literally just watching your stream from here.
Let's see.
Wait, are you? I thought you were streaming.
I am streaming.
I love-
He's just streaming your stream. He's just stream
Do you
streaming.
think I
We
am
got
in
all the
this group
screens.
chat right now because I wanted to like solo a stream and do all the work tonight? I am dead tired.
Fulton County.
I don't even think it's overextension. I think she was just not a very good candidate. From the start, I said that she shouldn't have been the candidate.
She wasn't aggressive enough. She started aggressive, but then they dialed it way the hell back.
Yeah, they sort of they planned on Trump being an idiot was going to be enough, but clearly people don't
90%.
actually listen to Donald Trump because he doesn't actually say anything. Every Donald Trump supporter that I've asked, none of them can actually give me the policies that they support. None of them.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, more to the point, Kamala Harris's policies were not terribly exciting for most people. We're going to help you buy houses. That's so far out of reach for most Americans. Yeah. It's not even funny.
Yeah, that's what Hassan was saying. He's like, does this policy help you? Stop pretending it helps someone else.
Yeah, exactly. Does it help you? Like, that's literally the question people should be asking. And even the immigration thing, it's just like talking to people in the middle of the country. It's like, oh, but immigrants. You're in the middle top of the country. Why is immigration an issue to you?
Well, it's not, but because people get bombarded by it.
Yeah,
there is no real media environment. It's not too early to call Georgia. Stop. It's perfectly accepted. There's 6% of the vote left.
It's literally over.
Pulling that out. It's done. It's Jover. I am declaring Trump.
It's literally at 99%. It's done.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Not yet. Not really. No.
Michigan. Let's see. Michigan is.
You want to see the map?
Say who's gonna win when you said Kamala is not gonna win?
Yes.
Gee, I wonder. Fucking Bugs Bunny. Here he comes.
I drew the map. This is my map.
So what does that mean?
It's not.
What's
good.
red?
Red is not good.
Red's Trump.
Red is bad. Red is very bad.
Red is always bad.
Why are the Americans voting for Trump?
Why are they that dumb? That's what we've been trying to figure out. How long's the stream going? 7 hours?
It's been
6
hours.
We've
6
been trying to
hours.
figure this out for 6 hours.
So far.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Well, what are the demographics in all those areas that are red? Old people down in Florida?
A lot of old whites through here.
Yeah.
A lot of white up here.
There you go.
California, there's a lot of progressives and sort of, the cities, a lot of this. It's kind of weird. The voting system.
We are in so much trouble.
So who's going to
win? Probably Trump, but we'll see. Like, if you have a look here.
Who's going to win? Vladimir Putin's going to win.
What does that mean for Australia?
Right. So it means we're fucked. So Pennsylvania is. So it says 93%.
So who are these other randoms? They don't even get a look in.
This Jill Stein is basically just a Russian plant. This guy is the Libertarians, and then some of these you'll see.
Well, what's
Robert Kennedy.
Oh, is he?
So RFK
in the Libertarian Party.
Yeah, so RFK is on Donald Trump's team. He stopped running,
he's got,
and he is basically denies the polio vaccine and shit, and thinks that they should all be pulled from.
Well, he hasn't got much to go to win.
They should be pulled from production and put through testing again. Is his idea?
You don't understand.
And he's going to be in charge of health for Donald Trump. Right now,
yes.
Now, also keep this in mind. Elon Musk, who has been currently in the process of dealing with American regulators because he's a dickhead, and all his companies do illegal shit. He is going to be in charge of the regulation, so he's going to get rid of all the regulation, and funnily enough, make it so there's no regulation for him. Crazy, right?
What about your people who you're talking to that are in America? Did they vote for Trump?
Of course they voted for Trump. No. Nobody. I won't say nobody because we do talk to a lot of people. But no, most people here would be not voting for Trump.
Right.
Yeah.
But did you say that the first time that he got in?
Donald Trump? I only just started paying attention to politics.
Oh.
So.
Oh well, I guess we'll see what happens.
Oh, I already know what's going to happen. We've been talking about what's going to happen.
What's going to happen?
For a while. Do you guys want me to mute myself?
No, it's alright. I'm going to sit down.
I mean,
light on when you don't need it on.
because
Here for a while.
ambience.
It could be worse.
Yeah.
I'm not sure how, but it could be worse.
Yeah. Well, all polls are closed now.
Yeah, they have been for a little bit. 90% in Pennsylvania. It's just not happening. She has to make up a deficit. It's over. It's just over. Nevada's.
Trump has gained even more since I last looked in Pennsylvania.
Huh?
Yeah, it's gotten worse. It's gotten so much worse.
There's 7% left in Pennsylvania. So, provided that she gets 4 out of literally, she cannot win.
She has to basically take every remaining vote. In
every single remaining vote. Yep.
Yeah,
that's just Pennsylvania.
Like I said, 14 people in Pennsylvania will decide the election.
I think this is an excellent opportunity to blame everyone, really.
I don't think anyone is specifically to blame. I think that Americans, and it's kind of hypocritical because I was talking about not judging and speaking in collective actions. But at this point, it really is the Americans' fault that they didn't prepare their people enough to counter information warfare. That they didn't invest enough into education to counter.
The CIA would say the same thing.
Yeah, well, the CIA is half the fucking problem.
What was it? What was? I think it was. I forget what former director of the CIA just the other week said we haven't had a proper counterintelligence service in the United States for decades now, which is true. It's the FBI has been ideologically captured for quite some time, which is why these efforts are so successful.
It's going to be great. Maybe let's just hope the accelerationists are right.
Yeah, that's probably not right either. I got bad news for you. We're in for a bumpy ride. I'm accepting applications from Canadians. Actually, that's probably not even a good choice, right? The Canadian Liberal Party's collapsing too. All right, everybody, we're going to Mexico.
Yeah, they got a PSL commie in charge, right?
What?
Mexico?
SBS.
PSL commie? Oh, you're not talking to me.
Or ABC, maybe?
Not only is Trump gaining in Pennsylvania, it looks like Harris is losing more to third parties as well.
Awesome.
Yeah, Jill Stein is dramatically performing well. And that, by the way, is the epitome of Russian disinformation right there. Like, the success of Jill Stein is very much a result of the fact that we do not guard against Russian misinformation properly.
So,
I mean, not even that. You've also got the Iranian influence from the Palestinian lobby as well. The PSL. The PSL is influence as well.
She's getting destroyed in Michigan. She has 46% in Michigan right now.
Yeah.
But Trump only has 52. That's a very stern anyone but the Democratic Party.
Mm-hmm.
And
which is remarkable because
they won't learn anything from this.
No, they won't.
Which is remarkable because Gretchen Whitmer is a remarkably popular governor.
Mm-hmm. Still have only one seat majority in the Senate so far.
So are we thinking supermajority?
I don't know.
Because man,
Yeah, I think
a supermajority with Project 2025 coming up behind it, good lord.
Yeah,
as I was saying, I hope people are ready for some fucking concentration camps because they're coming. You thought child separation was bad under Trump? Oh boy.
I could use some time to concentrate. Look, all I've got is jokes.
I love the it's the South Park where Cartman's trying to be like, no, I can see why you thought I meant something anti-Semitic, but I just thought you really needed to concentrate. I didn't even think about how there was like concentration camps during the Holocaust, because there was like some bet that he couldn't not be anti-Semitic or something on that one episode, and then Cartman says Kyle's not concentrating, and they're like, Kyle, you need to concentrate. And Cartman goes, maybe he's sent him to a concentration camp. And the whole rest of it is like him trying to cope, saying, no, I swear I wasn't being anti-Semitic, Kyle.
Yeah, it's I can't. Why do we do this again? Why do we do this again? We did this once already. I've already seen this movie.
If conservatives get all three branches, Americans are fucked.
They're going to win the House pretty handily. They've already won the Senate. Maybe. Well, actually, what's going to happen is they're going to abolish the filibuster in the Senate and ram it through.
Yeah.
Project 2025. They have 51 seats already. They're going to probably come out. Let's see here. They're probably going to get another five at least.
Very
maybe
cool.
More.
No.
As long as we can exploit it for money.
What?
You know, that's all I'm hoping for. This will be good for my career.
Well, even
great
then,
it will be every day to be even more anti-government than I already am.
Even then, it's going to be harder and harder to exploit it for money because what's happening? Twitch is about to put the kibosh on advertiser revenue for political content.
Cool.
Why? Because DGG and Dan Saltman, who is kind of awful, are trying to get Twitch put under the microscope for helping Israel not reveal their own war crimes by turning off the creation of new Twitch accounts for a year. We are in it.
Fault. Ethan Klein caused the apocalypse.
We are in it. So what do you think? 1 million Palestinians dead by the end of the next 4 years?
A million? How many are in Gaza?
There were 2 million. Probably a lot less now.
Yeah, okay, so what, 50,000 dead at least, including fighters. So let's take the fighters out of it. Let's say 30,000.
Probably. Well, that's even probably a generous
and
estimate.
that's an undercount considering that the rubble hasn't been cleared.
Yeah,
so
we're probably looking at it's probably beat the Iraq War with casualty counts at this point.
Yeah, it's actually obscene. Like I people say like, oh yeah, Israel's waging a precise war. Like, what?
Precise where? What is precise about 2,000-pound bombs? So it's like
you can place them very precisely on people's houses.
Yeah, I'm gonna say 500,000.
He's holding on to the side of the cage with one of his arms because the wheel tilted.
I'm not entirely.
I'm gonna say 500,000 in the next year. Worst case, because Israel is still gonna want to maintain this. It's not genocide.
Yes,
but they're gonna clear the strip. Is my they're gonna push into the Sinai and push the Palestinians in there, and the fucking Egyptians are gonna up themselves.
I think
and
that's
they're
going to make the
down.
Egyptians. I think that's going to make the Egyptians throw a conniption fit.
Yeah, but what the fuck are they gonna do? Whinge?
Nothing.
Exactly.
Yeah, nothing anymore.
Exactly.
Like they stood a decent chance in a Harris administration. They stood a decent chance of being able to resolve that diplomatically, but not with Trump.
Yeah. No, there's no way. Sudan will get worse. Sudan will get much worse. I wouldn't be surprised if Rwanda funding M23 gets much worse too. Turkey and the Kurds, which we spoke about. Armenia, Ukraine. China will probably try and do some shit.
Probably get away with it too.
Who knows? Maybe China will try and fucking take Eastern Russia in a Manchuria or Upper Manchuria or whatever that fucking area is. Greater Manchuria. Maybe China will go for that, and then we won't give a fuck because it's China doing imperialism on Russia.
That's going to make Hassan's head explode.
Wouldn't it?
Bernie Supreme only got 910 votes in Delaware. I can't believe it.
That's clearly
Party
rigged.
isn't even in that state.
It's
I was right about the polls. I was wrong about the direction. I was very wrong about the opinions of Americans and how utterly compromised by information warfare they were.
Why do you think I wanted to start doing this?
It's literally the only explanation I can reasonably give is that this is all just bad information and the utilization of social media.
Mm-hmm.
Like this
social
is
media is like, it's like one of the greatest weapons ever designed.
Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Oh, it's incredibly useful.
Honestly, at this point, I just want to fucking just do the job that we originally wanted to do with 5th gen and just aim at like taking cunts like this down. That's all. So we need to fucking register this shit quickly because that's going to be more useful than ever before. Something like
Cunts
this.
like who?
Huh?
Cunts like who?
Like Trump and people that he has a fetish for. His little dictator fetish. Yeah, because that's the other thing, right? The amount of times that Trump will just be like, "Oh, Putin, great man." Like what? What the fuck are you talking about? Because all he respects is power. All he respects is how much you can get away with. Can you kill somebody and get away with it?
Power.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. And all people need to do to convince him to do what they want is to stroke his ego. He is one of the most dangerous people you could have at the head of the United States because all you need to do is stroke his ego and he'll do whatever the fuck you want. Look at what Kim and Kanye did with the First Step Act, right?
Yeah.
All they did was go in there and stroke his ego and they got exactly what they wanted. And now there's nobody around him telling him no. So, that's cool as well.
Yeah, this is over.
It's some
done.
like CNN or anyone who's going to explain a map to me. I'm ready for some map explanations.
The New York Times has Trump at a greater than 95% chance of winning.
Come on, brother, give us a map. He's just standing here.
Kornacki, are you okay? Somebody reboot Kornacki.
Give him a good shock.
He'll turn on.
Yeah, the Trump team is calling Pennsylvania.
I mean,
they're probably right.
Yep.
They probably are right.
Yep. 220,000 votes. Yep, it's done.
Because look, it's like, there's still like, a whole entire percent for Chase Oliver and Jill Stein. You know, Trump's. You may need 51% to get the vote, but like Harris needs to make up a lot more than Trump needs to lose there.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's always a climb for Democrats. Like as soon as I saw the things start to flip red, I'm like, that's not good.
Yeah. The early trends were not good.
The early trends were okay, but it did not take long until it shifted.
Yeah.
Until the situation got wildly out of hand. Yeah.
And you know what's even worse now is the people who are so misdirected that their unreality literally doesn't align with reality. They are now going to have their unreality confirmed because Donald Trump won. So now these people are going to double down on their disinformation because it's like they won. So it's going to be even harder now to counter Russian disinformation. This is just like solidified Russia's foot within America.
Well,
that's the craziest part.
It's a compounding thing, right? Because policy, by and large, affects what actually ends up happening in reality, and like who gets to speak also ends up affecting. So the people that are going to be hurt most readily by a lot of Trump's policies are already disenfranchised, already poor, or minorities or people of color. They already don't have the necessary ability to speak up because they lack the money. Basically, is really what it comes down to.
Yeah, true.
So it's just. It's not that like there's going to be an entire underclass of Americans, basically, who are going to suffer immensely.
Do we think we're going to see political violence? Not like at the election, but in the next 4 years, increasing political violence?
I doubt it. There's not really a set of circumstances that will create a unified bloc that allows for political violence on either side.
I think you see stripping civil rights isn't enough reason? A complete coup of government by a fascist is not a justifiable enough reason. Like, Jesus
I think
Christ.
I think it's a justifiable reason. I don't think the set of circumstances there will allow it to happen.
What if everything that we've been saying about Donald Trump comes to fruition and it is as bad as we are predicting it to be?
Well, we'll have to see how the Senate's doing.
Well, then I will wave to you from the other side of the concertina wire.
Fucking hell. And he's gone.
The problem is that you end up with a set of circumstances in which, like, for example, the first American Civil War, or the American Civil War, is geographically
first American
based.
Civil War. This dude just said.
Yeah, I realized it as soon as I said it.
Well, I mean, one could argue the French and Indian War was the first one.
I'll go get my beanie and pretend to be Tim Pool.
Do we want to listen to Trump's speech?
Yes. After he finishes his point, though.
Yeah. I'm not going to play the audio, but go for it.
The American Civil War was, geographic and political based. There isn't that same kind of geographic unity that you can find that builds like a viable movement for that. It looked more like a Hearts of Iron blotchy civil war than an actual civil war.
Mm.
Is Trump talking? They're waiting for him now?
Not yet. They're just waiting for him.
Is he gonna say stop the count?
I fucking hope so.
This is awesome. He's gonna say, "It's obvious I won. It's obvious I won the last one too. So I should get those 4 years back that I lost." Right?
Well, he's up by.
Then we can just skip ahead.
Yeah, please. Okay. We concede you won the last election, which it means that you exactly. So you've been president for 4 years. So now you're in the run. Suck shit.
The Democrats really did steal the last election, and they're going to actually break out the evidence that Trump has been president for 4 years. Let's tell him to fuck off.
That would be awesome. And he has been calling
Donald
shots.
Trump really up from 2020 onward, didn't he?
I know. How could Donald Trump put America through this. This is Donald Trump's economy.
I'm in danger.
Oh, Harris slipped even further in Pennsylvania in the last 10 minutes.
Awesome.
The question is, would Biden have done better?
No.
Was them not running a primary a mistake?
No.
I don't think that made a huge difference one or the other.
No, it wouldn't have made a difference.
A primary is just going to bloody the person who's going to get bloodied even more by the media when they go into the general. I don't know. This is kind of like a collapse. This is like a full-on collapse for the Democrats. It's not good.
For the Democrats, this is a collapse for the United States. I genuinely think that Donald Trump's ascension to a second term here is going to be a very large downfall for the United States.
Well, it was fun while it lasted.
Yeah.
Everybody get your commemorative keychain on the way out.
Like you think inflation during the fucking during COVID was bad? During the Great Depression? Wait until Donald Trump's tariffs come in and the Americans are paying 200% on everything.
It turn out great. Watch everything. Watch him be like, you thought I was actually going to let the vaccine denier in?
Wouldn't that be funny? If he was like, psych, I'm actually not that bad.
Yeah.
That would be awesome, honestly. It was like it was all a troll. Fucking hell.
Legendary.
Copium. Who's Copium?
Bro, the real
He's already
danger
won.
is the House and Senate getting the majority. That's
I got news for you. The danger is the thing. It's happening. We are in the thing. Where's my switch?
I'm in danger.
I'm in danger. That's where I saw the leprechaun. He told me to burn things.
Business is going to keep going. All those small business owners are going to keep going. Their merchandise will stay in.
I can't wait to get my new America First NFT.
America's economy is going to go to NFTs. It's so funny just hearing anyone from any other country look at America right now. And it's like, really, it's the fault of the First Amendment. Like, having the First Amendment, even the Second Amendment as well, they failed on that. Like, those amendments have a responsibility to the government to protect.
The problem isn't that's the fault of the First Amendment. The problem is that we have moved so far away from a situation in which we are willing to defend what that amendment means.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, we haven't really practiced
to uphold it.
We haven't really practiced free speech in this country for quite some time, obviously. But the thing of it is like, it's not what you're not allowed to say. It's the fact that people have been allowed to lie and then to buy the ability to lie louder.
Yes.
And like, they're self-reinforcing measures. So yeah, you can say Russian misinformation and Iranian misinformation are bad, but they key into what's being said on social media, amplify that message, and push it back out. It's like a churn, a constant churn of information.
That's what I was saying before about how it's sort of you need a chain, a disinformation chain. Like it's you go from let's use Ukraine, right? Ukraine is a good example, mostly because I can recall basically the process of which they did this. But like they first build up, right? Then they're like, no, we're not going to do it. Then they did it. Then they're like, oh, but it's not denazification, right? Then denazification got dropped. Then it was biolabs and bioweapons. And then they dropped that, and then it was NATO. NATO was first, sorry. So it's NATO's fault. Then denazification. then the biolabs, and then it was the British. The British tanked the negotiations, and that was Butcher, and then so on, right? That disinformation chain has led someone to the belief that the RFK belief, the anti-war libertarian that thinks that Russia is invading Ukraine because Ukraine was slaughtering Russians, right? It's that mindset comes from a chain of information that you can track back and find exactly where they believe that from. So that's the problem. Is it's not so much stopping the information; it's that people don't have the defense to track back where they got these ideas from, and because the people that they trust have these same ideas, they don't question it, and then it gets worse and worse, and it just snowballs and snowballs and snowballs, and then you get this. It's a really bad situation.
It's really remarkable, to be honest.
It really is.
Like look at the success that Russia has had off the battlefield in the last 10, 20 years.
Mm-hmm.
They managed to help orchestrate Brexit. They got suppressed the vote in 2016.
Yeah.
They've probably managed to suppress a significant portion of the situation here in the United States again. I mean, the Democrats clearly mismanaged things, but the Democrats have to stop acting like they're in a normal situation.
Yeah.
This is the problem. Is this is why the party is collapsing, is because they need to stop acting like they are in that this is the 90s is really what it comes down to.
Because I muted that whole time.
Maybe.
Fucking hell.
Why? What'd you say?
I was just saying that it's just a disinformation chain. It's like they start from one place.
No, we heard that part. Don't worry.
Okay, I wasn't muted. I must have muted it because people talking loudly. That's all right.
That was a while ago when you said that, though.
Well, I think it's over. Michigan, she's not winning Michigan, and she's not winning Pennsylvania.
And she's not winning Nevada.
Yeah.
Nevada's not looking good. 75. Donald Trump's at 51%. She has to make up that there. She has to make up four percentage points there. That's not happening.
Yeah, like Michigan's at 70% now, and she's down.
Wisconsin's
6%.
88. She's down 7, 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. No. I successfully called this a couple hours ago. Let's go for falafel.
Harris needed at least 3 swing states. Trump needed 4.
Well, he's going to get them. He's probably going to get all of them.
He already has 2 of them: North Carolina and Georgia.
Yeah.
So yeah. Trump actually just needs 2 more states to win, Pennsylvania or not.
And he's got pretty commanding leads in all 5 of them. So,
like, even if Pennsylvania went to Harris, she still might not even have won then. Because she would need 3 states to win.
Yes. All right. Yeah. I am going. You will need to take over the map, though. All you need to do is basically add the extra. No, it's fucking OBS.
No, I'll just do a screen share thing of the Google search. It'll be easy.
Yeah, because you can do multiple screen shares. That'll work. It's just because I had it on the camera set up as a camera. That's all. I'll send you the link to this video. That is in the private chat. It's funny though. All these women in the Trump crowd, right? They're all giving thumbs up and shit. It's like, yeah, you won't be given thumbs up once you're a second-class citizen.
I love that it's like, consider sharing a portion of your screen. How? You don't give us the option. Like, I don't understand why I even asked that.
Yeah, I don't know why it says that either. It doesn't make any sense.
I'm gonna bounce too.
Yeah, no problem.
Have a good one. Good luck, everybody.
I mean, I think we're pretty much good to go here. It pretty much is decided. So.
Yeah. I don't think there's much to deliberate here, to be completely honest.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Safe. No problem. See you later.
Yep.
So I think you can just end stream.
Yeah. Happy with that? We don't want to wait for Trump's speech.
I mean, if you're going to,
might as well.
What else can I? There's only 3 viewers. What else can I milk?
Fair enough. All right. Well, I guess we'll call it there. I guess we'll see tomorrow what happens. Maybe stream Friday. Stream Friday. Skip tomorrow.
I'm still streaming tomorrow. Are you kidding me? Post-election stream? Do you know how angry we're going to be and how much good content will be? And guess what's going to come into our chat? All the fascists to do.
True. Okay, fair enough. All right, but we're doing it more like a Friday stream.
Sure.
All right, cool. Goodbye, everyone. Thanks for tuning in. We'll see you on the other side.